You are live. That's what I was just informed by the software. And as we all know, our computers are always correct and never wrong.
Okay.
So apparently we are live. This is Joseph and Joseph on the Good and Basic channel, and it's a cold Saturday. It's a cold Saturday morning here. I assume it is out in Missouri as well. It's snowy here, and we are just
It is.
watching some throwback classic RTS Age of Empires 2, the Cartographers, a 2v2 tournament, um, and talking strategy and philosophy and stuff. So, pretty low key, but here we are, and welcome.
I think it's probably worth mentioning some of the background for this. So you play a lot of Age of Empires 2, and you've gotten me into Age of Empires 2 again. We both played when we were kids, and this is one of those strange games that got enough things right that it's still around 20 years later, with a
You
surprisingly strong online community, professional players, tournaments sponsored by Red Bull and Microsoft. It's kind of bizarre, and the developers have maintained it. They've updated it. They've added patches that keep the gameplay balance between the various teams that you can play. And as we've been playing the game, we've been having a lot of really interesting conversations about strategy and about general principles that are found in it, a little bit about history, nerding out about things that are either real or very anachronistic in the game. And so it's a very ripe, very fruitful field for discussion. So today we're going to be streaming a tournament. This is the $15,000 Cartographers tournament, the Cartographers tournament, and we're looking at the semifinals. Is that correct, Joseph?
That is correct. I'm gonna go ahead and put the map draft on the board so that people have something to look at besides our landing screen. But while I do that, it seems to me, and before we talk more about the cartographers, that in a way it truly is good and basic. Right? It's an old game that was gotten right in many important ways, and that's really cool.
Yeah, yeah, very much. It is old. It is basic. It is also very very good. It got enough things right that it's still a good game to play, and that's another thing that we've spent some time discussing is what makes a good game. Um, some of our viewers might remember we did videos years ago. I think the very first collaboration video we ever did was with the Dog and Thimble, which is um, a board game channel. When we played a couple of very old board games, we played Nine Men's Morris and Hnefatafl, the Viking board game. And part of our discussion then was, what makes a game good? What makes it a game? Kind of the TLDR for that was it's a game if both people want to play it. A
Which
game
is
is an
interesting
activity if
because
both people want to do it.
as many of us know from playing Monopoly when we were
In order
kids,
for that to
not
be
everybody actually likes to.
the case, I mean, you have to
Yeah, not everybody likes to play a game, right?
balance the
You can
joy of
tip over the
winning
board.
with the misery of losing to such a degree that it's worth it to play the game even if the risk of losing is high.
Joseph, I'm gonna step into the other room to do a
All
quick sound
right.
check. So if you'd keep going.
Are we watching Civilization picks at the moment? We've got Leary versus 200G. I'm seeing a host captain and a guest captain. Joseph, could you explain a little bit about the rules for this tournament? You said it was a 2v2 tournament, so two players on each team?
That is correct. It's a 2v2 tournament, two players on each team. We're watching a best of seven draft. All these numbers
I
here at the
cannot
top.
hear you at the moment.
Uh oh. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Okay.
Still can't hear you. It's been a while since we've streamed. Figuring this stuff out again.
I think we're picking up some of the background noise. Yeah, that's let's call that curious for sure.
Joseph, can you hear me all right?
Can you hear me, Joseph? I just got back on the stream, and I know I'm audible on the stream, but I don't think you are anymore. So I don't know if you changed a setting at your end.
Hello?
Hmm.
I can't
Oh,
hear you at
boy.
the moment, Joseph.
We had this working. Output device. Let me try switching. No, that shouldn't have been it. Okay. Let us once again play the game of telephone.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you on the
Samson,
call.
go. I should be able to hear you on the Discord, but I can't hear you at all.
My mic is lighting up on the Discord. You could check output settings potentially.
Should be able to hear you on the Discord, but I can't hear you at all.
My mic is lighting up on the Discord. We're both on the stream. The audio of both of us is on the stream right now, but I can't hear you on the. Wait, say something on the Discord. Say something, and I'll see if I can hear you on the Discord call. We are both on the stream, so while we just casually have tech problems. Hey, welcome that guy. Yep, Age of Empires. 'Tis the classic. We are both on the stream, so while we just casually have tech problems. Hey, welcome that guy. Yep, Age of Empires. 'Tis the classic.
Can't hear you. I can see the ring move, but I cannot hear you.
That's so funny because
Yep,
I can't
I see a green
hear
ring
you.
around your person, but I can't hear you.
We had this going. Why? What went wrong, Joseph? Where did it all go wrong?
It appears that the YouTube stream has also stopped.
It's not what I'm seeing. For one thing, our friend, that guy in the chat, is definitely present. So
Can you hear me?
I can hear you on the
Please
Discord.
indicate in the text channel. Can't hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Oh, that's so frustrating. So you can hear me. The live stream, it appears, is still going.
I think I might be hearing you on both. I think I don't know what happened, but we may possibly have fixed it. Because I just heard our conversation both on Discord and on the stream, which I have. Yeah, see, that guy hears both of us. When I say that guy, that sounds so funny. Thank you, that guy, for being our tech support.
I also can't hear anything on the live stream.
Okay, our faithful viewer says that he can hear both of us, I believe, on the live stream, and I'm hearing you on the call right now. So I don't know what settings you're toggling back and forth in the background over the last minute, if any, maybe none. But I think this might be working, and if it's not working, then I'm
So
not
can't
sure
hear you
what
on either this Discord or the stream.
Oh, well, that would be it. I can hear you on both. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to put the game up in the meantime, at least. Let's see. What's the button? Are you the button? I think you are the button.
It does perhaps indicate that maybe it's me.
Okay, we have clicked the button.
I also can't hear anything on the live stream.
Okay,
Okay, yep, it was my headphones.
our faithful viewer says that he can hear both of us, I believe, on the live stream. I'm hearing you on the call right now. So I don't know what settings you're toggling back and forth
patience is incredible
over the last minute. Okay, I'm getting weird feedback in the call now, but I think this might be working. And I can bear with it. Then I'm okay.
So can't hear you on either this Discord or... Okay, Joseph, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
I found the culprit. It was my nasty headphones.
Okay. It's all good as far as I'm concerned, right? Pro YouTubers here, 100%. Almost 40,000 subscribers. 100% know what we're doing. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, this lobby requires you to download custom files. Yes, I would love to download some custom files. And the game is starting, and I believe it's Licks and Yo versus. Actually, we'll switch that once we actually get into the game, which we should be into briefly. Capture Age will grab it in 2 seconds. Oh, here we go. Through the magic of Capture Age. Okay, so here we are. Let me actually edit this information real fast so that we can get this right. This is the best of 7. It is the Cartographer semifinals, $15,000 2v2 Age of Empires 2 tournament. Yes, that game is alive and kicking. And in the warm colors, we have Yo and Licks, two exceedingly good Chinese players who often play together. Wait, is it Yo and Licks? I think they didn't play together in this tournament. Is that... I think it's Yo and Vivi. I think it's Yo and Vivi. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, it's Yo and Vivi. And we'll hit play. Start speeding up. So I'm just going to do some introductory explaining here. about how to look at this and think about this, right? Not about RTS games in general. I'm going to assume that people know a little bit about Age of Empires 2, and then we'll start explaining as we go, and we're going to kind of speed through some of the opening here. So in the warm colors, red and yellow, we have Yo and Vivi, two very good Chinese players. Yo is probably a top 4 player in the world, maybe top 3. Vivi is a really good player, but not top 3. And then in the blue, we have Aftermath, and also in the green, Aftermath in the cool colors, being represented by Leary and Hart. Leary's probably a top 4 player. Depends on how much he's practicing and stuff. Hart is from Peru, and he's not a top 4 player, but he is an extremely good player, right? Either of these would kill me and Joseph before we even got out of the Dark Age. Okay, so, and in the cool colors, we have, let's talk about civilizations, right? So let's see what civilizations everybody's picked. And we're just going through some pretty basic openings, it looks like. So nothing much to say yet. In the blue, Hart has picked the Persians. Oh, no, actually, let's talk about the map first. Arabia. This is sort of the most vanilla basic map in Age of Empires 2. It's sort of the standard settings that pros play on. It's sort of the gold standard. Are you a good player? Well, then you can play on Arabia. It's more complicated than that, but that's a good way to think about it. This is the bread and butter of Age of Empires 2. And in these, on a map like Arabia, on an open 2v2 map, one player is going to pick a cavalry civilization, and for Aftermath, that's going to be Hart in the blue as the Persians, and then the other player will pick a green, I'm so sorry. The other player will pick an archer civilization, and that is what Leary has done in the Malay. Kind of both interesting picks for reasons that we might get into later. And then in the red and yellow, we have 2 civs, an archer civ and a cavalry civ that I prefer over Aftermath civs. I think they're stronger. In the red, we have the archer civ. Vivi is playing as the Ethiopians. Very good archer civ. And then in the yellow, Yo is playing as the Franks, which is sort of like the ARC cavalry civ. It is the classic cavalry civ. It is the one cavalry civ to rule them all. Hey, that guy, thanks so much for dropping by. Hope you enjoy your waffles. And your family, but not eating both, just the waffles.
Thank you.
No cannibalism here. So, okay, well, so that's the basic setup, right? And what we're going to see is actually...
One thing that's worth mentioning about that choice of archer civilizations and cavalry civilizations and why that connects with the Arabia map is that the Arabia map is not very good at defending you. You'll notice that a lot of it is very, very open. There's a lot of desert. There's a lot of empty space. There's not a lot of choke points in the map between things like trees or mountains that allow you to wall easily. And because of that, the thing that is at a premium is range and mobility.
Yes, you may have noticed the game ended. We're going to be talking quite a bit about that. Range, mobility, openness, closedness. But I'm going to need to start us out again. There must have been a bugged map or something like that because the replay has ended and obviously nobody has won. You know, when you play a game with 20-year-old code, you are kind of going to get that from time to time.
It's not very common. I don't know that that's ever happened in a game that I've played, but if something can go wrong, it will go wrong, especially at high level play.
Yeah, it's or sometimes there's a disconnect.
High.
It's kind of the nature of the beast when you're working with 20-year-olds.
What do you type into the chat in order for there's these prompts where you type in a number and then there's an automatic voice thing that message that goes to the other player, and one of them is sure, blame it on your ISP. What's the code for that one?
Oof, I don't know, but you could Google it pretty fast. I don't know what it is actually.
That one is probably my favorite. What do they call those? Taunts?
And then what civs you pick as a reflection of that. And what that ends up meaning is that oh, sorry. More of Z-Tech problems.
Hitting that refresh button.
Yep. Temporarily offline. Well, I do call that strange. How are we going to get into the game now? Showing 0 of 0 entries.
So it looks like the on the live stream we're showing just our kind of a home picture.
Correct. Yeah, switched over to that while I sort out the stuff in the background.
Gotcha. Technology.
That's so funny. I've literally never, ever, ever had this happen. Ever. I don't think I've ever seen AOE2 Rex be down. What does that even mean, temporarily offline? That is, as Jack Sparrow would say, even more than less than unhelpful. Lobbies, match history, ongoing matches. Okay, where else do we find these?
So the website that connects you with the matches to stream is down?
Yeah. Try going, Joseph, maybe you can do this. Try going to AOE2, numeral 2, recs.com.
recs.com.
Yeah.
Temporarily offline. Huh.
Okay, so how else do we find these things? You can, let's try finding a custom game, spectate games. I think it's all going to be auto matches on the ranked ladder. I don't think... It's pretty hard to find it that way, I think.
Sometimes they advertise on the, on the homepage.
The homepage of... I'm absolutely floored by this. And AOE2.net doesn't seem to be working either. Oh, hang on. AOE2.net is working? Kind of. That's kind of not. Just kidding. Just kidding. Temporarily offline.
I found one. AM versus 200 kg players for TC Arabia V3 on the UK West server.
Oh, whoa! How did you do that? Hang on. How did you do that?
I went to find multiplayer games, went to the spectate games tab, and looked up 200 kg.
200 kg. Oop, that's 220 kg. You are, as we say, a sweaty, stinky genius.
200 kg is big.
That's
400
well,
pounds, man.
The funny thing here is that Vivi's sort of other name that he goes by is the Fat Dragon. So that may be what's going on here. Joseph, you're a sweaty, stinky genius. I think we're loading in, and we'll be in just a second. I dropped my Viper stream real fast. I think they're in the advanced stages. But honestly, from a personal perspective, I'm semi okay with that because I don't consider Arabia to be, like in terms of my personal tastes, a really fun map to play. But part of that is because I'm not as good as these players. Okay, all right. Friends, Romans, countrymen, I believe we are back in. And we're going to go 8 times until we get back to live time. So again, yep, same civs, Ethiopians, Franks, Persians, Malay. Joseph mentioned, right, these maps are very open, right? In AOE2, we talk about open versus closed maps. A closed map is one that will have walls or where it is otherwise easy to protect your base or easy to put up walls, lots of natural barriers. By contrast, a map like Arabia is going to be much more, open, right? There's lots of openings. And so, for instance, you can see here, the Fat Dragon here is put 2 houses here to start walling up that area. That's eventually going to turn into walls for Leary, probably, etc. These blue buildings here are being built on the front to start up the walls, right? To stop enemy units from getting in. So, and we're just gonna blast through this, but this is the meta. This is what everybody does, right? One player is gonna go scouts, the other player is gonna go into archers. One player goes into scouts, and the other player goes into archers. And so we're gonna watch some of that play out up here, and I'm gonna explain a lot because this is a very complicated overlay, but also a very interesting and helpful overlay if you know where to look, right? So you have warm colors and cool colors, right? And then up here, this bottom bar is the eco count, right? Age of Empires 2 is an RTS game. You build your base, you build your economy, and then you build soldiers to go attack, as Blue is diving in and looking for damage, but he's not going to find it because Yo is walled up completely, and also it looks like has more scouts. It's 7-5 right now, so he's not going to get the damage he wants. So this is your economy units bar. You can see it's pretty evenly matched. They're incredibly good at keeping their TCs busy, working all the time. Right, very little idle TC time for either team, although there is a little bit. Right, there is no one without sin. There is no one who is perfect. And then this top bar here is the military count. How many military units are on the field for each team, and it's combined for each team. So this blue section is both blue and green, and this red section is both yellow and reds units. Then off to the right here, you can see what units they have on the field, and you can even click them and go to it, right? So for instance, if we, I guess it clicks to, oh yep, you see there's a spear. That's Blue's soul spear. We can go find all of Blue's villagers, etc. And this is what you're going to do on Arabia is you build military and you build pressure. You can't sit back. Now you'll notice that everyone has walled, which is really funny in some ways because, there's a saying that every map is arena, sort of the most walled map in the game. Every map is arena by minute 15 because you can just sort of build your own walls. Right, so it's sort of interesting to me that on such an open map, people still will try to make it closed. Although Leary's playing kind of open.
There's reasons for that.
He's not successfully walled back. Yeah.
The main reason for wanting walls is that it allows you to snowball your economy. So you can attack early, but if you attack early, you attack with weak stuff. And if you want to attack with more of the weak stuff, you need to buy more of them, which means you need to have your economy going in the background. And if you want that weak stuff to become stronger, you have to research upgrades, and all that takes time. Walls don't buy you safety, but they do buy you time. So it's a question of, do you want to push for an advantage right now and try to end this while neglecting your economy? Or do you want to throw effort into your economy so that you can hit much, much harder later? But then the risk is that the other person will be doing the same thing.
It's a short v long-term trade-off type
you put enough pressure on that they cannot get their economy going, whilst at the same time you defend enough that you can hit harder later.
Yeah, speaking of that,
so
something...
The walls are... I feel, frankly, naked without walls. They're so incredibly helpful for bringing a game to the late game, where you can do things that you cannot do in the early game.
Speaking of the late game and expanding your economy behind, something kind of interesting has happened here, right? So Blue's gone for another TC, right? They're moving up to the Castle Age. That's this 3-dot thing. And it allows for a significant expansion of your economy by building town centers, which are also these convenient symbols on the map, right? So Blue has opted for that, right? The cavalry player has opted for that. But Leary in the green has not opted for that. He's staying on 1 TC.
The game is divided into 4 ages. Each age has a discrete number of technologies that unlock and suddenly are available to you. And typically all of your guys get upgraded every time you move up to an age. So
those upgrades are unlocked.
Plays very, very differently when you are in the Dark Age, which is the first, or the Feudal Age, which is the second, or the Castle Age, which is the third, or the Imperial Age, which is the fourth. Right now, all of our players are in the Castle Age, which means technologies such as castles, upgraded knights, all these things become available, but they're not at their prime yet. Some of the last technologies that make them truly as powerful as they can be unlock in the next age.
Leary dives and pushes the fat dragon off of his farms for a while. And one of the numbers that I'm always looking at when I look on Arabia is I'm looking at these crossbow numbers for each team, because those are, in a large sense, the damage dealers. They're fragile, they're squishy, they are weak individually, but massing those numbers is really important. You can see up here that red is massing from 3 ranges. I think green is probably massing from 3 ranges. 1, 2... I guess maybe he's just on the 2 ranges. Okay, and this is all going like blindingly. Oh, hang on. Have we? I'm just checking the timing here because I see everything moving slowly, which makes me think we may have caught up to live time. Okay, so now we can kind of catch our breaths a little bit. So
interesting.
State of the game.
Yeah, the reason you would want multiple archery ranges. So some buildings. The main function of them is to produce units, and it takes a certain amount of time for each unit to produce, each of those buildings to produce 1 unit. So the only real reason that you would want more of them is to produce more units faster.
Yeah.
So you can have 2 or 3 working at the same time.
Obviously like versus an investment into your long-term economy. Okay, so just pausing and taking our bearings for a second. Eco's pretty close. Blue's a little bit ahead. Both cavalry players are on 3 TCs, both going for wheelbarrow at almost the exact same time. One of the freaky things to me is how similar a lot of timings are for pro players. They can't see what the other is doing, but the timings will be similar. Yeah, Viscount better for Aftermath, but not too bad. Looks like, I think we are sort of in a skirmishing, and you are skirmishing. But you are trying to build up your economy and mass behind. We're not at a stage where somebody's going to win in the next 2 minutes. And that's, I would say, the state of the game. Green and blue coming in here, combining the 2 forces. You put your cavalry in front as a meat shield, more hit points, more armor, tankier than the crossbows, faster as well. So you put them in front as a meat shield. And it looks like blue and green are not that interested in fighting right now. And yellow's not that interested in fighting now either. We see eco upgrades coming in for blue. I think everybody figures, hey, we can't resolve this right now. We're going to boom up, get to imp, and then fight it out and win or lose.
Which is not something you expect from Arabia.
Well, there's natural rules, I think, but Right, like there's
because
always an
the
ebb and
map-
flow to conflict.
Also,
go
there's
ahead.
a certain amount of randomness in the map. I mean, just because you're playing on Arabia doesn't mean that it's the same exact arrangement of resources every time. So, I guess in the very early part of the game, one of the first things that the players are doing is running through the OODA loop. They're orienting,
Yeah.
they're observing, orienting, deciding, and acting. And one of the things they're orienting toward is how easily they can defend their spot. If you have a lot of clumps of trees fairly close together, then that presents an opportunity to push the game later when you can have more strength.
One of the interesting, that scouting element, I don't know very much about different esports, but I'm told that in StarCraft, which is another popular RTS game, probably the one other big one, all the maps have fixed resources at the beginning. The locations of all the resources are fixed on the map. And so it becomes much more execution based. You already know everything about the map. It's just a matter of, or it's not just, but it's much more a matter of executing well. Whereas in Age of Empires 2, right, like the fact that this gold is on the front makes it vulnerable and means that you have to wall here for green. Otherwise, well, you could certainly get broken into anyway. And it looks like red and yellow are kind of thinking about that. And red's on the way to imp. Red's going to get imp, get a big power spike. That's going to be super, super dangerous. But green's also on the way imp, and he's actually going to get there faster. Melee faster uptimes for the win. And he's going to have bracer and crossbow, bracer and arbalest and get a big power spike. And it's pretty even numbers. So I don't really know what's going to happen here. It is pretty even. So,
it's really interesting that you mentioned
red and yellow are pushing. They are in. They have entered.
It's interesting that you mentioned the scouting difference, particularly because Age of Empires 2, as I'm thinking about this right now, there are 4 different types of resources that you need to be collecting at any given time, and kind of a 5th if you include houses. And
Yeah.
with StarCraft, if I remember correctly, I believe there's only 1. So there's still an economy that you have to be concerned with. I'm thinking of other real-time strategy games like Tiberian Sun, Red Alert. If I remember correctly, Red Alert had 2 resources that you needed to be concerned with. Maybe a 3rd if you included electricity, which operated in a very similar way to...
Sort of population, right?
Very similar to population.
Yeah. Now
So
notice...
the
Oh, sorry.
emphasis on economy and the necessity to
Oh,
orient, because the maps generate in randomly. They're procedurally generated maps. Not procedurally generated, excuse me. That might be the correct term.
And
Associate that.
so I just want to point
differently,
out red and yellow have separated. And red is getting chased down. Bracer coming in. But yellow is diving. I just find it interesting that they split up their armies there. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Please go on.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, it's just
and red's
interesting.
going to get cleaned. This is a disaster. This is a disaster. It's going to take so
StarCraft
long
2,
to
as I
remass those
understand it,
crossbows.
was-
This is a disaster.
That community has kind of petered out. It got really strong. It was broadcast on Korean TV for years and years. But if I understand correctly, it's no longer being updated.
Oh. Age of Empires or StarCraft? Whoops, sorry. I paused the game, my bad. I thought it was still played, but I don't know. I do wonder, right? Like, yeah, I do wonder, and I do think that part of the reason why Age of Empires has endured is because it does have a lot of strategic depth, which also makes it a very, very, very difficult game. Like you can play it a lot and still not be very good. And Red got cleaned. That was brutal. And now Aftermath just feels like they can waltz right into Yo's base and do almost anything they want. And Yellow's on the way to Imp. Franks are going to get to Imp, but I don't know for what. They lost a lot of knights too. Right, you can see that in the army count, 30 army ahead. This is... Yo is on the pain train right now, I'll say that.
One thing that's... you mentioned the skill curve that's involved in Age of Empires 2, and that is a... The game is enjoyable even at a very low level of play, and the ranking system does a fairly good job of putting you with people. We use an algorithm that tries to get you at a 50% win ratio, So if you've been losing a lot of games, they'll start putting you against people who are a little bit easier to beat, and they will adjust that up and down until supposedly you're hitting about 50% of your games you win, 50% you lose. And then they use that same algorithm to adjust your ranking accordingly.
To me, that's
middle of the bell curve ranking is 1,000 elo. They call it elo. And I'm not 1,000
chess
elo.
ranking system.
I'm a little bit below that. And I play fairly regularly, so the skill curve is very real. It's quite daunting, actually. Even though the game is very fun, even if you're not in the middle of the bell curve.
I think the ELO system is one of the coolest parts of Age of Empires 2 because it ensures that you will always be matched against someone. I mean, when I say always, almost always be matched against someone against your approximate skill level. And that means that you will always have a sort of close, even fight, whether you win or lose. And that means that you will always be in your zone of proximal development. Like, you'll always be not stomping and not getting killed. You'll just be, it'll be sort of a good workout as Armor and Cavalier comes in for yellow. And he's going to try to clean these, I bet. And he might be able to do it. Yo and Vivi, Yo got pummeled there, driven off farms, tons of villager kills, but Cavalier with the armor can probably clean these arbs. Does he want to do that? Is he thinking about that? I don't know. He's thinking about it. He's not sure. He's deciding.
So you think those knights are gonna,
do you dive?
Those knight/cavaliers are going to take up those archers/arbalesters?
I mean, I think he wants to, and I'm wondering if he can. I think he can, because they're about even numbers. Well, they're not about even numbers. Just kidding. There's twice as many arbalests. As he tries to get us around, I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. Never mind. Joseph knows... Sorry, when I say Joseph, I know nothing about how these fights go. He might get a good clean, especially with these arbs. Which is really nice, because it takes time to remass. And now Vivi's arb numbers are going to be just as good as Leary's.
He just split up.
But now Blue's an imp. Cavalier will be coming in for him. Armor will be coming in for him. So, in terms of map position, pretty evenly matched, right? But in terms of momentum, I think Aftermath has all the momentum, right? They're the ones pushing here. In a second, they're going to be able to push again as soon as he has Cavalier and Armor. Don't know if any crossbows are on the way to support from Green. Oh, here they are. Found them. That's part of, I think, what makes... The ranked ladder is actually relatively new. I think it was only introduced with Definitive Edition in 2020. But I really think that ranked ladder with the ELO... Yeah, I believe prior to that, there was not a ranked ladder. I mean, you could... And because of that, it was a little bit more, sort of Wild West in terms of... I mean, especially at a pro level, you can still find people who are closely matched, but certainly harder. Whereas now, right, like any of us can just go find, pretty easily people to play against who will be close to our skill level, will stretch us, give us a good game. As we see Skirmisher for red, and I don't see that as a good sign. And Savar is coming in for blue. The Savar are coming. And I think the Savar is going to be the death blow. You don't... So there's a distinction in Age of Empires 2 between gold units and trash units. Gold units cost gold. Trash units don't cost gold. The reason why that's relevant is because there's actually a relatively limited amount of mineral resources, gold, on the map, whereas there's much more wood, and by using wood to make farms, there's much more food. So trash tends to be cheaper, but lower quality. And so when he starts teching into Elite Skirmisher as a trash unit, which is sort of the trash equivalent of archers, you start thinking, Vivi, he is not feeling too good, Mr. Stark, if he's feels like he has to tech into his lower quality units. I'm going to check in the background what his gold situation is.
The other way of reading the Skirmishers is that he's looking for an archer counter.
Yes, that would be true in a 1v1. And it can be true in a 2v2 as well, but it's much less true in a 2v2. And the reason why is because arbs can kind of defend themselves against cavalry, right? Like, it'll depend on numbers and positioning, and if the arbs can find a good choke point, and if the cavalry can get a good surround. But skirmishers will get flattened by cavalry. It's not even close. So when I see skirmishers in a 2v2 game in large numbers, which he's still going for arbs, I don't know if he's really in trouble, right? But when you see skirmishers, large numbers of skirmishers in a 2v2 game, it's almost never a good sign. It's almost always a sign, uh-oh, I don't have gold. Uh-oh, I can't build my high-quality units. Whereas in a 1v1, it is much more a legitimate counter to skirmishers, or to archers. As the fight is taken, and a lot of weak Savar, so it's pretty even. But in even numbers and with even HP, the Savar should definitely beat the Cavalier, and I think they are going to still, narrowly. So this is a chaotic, messy game, I would say.
And Savar are a only Persians unit?
That is correct. There are civs that get the Paladin upgrade, which is sort of the super cavalry upgrade. I'm going to turn down my game volume just a tiny bit here. The Paladin is sort of the super cavalry upgrade, right? So Franks, if he had the resources, he doesn't. He's on the struggle bus. Yo is, as far as resources. But if he had more, then he would tech into Paladin. Savar is a unique upgrade for the Persians only that replaces the Paladin. In general, I would say it's better. It's better. It's a little bit more complicated than that, as everything always is in Age of Empires 2. But gun to my head, would I pick Savar or Paladin? I'd pick Savar. And they also have, this gorgeous skin, right? Round shield, curvy sword, horse skirt plate armor thing. Right, they look cool, so that's cool.
Careful, the Magyars might get jealous.
Yeah, I do have a thing for Magyars, but the Savar, like, you cannot deny, that is a great looking unit. It truly is. And Yellow wanted a castle.
The heavy armor on the horses is also nice.
Sorry?
The heavy armor on the horses? It's a nice effect on the skin.
Do you happen to know how realistic that is? I mean, I know I've seen horse armor in museums and stuff like that, but I suspect it was not that common. I mean, it just seems very expensive and heavy. And I know that, these war horses by the end of the Middle Ages in Europe are, they're huge. They're like Clydesdales, but it still seems like a lot of armor to me.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Clydesdales actually were originally bred as war horses. Same with Frisians.
Oh, really? Huh.
And Belgians. A lot of the big draft horses that we associate with pulling really, really heavy plows originally were war horses.
All these farms.
I don't know.
It was off all these farms.
Early medieval horses were a lot smaller, closer to what we call ponies.
I know that I thought the Mongol horses were sometimes described as ponies. I don't know that much about it. Oh no, there's no room in the TC. Let me in. Let me in. And Yo is on the struggle bus. This little sort of shaded bar up here is how many idle villagers there are. And you can see that's just flopping all over the place as Yo has to hide in his TCs. And he does get the castle up. That will help a lot. But there's no universe in which you don't feel like Aftermath is on the front foot here, right? Twice as much army. Oh no. And now Vivi's going into pikes and elite skirmishers. Pikes are the infantry trash that counter cavalry. But again, they just get shredded by their gold counter archers. And so, again, this is not a good sign for Vivi, and I'm kind of curious what his gold situation is, and if he's even taking gold anywhere. He's only got 16 vils on gold, which is not that much. Kind of looks like he's got this. That is his gold economy right there. And as there's villager kills on the stone, does not feel good. He does not feel good, Mr. Stark. And the pressure from Aftermath is just relentless, right? Hart still has 34 on gold, 77 on food. He can spam Savar for quite a while. Oh, and Aftermath's already got the trade going. So when gold runs out on the map, where do you get gold? And there's only really two other sources, aside from a couple of game mechanics. One is relics, which you can put in your monasteries, and they slowly generate a little trickle of gold. And then the other is trading with your allies, and these are all markets that trade from this side of the map to the other side of the map, and they carry back gold. Looks like this fellow is carrying 84 gold. Look at him go. Very, very diligent, dedicated merchant here. And now the castle's getting trapped for Yo. My point there was that Aftermath is already going into trade. They're going to have gold long term, and Vivi and Yo do not have that, right? No markets at all, and now the Arbs are in, driving Vivi off of his farms. The castle's getting trebbed. I don't think we are that far from the GG, and you can see it. 200 kilograms are being buried under the weight of Aftermath.
When you concede a game in Age of Empires 2, the kind of standard protocol is to type GG into the chat afterwards, which stands for good game. So getting to the GG means getting to them yielding the game and resigning.
Yep, which they do. And it's one of the markers, I think, of Age of Empires 2, that the pro community, they're really very polite, and it's more than politeness, though. They're respectful to each other, and that's seen in the GGs. And we won't see it because it will not be part of the rec. But Hart and Leary, there's a 1,000,000,000% chance that they gave the GGs back, as we see 184 Savars created from Hart. That was great. I think the key moment for me was as soon as Aftermath was able to apply pressure here on Yo's base, it just felt like Yo was never really able to come back. The numbers weren't there. The farming eco wasn't there. And he never felt like he had a safe base.
And if you don't have a safe base, you can't generate the resources you need in order to bring the fight to the other guy's base.
Yep. I mean, you see it in the military numbers by the end, right? Like, and all the resources that you are already spending get dumped back into your bank, by the way. So it's not like Yo is sitting on 1,400 food here. That was all being spent on Cavalier and stuff, but right, it's kind of like the North and South in the American Civil War, right? Like, eventually you become unable to continue fighting. You no longer have the ability, even if you have the will, and that's all because of sort of like being able to cripple the logistical and the logistical back end of what somebody's doing.
The Civil War is actually a fairly good analogy there, or example, because the North strategy toward the South was twofold. They used the Anaconda Plan to strangle the South's economy and prevent them from getting the resources that they needed to wage war and feel comfortable at home, blocking such imports as sugar and coffee, such that the local population ended up being very angry at their local government. So you strangle the other guy's economy, whilst and at the same time you build up your own productive capacity by a lot. And then, some have characterized, rightly or wrongly, the North strategy as simply throwing bodies at the problem and letting the economy sort out the war.
A similar thing happened in World War II. I'm told, this is a little apocryphal, but I'm told that when Hitler heard the estimates of in like 1941 and 1941 and 1940, he's kind of thinking, well, what happens if the U.S. gets involved in the war? What is this going to look like, right? These are all just possibilities that you think about when you're launching a large international war, right? And he hears the numbers that the United States, the numbers of vehicles, equipment, soldiers, industrial goods, etc., war equipment that the United States is able to produce. He hears the estimates from whoever in his staff gives him the estimates, and he doesn't believe them at first because they're ludicrously large. But it was true. He should have believed them because the U.S. did have that kind of industrial capacity. One of my favorite little facts from the end of World War II is that in the Pacific, right, which was a horrific battleground, and this doesn't change that, but the United States had a ship that was dedicated entirely to making ice cream for the soldiers. And I on a similar note, there's a story that I do believe, although I don't recall the source, of a German soldier who on the Western Front in World War II, towards the end of the war, who said, I knew that it was over when we captured an American soldier and he had chocolate cake in his rations, right? Like if they can afford to fight a war and make chocolate cake, right? On some level, right? Like if you can afford to put 40 Savar on the field and be making trade behind, like, ugh, it's kind of over, man.
Yeah. Yeah, what an interesting indicator. There, he found chocolate cake in his rations, which means that they have resources to throw not only at bullets, but at chocolate cake and comfort.
Yeah.
And the chocolate cake isn't, and the ice cream ship that you mentioned, those aren't trivial things. In war, your will to fight matters an awful lot, and things like chocolate cake and ice cream go an awful long way toward keeping up your ability and will to fight. That's a finite resource. It's a difficult thing for a general to maintain. So that's not a trivial thing. It's not a pure flex that just says, hey, I can beat you with my hands tied behind my back. But if you had to choose between chocolate cake and bullets, you would choose the bullets. So the fact that you can direct some mental energy toward, almost what you'd call soldiers' self-actualization or comfort, yeah, that's an indicator that you're not struggling to make the bullets and bombs.
We have here, this is a best of 7, so you need to win 4 games in a row. Or not in a row, but you need to win 4 games. And we've got, oh no, sorry, I need to change that to a death symbol. We've got, one of the things you look at is you look over the whole scope of the draft, right? Like what kind of civs are you going to have left? And the Cartographers is a mixed map tournament. And I could pull up the map draft in a minute, maybe I'll do that. But these are all the civs that they've picked, obviously 2 per game, 1 for each player. And
there's a lot of strategy in this.
A ton. And part of what, like on a very high level, sort of what you're looking for is, how successful were your front picks, right? Your front picks are theoretically the civs that you wanted the most and that you think will be strongest for you, right? Because you're trying to get them for yourself above all and deprive the enemy of them, right? So Burmese, not as high of a priority for Aftermath as Mongols. So getting a win with Persians is really nice because, you picked Persians because you thought it was going to be a really good civ for you. So you get a win with that. That feels really good. If you lose with Ethiopians, you're like, it doesn't feel so good, man, because, you prioritize that civ. You wanted it. You thought it was going to be really strong for you. You thought you were going to be able to use it effectively. And then you kind of weren't. And looks like we are already into the next game, which is going to be Arena, which is going to be fun. And there's the civs already. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Arena is the literal opposite of Arabia. It's really actually kind of fun to have them both here and to see them side by side. Oh, I'm talking and I actually need to do stuff on the back end so that we can get the game up. But it'll be fun to see them side by side because they are such radically different maps with radically different strategies. So I actually am legitimately, I think it's so cool to have the two of these side by side, one right after another. It could not be a more perfect setup for us to talk about strategy, to be honest. Mismatch? I don't think that matters.
Quite exciting. And
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are in Arena, second game. Oh, we need to tee up a game for... Oh, nope, sorry. Whoops. Let's change that. That was a victory for Aftermath.
What is it that
Aftermath,
they call
one game
the...
for Aftermath.
Joseph, what is it that they call the players who really enjoy and kind
clowns.
Of specialize in Arena?
Yeah.
Clowns.
There's a whole story
Can you
there.
Describe that a little bit.
I want to actually give a breakdown of these civs and a little bit what we'll expect. First, if that's okay. and then we'll talk about that
Sure.
a little bit. Is that okay? So in Arena, obviously, you
Sounds
get
good.
these walls, which protects you, right? So Arabia is a very open map, right? Like you're vulnerable to early aggression. You see action right from the get-go. Arena is a much more sort of like long-term strategic match. It's less like a gunfight and more like I don't know, like a wrestling match, maybe? I don't know exactly. So let me tell you a little bit what we can expect from these civs and what we're going to see, right? So again, cool colors v warm colors. Yo Vivi here in the blue and green. Vivi has the Teutons over here, green. I can't see the green stuff from this far away. Vivi has the Teutons. Very, very, very strong long-term, but slow. But it doesn't matter that they're slow. On Arabia, it would matter because mobility is important, but here mobility is not so important. You're closer to your enemy, you're constricted, there's less space to run around because you're lost here in the woods. Very strong booming civ. I think we're going to see maybe monks from him to try to take these relics for long-term gold control. And then we're going to see a boom into some kind of power unit. Over here, we have Cumans, who are almost the exact opposite. Cumans are the only civ in the game that in the second age, in the feudal age, can build a second TC and thereby expand their economy in that unique way. Other civs can't do that. They have to wait another age much longer. So Cumans are going to click up really fast. See, blue's already up, and he's going to drop a TC. I guess he's thinking about dropping a TC right here, yeah? And he'll get to Castle Age slower, but he will be so strong economically when he gets there. And that's going to be a real challenge. And you can do it safely. If this was on Arabia, you know, you could come in and attack the TCs, pressure them. Cumans can be very vulnerable on Arabia because they're so slow to Castle Age because they're busy booming on 2 TCs. But on Arena, where you're protected with your walls, oh, it is a perfect setup. So we're going to see some really powerful timings here from Yo with the Cumans. And then we've got Yellow, Leary playing as the Burmese, strong monk civ, a very strong arena civ. And I don't know what we'll see from him, except for we'll probably see monks, and then maybe Arambai, their unique unit, which maybe we'll talk about later. Red, we've got the Bengalis, another really strong monk civ, very common arena civ. Very, very wonky civ. The thing is, they have very good elephants, but you don't see elephants in pro play a lot because they have so many weaknesses. So you kind of see like fast imp, monk, trash, treb. They're a tricky civ to play. You don't play them like other civs. They're also one of few civs that doesn't get knights at all, which is sort of a mainline power unit, and that also changes the way you play them a lot. I don't expect elephants, or at least not many elephants, but we certainly might, right? Anything could happen. And you can already see the eco is just absolutely bonkers for blue here, right? Being able to produce on 2 TCs. He's already 10 vils ahead of everyone else. He's, his team is 15 vils ahead now. Everyone else is going to beat him to the Castle Age. Doesn't matter. Because he's going to arrive there with a stupidly strong economy as the Siege Workshop and the Monastery come out for Yellow. And he's going to be pushing blue.
One of the main things that you get from the Castle Age is that extra town center, that TC.
Yeah.
And so, essentially, he's already in the Castle Age, as far as one of the unique benefits goes.
The weakness, and we're seeing the weakness here, right? Yellows come forward, you drop a Siege Workshop, you drop a Monastery, you do a classic Monk Siege push, right? And the Cumans can't build stone walls. And they're still in the Feudal Age, and he's got no military. He's got no expectation of creating military, so he's vulnerable, right? And Red's supporting with Scout Cavalry. So the thing about this is, the thing about the 2 TC boom for Cumans is that it makes you squishy and weak. And he's desperately house walling behind. He needs to buy time. He needs to buy time. And green is booming. Green is not going to be helping him very much. It looks like green might be going into a knight or two, maybe. But green is booming. He's like, nope, you're on your own. You need a hold, you need to resist. And this pressure could be absolutely deadly from Aftermath. And he could kill Yo right here and right now, depending on how much damage they can get done. And he abandons the tower. He builds a Siege Workshop. Only civ that can do it in the Feudal Age. Can't build anything from it except for rams in the Feudal Age. Right, Mangonel's on the TCs. The pressure is in. Right, and I don't know if the decision to boom from Teutons is the right decision. You want them to boom, but then there's no support, and you this is. Yo's not as dead as he looks. You can withstand incredible pressure when you're this good of a player, but this is not a comfortable position. This is not comfortable. but he makes it to Castle Age. And the mangonel starts coming out. And Steppe Lancers? Nope, Scouts. Okay. You know, I think Yo can hold from here. I believe in Yo. I think he can hold from here. You get the mangonel, right? You dance a little bit. You try to take out their mangonel. I didn't see if Leary got redemption so that he could convert the mango. Right, yep, and Dives takes out the mangonel. Right, but I think Yo's solidly in the alive column. It's still not comfortable, but he's alive. So maybe the decision to boom was good. I'm an idiot, right? You know, I'm a mid-elo scrub. These people can do amazing things. As the third TC goes up, Yo doesn't even feel threatened. He's just going to boom on another TC. He's like, I can do this all day.
Wow.
And one of the, it's so impressive to me that, like, imagine this in your face, Joseph. Right? Like, the absolute nerves. And Yo's like, nope, I'll just keep building my economy. I'm fine. I can do this. Right? The ability to withstand that incredible pressure. I was at a basketball game last night, and, you know, it was a college basketball game, and the student section, you know, has all sorts of sort of distracting techniques when the opposing team is making a free throw, right? And, you know, just like the psychological the psychological dimension here, like Yo's ability to stay cool under pressure, truly insane. And
one thing that's amazing to me is that as he's absorbing that pressure, is he is using his cavalry to lure enemies close to the town center, which can shoot arrows only if people are in it. And, you know, you can use it as a refuge for your villagers, but he's only putting the villagers in. I mean, typically I would just kind of drag and drop and grab all the villagers in that local area, drop them in the TC, and try to defend them that way. But he's only putting in the ones that are closer to the enemy. The other ones are still minding their own business on their farms.
Now, notice one thing I want to point out.
Cavalry to lure enemies closer so he can take advantage of that archery fire.
One thing I want to point out is that even though Yo has withstood the pressure, and actually 4 mangoes here is kind of dangerous. Especially I don't think they can deny that castle. I don't think they'll deny that castle. But what I was going to say is, even though the push has failed to kill Yo, you know, look at the map control, right? Like, green is branching out. He's trying to get stuff done. But right now, for the most part, I would say yellow, right, 200 kilograms, the Chinese team, Yo and Vivi, have the advantage in terms of momentum, in terms of map presence, and so they still got that going, even though they were not successful in killing Yo. And they've balanced up the eco. The eco's pretty much neck and neck. As green goes up to Imp, drops a 4th TC, and we will see what he techs into.
Getting some stone control. Looks like castle dropping might be in the near future.
Yep. I would drop the castle here to protect these resources and threaten red a bit. I think you feel like you can clear this up not with a castle, but with military. And we saw just a second ago, it's almost worth rewinding, but Yo got a sick shot that took out 2 mangonels, right? Amazing shot. But I don't think Yo's that threatened here. I don't think this is that threatening of an army. Especially if Yo almost has enough stone for another castle. He can, like, delete a couple farms, drop it, and then he's going to be safe, and this push is going to stall out. And then I think 200 kilograms might be in the driver's seat, and yep, the castle goes forward onto red. And a defensive castle from red.
It's worth mentioning for any viewers who aren't familiar with the game that you cannot walk through forest. So any area that's trees, your villagers can't just walk in between the trees. That's an impenetrable barrier.
Yeah.
Another thing that's worth noting is that occasionally your economy needs to be managed. So the building that your villagers drop wood off at, if they're chopping wood, they drop it off at the lumber camp. But as they chop into the trees, eventually the gap between them chopping down a tree and walking the wood back to the lumber camp gets larger and larger, and that wastes time when they could just be generating resources. So every now and again, you need to redirect your attention away from wherever the battle is happening to build new lumber camps closer to the wood lines and generally make sure that everything is squared away. And there is actually a button, an indicator that lets you know if any of your villagers are standing idle. so that you can redirect them into something productive.
There's a couple of... Green just refreshed a lumber camp, actually, and you can kind of see the evidence of that there. As, just a fun little game moment. Yo actually rushed some villagers forward, and they got flattened by mangonels, which was tragic for the villagers, but fun to watch. And the balance of eco is really interesting, especially because, refreshing a lumber camp doesn't take that much attention, but laying down a lot of farms takes a lot of attention, right? Particularly if you're trying to lay them in a tight pattern. If you have very little space, or if you're just trying to go for maximum efficiency in your farm placements to drop them off of the mills, to drop food off of the mills. So to take your attention away from the battle really is, attention is... I truly think that attention might be the most valuable resource in this game. And you can sort
really
of
interesting.
Make your attention more efficient by learning hotkeys and things like that, but it's still, I think, your most precious and limited resource. And I think that's probably true in life, too, in many ways, as a second castle comes up and 100%. Red's castle is on the struggle bus.
One thing that we talked about in a recent
podcast, they're in a good position,
was the opportunity cost involved in making your own stuff, keeping a garden, canning, repairing your car, changing your oil. And the limited resource that seems really to be the choke point for me in any of these kinds of projects is not time, and it's not money. It's attention. It's brain space. And one thing that is specifically interesting about this game is briefly during the last set, or the last match, we're talking about how the economic dimension of this game is more complicated than, for instance, StarCraft or Red Alert or Tiberian Sun, a lot of these other real-time strategy games, because there are more resources that you have to be balancing. There is wood, stone, food, gold, and your housing space, so that's 5 off the top. And then kind of the main one, and this is true for all real-time strategy games, but maybe a little more so here just because there's so much to juggle, and that is your attention. That is the 6th resource.
And there are many ways. Oh, hey, interesting move here, by the way. I just want to point out what Yellow's doing here, right? So Yellow is already up to Imp, and he's got a Treb coming out. So he can start pressuring Blue's castles with the Treb, long-range siege. Now, Blue is on the way to Imp, but he's not there yet, and so Yellow's got the initiative. And now what Yellow is doing, he's actually stonewalling off Blue's route of escape, right? So he feels like he has Blue penned up. He's going to be he is faster to Imp already. And so he is saying, no. I know that my teammate is struggling, and my teammate is struggling, right? This Onager, we're seeing Teutonic Knights, which is really rare, but really cool. Look at him go, the KB boys, right? Some of the best looking units in the game. And another castle forward. Oh, but sorry, I'm getting distracted. What Yellow's doing here is he's walling off Blue. Right, he's saying, nope, you don't get escape through this gate. I've got you penned in, and I think I've got you where I want you. And I'm going to trap you in here, give you no escape, and keep pressuring with my tech advantage. So there's kind of this sort of trade situation where, Green is truly killing Blue. Or, excuse me, Green is truly killing Red. He's not killing his teammate. He's killing Red, right? This is a bad position for Red. And I think Red Heart might have to call it. Not yet, especially because he's expanding out. But Yellow is truly threatening Blue. I still think, Green has the advantage, and that's reflected in the score. But Yellow's got a credible threat here. He has Blue penned in, and Blue does not have a lot of space. And the castles, if they go down, no more Kipchak production. Not a lot of farming space to fund cavalry production, get that food for cavalry production. So, the score is clearly in 200 kilograms favor, but, I don't know. Yellow could make something happen here. And Green was not able to stop Red from expanding, right? There was no wall off here to stop the routes of expansion. I don't know what the... I don't have a deeper philosophy because we see have dive on the siege and on the monks. I don't know what the strategy implication there is exactly, right? I don't know what the more profound point is, but it's just a really interesting game position where Green is truly killing Red, but Red has some route of escape. And Yellow has cut off Blue's route of escape, but I don't know if he'll be able to kill him, although he does take out both of the castles. So no more Kipchak production, that's the unique unit from the castle. No more Treb production, so he's locked down to 1 Treb. And I don't know, man. This is more even than it looks, I think. It's so unique. It's like two 1v1s side by side. You don't always see that. It's often the teams working together, but here it's really two simultaneous 1v1s. As Blue dives, takes out a bunch of troops.
The little section of wall that Yellow put up to block in Blue is a very deliberate effort to turn it into two 1v1s.
Yeah.
It's to avoid the cascading advantage, and that motion of blocking access with a wall reminds me of the game of Go, the Eastern board game with the white and black small tokens that go on the intersections. In that game, you refer to cutting off the liberties of your opponents, and the way that you kill a section of enemy is by cutting off all of its avenues of escape.
I love that
Jiu-Jitsu also.
I love that conception of strategy as a matter of managing liberties, right? Sort of freedom of action, right? In part because, like in Age of Empires 2, there's a very important concept called map control, right? And I was struggling to define map control a while ago, and I realized it essentially comes down to, can I put a unit somewhere on the map without it being killed? So, for instance, on Arena, when you start out with your walls, right, you can put a unit anywhere in there and it will not be killed, right? And right now, you look at this map. Can Green put units up here in Red's base without being killed? Yeah, right. It seems to me that's like that idea of map control is related, like it's related to liberties as a matter of freedom of movement, right? And more broadly to strategy as a matter of managing options. When you no longer have when you no longer have options, that is a strong indicator that you've lost. And it also reminds me of John Boyd's definition of strategy, that it's strategy is, this is not exactly what he said, but it's very close. The goal of strategy is to survive and thrive on your own terms. In other words, to be able to choose your course forward, right? And notice, right, Green and, well, Blue is, I'm really impressed at how well Blue survived, because I think another few minutes and he's in big trouble. But Green pushed faster. Green got the work done faster. And we saw, did we see Elite Teutonic? He got Elite Teutonic Knight. That's so rare in pro level Age of Empires 2, because in many ways it's not a very good unit. So that's just really cool to see. So Blue doesn't have much freedom of movement. He doesn't have very much liberty at all, right? But Red has even less. And it's interesting. Notice he resigns. The Vil count's still pretty good for him. But I think he just feels like, I can't produce anything that stops this death ball, right? Green keeps dropping castles. Green has onagers to counter the Ratha. He has Trebs to take out the buildings. He has Teutonic Knights to take out any pikes that are still here, and there's only 2 left, and they're all dead over here because they were killed by the Teutonic Knights. And I think Red just feels like, the only way I can survive is by running out of this gate, and then I have to reboom over here, and Green's pressure is going to be relentless. I just like, in some sense, you resign when you no longer have a win condition, when you no longer have a viable path to victory, right? When you have no more liberties.
This idea of restraining liberties is very interesting to me, because the imagery involved is like, you have a decision tree or you have a bandwidth of decisions, and your actions are designed to narrow the opponent's bandwidth of decisions. And you have this kind of wide fan narrowing. And within that branching path forward of decisions, there either is a victory in sight or there isn't. And if you can narrow it sufficiently, if you can narrow the opponent's victory condition, if you can narrow their tree of choices enough, you can cut off victory from those choices.
And that is going to be... Oh, sorry.
Channeling them into the direction you want them to be.
Yeah, well, and there's something there about, like, you almost get to control your opponent. So that is a win for 200 kilograms with the Cumans and the Teutons, and then a loss with the Bengalis and the Burmese. Burmese was last drafted, so you probably don't feel too bad about that. And I think, like, Leary and Hart are very good players, and all pro players are good in almost every situation, on almost every map. They have to be generalists. But I think, well, actually, I don't know. I know that Yo hates Arena. So I think it's really positive for him to get a win on Arena, because it's not, he truly hates Arena. He truly does not like it, does not feel comfortable on it. So getting a win there on that map particularly, I think is really nice for him, honestly. And we are going to be into the next game, I think, immediately. They've already started, so.
As we're talking briefly about win conditions and narrowing the opponent's scope of choices, it reminds me a little bit of what makes a good fight scene in a movie. A good fight scene in a movie has to tell a story, and you have to tell that story visually with, a fight. But in a fight, the win conditions of each player might be very different. One person might be fighting to escape. One person might be fighting to the death, for revenge. Just, I don't care if I survive. I just want the other person to die. Or they might be fighting for an object, or where one person wants to preserve it away from the other person, and it's basically a game of keep away with punches and kicks thrown in. It's very interesting. That changes the dynamic a lot, and you could read that visually.
So I'm now looking at the map, and I have actually never seen this map played before in my life, and I want to spend a couple minutes talking about it because it's a funky map, and I'm trying to figure out how it's going to be played. So it is called Z Snake.
Is there any fish in the water?
There are shorefish. So there's not deep fish, which collect faster, but there are shorefish. So we might see villagers come out and build mills. I don't know if we'll see docks. This terrain can be built on. So it's water, ships can travel there, but those routes, the sort of mangrove routes, it's also buildable terrain. So I think you might want to come out here with mills and take it with take shorefish with your villagers. But on the other hand, that also, you're kind of squishy and vulnerable because you're far away from the safety of your TC, etc. It's a fairly open map, I would say, right? The wood lines are few and far apart. Looks like pretty standard starting mineral resources. There's one other really interesting thing here, by the way, when we talk about closed and open maps. And it looks like this is a map with some extra sheep around the edges. So I wonder, it doesn't look like they picked any civs that get specific sheep bonuses. I guess they don't feel like it's that important. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see scouts and archers because it kind of is like it's like Arabia, but with some extra tricks. And one of the extra tricks is this water in the middle. Another extra trick is these sheep on the edge. But this stone terrain on the edge is extremely important because if I am correct, and I'm pretty sure I am, that is unbuildable terrain, right? So if yellow wants to wall, he could wall from here to here,
all the way around
here to here, but he cannot wall to the edge. There will always be a hole in the wall at the edge. So this is an inherently unwallable map. Now, if you build walls on the front of your base, right, like Yo is doing here, as the Magyars, shout out to the Magyars, you can still slow down the enemy, and he's going to wall anyway. He's going to create what's called the egg wall, which is where you do a circle around your base instead of walling to the edge. Yeah, so, the map designers make all these maps that are designed to make it impossible to wall. And the players are always like, every map is arena by minute 15. So he is walling, but at minimum the walls, right, they slow down your enemy. They make it so that you have to go around. As Leary kind of thinks about like the Omega walls, that would be a huge wall if he goes for it. But he's not really, right? This is just a thing to slow people down, right? It makes it so that you can't just dive in with scouts and take this wood line. You have to go the long way around past the TC. So yeah, that's the map. It's going to be like Arabia, and it looks like, oh, hey, the Dravidians do have a shore fishing bonus, so they're out here collecting, and he, I guess, feels confident enough in the map control to do that. But this is going to be very much like Arabia, but just with a couple tricks, I think. And that means Scout Archer, Knight Crossbow, Cavalier Arbalest, super, what we would call in the Age of Empires 2 community, nerdy play, which is not, it's not denigrating. It just means that, or super sweaty try-hard play, right? Like, very good execution, sort of like pure pro AOE2. So that's what I expect to see here.
Lots and lots of micro, meaning tight, careful control of small groups of units, rather than just sending hordes in the vague direction of the enemy.
Yeah. As we see the scouts dance, the archers dance, right? You want to keep them close together, right? Because you don't want your enemy scouts to collapse on your archers, right? And that creates some problems, right? Because archers move slower than cavalry, right? So you have this combined arms approach where one side, where one of your players, one of your teammates is going into cavalry, the other is going to archers. But because they're such different units, it can become difficult to coordinate them.
You don't want the cavalry to get too far ahead of the archers and leave the archers behind and vulnerable.
Correct. As we just sort of watched them dance, you mentioned micro. There's a really interesting question. I've actually written, I think, 13,000 words about strategy in Age of Empires 2. I started writing a book that I didn't finish, like many projects, incidentally. But one of the questions that I ran into, and it's actually a very interesting question, in Age of Empires 2, and also I think other RTSs, there's a division between, this is actually kind of a big deal, by the way, forcing out this tower. To build a tower, you need to spend stone. And players often want that stone later to build TCs or to sell at the market to get a faster castle age. So if you can force out a tower, that's actually a pretty big deal, because it prevents them from easily putting down more TCs in castle age and expanding their economy. And it also prevents them from selling that stone at the market to buy their way to castle age and get a faster time and get the power spike from getting to castle age. So that's actually kind of a big deal. But what I was saying is, in Age of Empires 2, there's a distinction between micro and macro. Micro is sort of controlling your units, right? Like this, right? Dancing back and forth, giving them individual commands, right? And then macro is everything you're doing behind, putting down the farms, making sure that your economy is balanced with the right number of villagers on each resource, right? Making sure that you can get a good castle age time as green clicks up and he's the first. And that crossbow power spike here could push away everything here. So that could be really nice as blue wall's behind. There's also a distinction in Age of Empires 2, not just between macro and micro, but between execution and strategy, right? Strategy is what you plan to do. Execution is how well you execute it. I find it really interesting. This is kind of a long subject of conversation, I think, too long to get into fully, but I just want to introduce it, right? The funny thing is, you would think that micro is for military and macro is for your economy, and that micro is for execution and macro is for strategy. But the truth is that, like, to lay down your economy, you need pretty good micro control of your villagers to, like, for instance, put down farms, right? And that is an executional aspect, right? It does require execution. I just find that really interesting that, like, you would think that micro and macro, economy and military, strategy and execution are sort of like these totally separate concepts, as blue's left behind in the feudal age and yellow and red have clicked up. You would think that those are all totally, like, separate, discrete concepts, but there's a ton of overlap between strategy and execution. And there's a ton of overlap between macro and micro. And there's a ton of overlap between your economy and your military operations and gameplay. And I just find that fascinating. I don't really have a point there. They're just frameworks to think about and to apply. As green gets up, clicks Bodkin, clicks crossbow, but is not feeling ready to pressure, strangely. Guess everybody's just still thinking about their life. And yellow clicks up. Bodkin and crossbow. Right? Bodkin or crossbow. And then Bodkin. Which is one of the biggest power spikes of getting to the next stage is upgrading your archer units. Huge deal. So. And Bodkin. There we go. And the armies are kind of separated. Blue's scouts are up here. Well, blue's kind of split up as scouts. And I'm kind of disappointed. Green got to Castle Age faster. He got Bodkin and crossbow faster. And I kind of feel like you should use that to push, but maybe he just didn't feel confident, maybe in like the scout numbers, I guess, perhaps, as now 200 kilograms might even be able to collapse on this. Kind of interesting. And both scout players have their armor, their attack, and bloodlines, so they're fully upgraded or they're equally upgraded, and they've got good upgrades for now. As there's dancing, and a lot of crossbows for green. Who's this fight going to? Compare total HP. Looks a little bit better for Yo and Vivi.
Really?
I think so. I think it was a little bit better for Yo and Vivi. Although Aftermath still has more crossbows, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to go to the bows because of the range element.
Yeah.
If you can hit them twice before they hit you, then the HP difference doesn't matter as much.
The interplay too is like here's a fun question, right? You are playing a 2v2. One of you is going into scouts / cavalry and knights, and the other is going into archers, right? Would you rather lose your scouts, or excuse me, your cavalry, or would you rather lose your archers? And I think generally the answer for pro players is you would rather lose the cavalry. And that's really, yeah. I mean, you don't want to, but you would rather.
One thing that's interesting about that is that archers are very good at controlling other units, other, horses and people on the map. They're very good at killing villagers, but they're terrible at killing buildings. And in order to put the kind of pressure you need to, I mean, you can kind of camp them out near resources that the villagers are trying to collect, and therefore keep the villagers off those resources. And that's very useful for being able to starve out the opponent. Mm-hmm. But if you actually want to destroy any of those productive buildings, archers are generally speaking not the way to do it.
Yeah, if you're pushing a base, hard to do with archers, right? Whereas cavalry, if they have good armor upgrades, can dive underneath TCs, force villagers to run and hide. They can do things like that, and archers struggle a little bit more. On the other hand, if you build walls, the knights can only, sort of chop away at the outside, and you can just wall behind, whereas crossbows can prevent villagers walling behind. The interplay, right? Like, this is one of the reasons why, it's so funny, right? Because one of the reasons why we're doing this is, partially to have a fun Saturday morning talking about Age of Empires 2, right? But part of it is to engage in sort of this discussion about strategy, and the whole presumption there is that, like, there is such a thing as strategy, there is such a thing as strategic principles that apply across domains, that there's something useful here that's useful in business or in school or in relationships or in other things, right? And I do believe that, but there's also a high degree of particularity, right? Like, to be good at Age of Empires 2, like, you need a lot of really specific game knowledge and game sense that can really only be acquired through playing a huge number of games, right? The subtle interplays of when crossbows are better than knights, and when knights are better than crossbows, and why, and what each one can get for you in a near infinite variety of situations. I read a paper a few years ago. It's a pedagogical paper. It's about learning and education, right? And it's kind of a fun paper, but it starts with the question: if you want to make somebody a better international diplomat, can you help them do that by teaching them to play chess, right? In other words, does the kind of strategy and thinking that you learn while playing chess have cross-domain applicability to international diplomacy, right? And, I can't remember how the paper concludes, but the answer to that question, right, really seems to me to be, well, kind of yes and kind of no, right? And it's sort of this, endless discussion and interplay and possibility for lessons, right? They're finding those domains, or finding those principles that cross domains, while also sort of like acknowledging and finding the subtleties where strategic skill and strategy is only applicable to one domain in some ways. And the interplay between those is really interesting.
I mean, kind of. The funny thing about Age of Empires 2 is that it isn't one domain. So the thing that makes this game so interesting and so rich, Jordan Peterson talks a little bit about this, how life isn't one game, it's the sum of all games. So your behavior is very different, even in something like the prisoner's dilemma. If you're going to play the game only once, the optimal strategy is, of course, to cheat, get the benefit, and then move on. But if you know you're going to play the same game, the same trust game with the same player multiple times, the dynamic changes drastically and you end up being very cooperative. So just being aware that the game itself is going to continue and or change, or that you're going to have to do it again, changes the way people behave. And life is all about being able to adapt to new games over time. Age of Empires 2 is interesting because you never know exactly how you're going to match up. You never know what civilization you're going to be compared to the other person. You can make educated guesses about it, but that dynamic is always new. And because the developers are still active on this game, every civilization's strengths and weaknesses are always being tuned. So just the other day I was playing with the Franks and realized that the cost of a castle had changed. Franks get cheaper castles, and they used to be much, much cheaper, and now they're only kind of cheaper. And that is a change in the game itself that adjusts how you execute your strategy. It adjusts what works and what doesn't. And so in order to play Age of Empires well, you have to be flexible. You have to be able to read the game and see, okay,
big fight here.
Given what I see now, and given what my objectives are, what choices are best to get me toward those objectives, which really is the definition of strategy. One of the troubles with chess is that it is a game that has been kind of perfected and balanced hundreds of years ago. So it really is, in some ways, a solved game. It's a dance where you, from a particular opening, you know roughly how the game is going to go. At very high levels of play, there's still a lot of strategic thinking happening. And also, one of the things that makes it probably not good for diplomacy is that you have kind of three outcomes. You have a draw, and you have checkmate, and you have somebody getting upset and leaving the game, which I guess is a version of draw. There isn't a lot of opportunity for win-win cooperation, and diplomacy is interesting because sometimes you carry on diplomacy through war, or the threat of war. Sometimes it is zero-sum, and sometimes it's not zero-sum. So it's, in some ways, a much more complicated, adaptive, and multi-outcome game than chess.
Yes, I want to rewatch this fight real fast. I've rewinded, which is a cool feature that you get in Capture Age Pro. Support the developers by paying $5 a month for Capture Age Pro. But this is really interesting, and this is a big deal, right? So the military is like the whole on an open map like this. There's just like this incredibly subtle and technical dance that's like almost imperceptible unless you're extremely good at the game, and it's largely imperceptible to me, right? Because I am not extremely good at the game, right? But right here, what you've got is a situation, right? Like, to me, one of the interesting questions in strategy is, in military strategy, there's a concept called the general action, which is basically, it's where you decide everything with one fight, right? So here's a question: when do you do that? And the answer is, you take a general action, sort of either when you're forced to, when you have no other option, or else when you are in a position where you can force the other side into a general action. Right, and this is why, a lot of military strategy has to do with evasiveness, right? Because if you don't feel like you can win a general action, you don't want to take the fight, right? So they've been dancing, right? And now the question is, do you want to take the fight, right? And
can you force them into the fight?
And
that's another dynamic there.
Yep. And Aftermath feels like, yep, we can do this. We're going to take a shot at it, right? So notice he splits up his knights, right? And yellow and red, I think they're trying to go home to red, but these knights have come around, right? And there's such a small technical execution element, but this is how you win the game, right? Is notice the eco and the military are not that different. Little bit of an advantage for Aftermath, but not that different. But Blue gets some of his knights around. Hart gets some of his knights around. Gets the surround. right? Notice he's in on the knights, and red's knights are not in on green's crossbows. Green's crossbows are just dealing damage for free, while blue dives, right? And you watch the military count, and it's a massacre. And part of that was the numerical advantage, but part of that was the ability to force the fight, right? The ability to put your opponent in a position where they have to fight. And that's the end, and it's another game for Aftermath. And it's just so funny to me, right, that like, they, on an open map like this, it's very Arabia-esque, this map, right? And it's very meta, it's very cavalry archer play. And they just nerd out for 31 minutes of game time. Well, for 30 minutes of game time, let's say, right? Little skirmishes, little advantages, just tiny fractional differences, right? And then you build up those fractional differences to a little tipping point, and then it's a landslide. And I find that a very interesting strategic phenomenon.
As soon as the players realize that it's that landslide, typically that ends the game. If you know that you're not going to win, it's considered good manners and generally to not waste everyone's time by yielding as soon as you know you can't win.
Oh, I just noticed something interesting too, right? Which is, and this is also what happens in war, right? You know, and I know that the nuclear bombs on Japan is a more complicated topic than this, right? But you drop 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, and Japan is like, you know, we're done, right? We don't actually have to play this through all the way to the end. We'll just, we know that we don't have a win condition from here, right? Same thing happens in Germany, right? As soon as the Red Army arrives in Berlin, you know, Germany says, look, we're done. Right, and this is true in many wars, right? You find the win condition, you snowball it. I just noticed yellow sent crossbows over here, right? And I just wonder why that decision was made. Seems to me it would have been nice, right? He's getting some good harassment in, but I just wonder about that. You know, if you had those crossbows over here, I don't know, maybe you take a better fight. I think you want the crossbows in one mass.
Splitting up the army.
I think there are times to split up and there are times to not split up, and that was a time to not split up. I think, right? I mean, easy for me to say, right? Peanut gallery. Either of these players, like I said, would kill either of us before we got out of the Dark Age. So, okay, that is a loss for Dravidians, I think. No, that's a win for Dravidians. Sorry. A win for Dravidians. What civs were they? I actually didn't really pay attention to the civs. Just wasn't really relevant because we knew we were going scouts archers. Win for Slavs. Loss for Vietnamese. And a loss for Magyars, my precious beloved Magyars. Sad, but that's how it be. That's how the cookie crumbles. Can't win all the time. And it looks like awesome. A good, pretty evenly matched set, right? Like these are not stomps. Oh, Water Nomad. The next game is Water Nomad. And that is going to be another funky map. And maybe this is a good time. I don't know if there's something you want to say, but a topic you want to address still, but this might be a good time to talk about sort of the mixed map format and the way that plays out in the Age of Empires 2 community and the how it affects these games. Ooh, interesting. Okay, we're gonna have a good time in this game. This is gonna be interesting. Water Nomad is a map that I don't fully understand.
Water maps?
Sorry?
Water maps, specifically?
Or, well, I guess different maps in general, but I guess, yeah, we could start with water maps. Well, I'll introduce the map, right? So this is Water Nomad. You don't start with a TC. Instead, you have to build your first TC. So, for instance, we have blue building his TC here, and then yellow here, and red here. And that means that the positions on the map are asymmetric, right? Green is over here in a corner, very safe. Blue is kind of backed up against the wall. Red is safe, but not as safe as green is. Right, and so these Nomad maps, these Nomad start maps where you have to build your TC and you spawn in a random location, kind of creates new and dynamic game setups that other maps don't offer. And Cartographers is a mixed map tournament, like most, I would say, Age of Empires 2 tournaments, not all, but most. And so you do see a huge variety of maps. And on this map, it's called Water Nomad. There's also Land Nomad and Normal Nomad, which are different, but it's called Water Nomad because, as you can see, almost the entire map, well, really the entire map, is either water, or it is this, or it's beach, or it's this mangrove root terrain. And remember, ships can sail on that, but you can also build and walk on it. And so, on a map where the water and the land are separate, the water units fight the water units and the land units fight the land units. But on a map like this, the water units can fight the land units and the land units can fight the water units. We will see mostly water units. I am hoping that we will see demos, right? There is a ship that explodes, and you can drive that ship right underneath a TC and into a wood line and blow it up. And I'm really hoping to see that, but I don't know if we'll see that.
I don't think I've ever played this map. This one looks incredibly violent. Nothing is safe. You cannot wall effectively. And ships have such long range, and those demolition ships are so devastating that this is going to be really interesting. It's like Arabia, but more so.
Yeah. It is, I guess, sort of in some ways the Arabia of the water, right? Because your town centers are not safe. The ships can park right here on the wood line, and hit everything, right? There is nowhere on this map that is safe from a ship. It is. I gotta be honest. I think it is a fun map to watch every now and again. I think in some ways it's a little bit of a one-dimensional map because it is so open and brutal, but it does, create some fun games.
Like you were saying, with Arabia, as soon as the Arabia map comes out, that you're going to be playing with archers and with cavalry. And that's how it's going to go. With this one, it looks like it's going to be galleons providing the main fire, fire ships, excuse me, acting as a counter for those, almost taking the role of like pikes or spears against your cavalry, and then people sneaking in through the back door with the demolition ships, just sneaking them around corners and just trying to blow up anything that looks unguarded.
Yeah,
I don't
now
think
might
we
be a
will
good.
see any other military.
No, it does. It is kind of a water meta. So we will only see ships. We will probably not see any other military, which is one of the reasons that it's kind of a one-dimensional map, oddly enough. Despite being a hybrid map that has both land and water, right? It is kind of one-dimensional in that way. And what I believe, I've watched a couple games on this map in the Cartographers, and what we typically see is exactly what we're seeing here, which is everybody goes into the galley line. So maybe now's a good time to talk about the triangle on water, what ships you can make and how they're countered. And it basically comes down to this.
Triangle.
Yeah, it basically comes down to this. There are more ships you can build, but there's really, in the basics, only 3 types of ships. One is this galley line, which shoots arrows, and we will see that in a second here as they dance. The mating dance of the wild war galley. I guess they're just galleys right now, not war galleys, but
and they
you'll
shoot
just
kind
dance.
of a
It's like
long,
Archer
massive arrow. That's pretty similar to the Scorpion line
Good
of
kills
siege
here.
units.
Great kills here. So one type of ship is the galley. It shoots an arrow from range. The other type of ship is a fire galley, which I don't think we'll see, but we might see 1 or 2 of. And that is a short-range ship that in some sense counters war galleys. It depends on numbers and micro and stuff, but it counters the galley line because it has high pierce armor, so it resists the arrows. And then it also kills them pretty fast. And it shoots sort of a spout of fire. It's a fire ship, right? Like a Greek fire ship type thing. And then the third type of ship is a demo ship. That's the demolition ship, right? And it counters fire galleys because the fire galleys have a very short range and can't kill the demolition ship before it closes the distance and kills the fire ships. So demolition ships counter fire ships, counter these galleys, counter demolition ships because they can shoot the demolition ships from range. So it's 3 units. It's simple rock, paper, scissors. As things are not looking too bad for Aftermath here. Getting some good kills. The eco advantage is really nice, I think, in part because they were able to snipe some of Blue's fishing ships. Now they're sniping Green's fishing ships. And these galleys do snipe the fishing ships pretty fast. So that is dangerous. And there's like a million little skirmishes all over the map as Blue stonewalls, which is kind of wild. That's one way to do this, right?
One thing that I think would be really interesting to adjust this map and make it a little bit less solved on the meta would be to have a big sandbar running through the middle of the map with only a couple of choke points that allow ships through.
Oh, that would be interesting.
And to have just a large sandbar that you could build a couple of buildings on, but would otherwise be fairly useless.
I'm going to turn down my game volume just a little bit more. I think it's still high, although it's hard to know for sure. We'll try that. Hopefully that worked. Yeah, no, you ought to design maps. There are, they design new maps all the time, right? Water Nomad is an old map, but for instance, this Snake, which we just saw, that's a brand new map. And they do design new maps from time to time, and it's really cool. And, you kind of solve the map, and then they tweak it a little bit to make it a little less solved. And there are variations on each map. There's even different kinds of Arabia that spawn in more and less open configurations for different tournaments, depending on what the tournament host wants. It's very dynamic, right? And this is what I really think about, and what I think is so endlessly fascinating about strategy is that, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier and what you sort of argued against a little bit, about sort of the domain specificity of strategy. I do believe that strategy is in some ways domain specific and in some ways domain general. And therefore, I think that in a way, strategy is itself sort of like an ongoing developing game. In the sense that, for instance, you would think that the strategy is just about winning Water Nomad, right? But then, Joseph Bjork thinks, aha, now I will make a map that is a little bit less solved and a little bit more dynamic as Yo sits on the wood line, forces a ton of idle time. That'll be pretty good. Right, and so it's not just, like, strategy is not just a matter of winning the game. It's also a matter of shifting to the changing landscape of the game, the changing rules and circumstances of the game. And that sort of, I think, scales up infinitely. I mean, this is all conjecture, right? These things are very difficult to sort of, like, prove in a rigorous way. But I think it scales up infinitely, and, it is so rich and dynamic that you can always sort of find new things to talk about and find new angles and strategies to explore. It's kind of like, it actually kind of reminds me of the concept in economics that desires and wants are unlimited. Human desires and wants are unlimited. And so, therefore, the economy is always shifting because it's always providing for existing wants and needs in a better way, or a different way at least, and also adapting to new wants and needs.
There's a quote from George Bernard Shaw that I think ties in here. It's one of my favorite quotes. George Bernard Shaw said that the reasonable man adjusts himself to the world, the unreasonable man attempts to adjust the world to meet him, and therefore all progress is the result of the unreasonable man. Because it's the inventors, the tinkerers, the people who are adjusting the game. So the thing about strategy, though, is that you need to apply both approaches. You need to adjust your behavior and strategy and thinking to match the way the game is, but you can also make choices that push the game in a particular direction. That, for instance, by changing the maps, tweaking the settings...
Green's going to get collapsed on here.
Inventing a new weapon, inventing a new technique.
Sorry, you can go on. I just wanted to update that because...
absolutely.
Green kind of escapes. He escapes for another day. Yo's safe, sort of. He's going to lose some, but he's safe. He'll be okay. Of course he's okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I just find that very, very interesting. But because both are happening, it's a perpetually evolving game.
It reminds me, I can't remember who it is that says this. It's one of the Austrian economists. But he says that the market is a process. And I find that such an interesting... It might be. I'm not confident, but it certainly could be. I believe it's one of the Austrians. And, in economics, we talk a lot about finding the equilibrium. fair enough. It's a very useful concept, right? Obviously, but I do find it interesting to think about the market as not as a seeking for equilibrium with the emphasis on equilibrium, but as a seeking for equilibrium with the emphasis on the seeking, right? And I think it's interesting to perhaps see strategy, both in Age of Empires 2 and writ large in other domains, as not just a seeking for victory with the emphasis on victory, but as a process of seeking for victory with the emphasis on that process of seeking. And I don't know where that would go, but it seems very
There's something kind of
important
interesting there about brain research. So in the neurochemistry of dopamine, you don't get dopamine for having achieved a state. You get it for taking actions that are good at moving you toward a state.
That's a good connection. That's wild.
Yeah, very interesting.
As, by the way, red and yellow get to the Castle Age. Big power spike with Vodkin Arrow. And we'll also see War Galley, which is the upgrade for these ships, come in. And, when you hit that power spike and when you get there faster, you really want to use that. And so I kind of am wondering, what are you doing with that power spike? And I guess the answer is red is diving. But I don't think that's going to work well because red does not have War Galley coming in. He has Bodkin, which is the upgrade for these, but he does not have War Galley coming in. And green has gotten to the Castle Age. He is diving in and he's got War Galley and Bodkin coming in. So he's probably going to trap red here and wipe up this whole army. And that might put Yo and Vivi in a really good position to take this game, potentially. That'll be a fairly big power spike. Like crossbows, massing these galleys is very important, right? Getting the numbers is really important. And as green, oh, that's so nice, right? Yo walls here. He's going to lose a couple villagers, but he's going to trap red. He's going to clean up this whole army, and that's going to be phenomenal. It's just going to be great. But yellow's getting a decent position on blue here. Blue will still escape with some, but it's a decent position. This War Galley comes in for red. Blue's still a little ways from the Castle Age, and all of those red's all cleaned up. But although red is still, Aftermath still has a significant military advantage. They're 20 ships ahead, and yellow's going into longbows. Viking unique unit, absolutely cracked, so strong, shoots multiple arrows. Oddly enough, because it shoots multiple arrows, can shred buildings too. So getting into those longbows is really nice.
It has some bonus damage against buildings, doesn't it?
I don't know, and I'm not sure, and I would doubt it. But whenever a unit shoots multiple arrows, like Chukonu, for example, or Kipchek's, as blue tries to put up a tower, and I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that tower. Whenever you shoot multiple arrows, you will do a lot more damage because. I mean, it's kind of self-evident. There's some additional mechanics behind the scene, but it's kind of self-evident, right? Many arrows equals more damage than few arrows, right? And notice yellow did not get the War Galley upgrade, which is kind of interesting. I kind of feel like he should have. He had 30 galleys. Why not upgrade them? I don't know. But instead, I guess he felt like he just wanted to go into longbows. And maybe that's okay, right? They've got a score lead, and you can't see everything that's going on, but they are 30 ships ahead. They are 30 ships ahead. And that's really great. So maybe he feels like he doesn't need... Oh, but he did just get it after all. All right. Yep. An Aftermath, strong military advantage here. The question is, what can they get done with it in terms of positioning and damage? As Ballistics comes in for green. Big deal. Makes it so that you can hit moving targets more effectively. Right, you build a whole university and research a technology so that you aim for where the unit is going instead of where it is. I just find that funny, right? Like big technological advancement there.
In terms of the outcome, yes.
It's just funny to me that that's framed as a technology, right? Shoot where object is going, not where it is. Although it's often true that major insights in hindsight seem obvious, but in advance, as blue's TC gets denied here, that's kind of nice. That's a nice little accidental find for Leary. He'll enjoy that.
One of my favorite obvious insights that seems obvious in retrospect is the wheel. In South Central and North America before Columbus, there were drop spindles. The Aztecs used a supported spindle that's similar to the takli used in India. And there were some pull-behind toys that kind of look like a wama on 4 little wheels that, a kid can kind of tug around. And that's a toy, and it has wheels. But those are literally the only examples of wheels that we have anywhere in North, South, and Central America. There were no wheels on carts, no wheels, no potter's wheels, no rotary querns, no wheels. That's just an idea that didn't occur. Or was never widespread put into practice.
Yeah, or like the steam engine, for example, right? That would be another example. As we see, I think we're going to see the GG here, honestly, right? Where are the ships for 200 kilograms? Where are the ships for Yo and Vivi? I do not see them because they do not exist because they are dead. And let's try to find the kill-death ratio here in our stats, down in the bottom right. Actually, pretty even. So I guess the production... And in fact, Yo's got a lot of kills. Oh, but poor Vivi's gotten pummeled in the kill-death ratio. I don't know if it's so much the kill-death ratio that's so good. I guess Aftermath has just managed to really outproduce. Let's kind of see how many docks each side has, if I can do this. 3 blue docks on the map. I don't know what I think of Yo's walls here. I don't know how useful those were. They're just really big walls, and you invest a lot to build all those walls. 4 docks for Yo, so 7 docks total for Team 200 kilograms. And then how many docks? I guess 8 docks. That's really strange. I guess Aftermath's just been better at producing, better at balancing their eco, maybe? I don't know. I don't really like the walls here for Yo, right? Again, peanut gallery opinion, but it's just a lot of investment to build those walls, and you don't even finish them, and I don't really know how useful they are.
It meant that, the wall is an advantage for Yo in the sense that he knows where the attack is going to come from, but it's also a disadvantage in that all of his military has to go out through that same choke point.
Mm-hmm. Well,
he created a choke point that the enemy could take advantage of to basically keep him contained.
Okay, I've got a strategic concept that comes out of this, right? There are 2, right, like in gaming and in RTSs, there's a strategy called turtling, which is exactly what it sounds like, right? Like you build your shell and you hide in your shell, right? And something I find so interesting is that I think in many cases there's an instinct for new players or low level players to turtle. And by the way, I share this. I prefer kind of turtly maps. Right? The world is a scary place. Right? The map is a scary place. I don't want to go out there. It's, attacking is scary. But, turtling is, exactly like it sounds. You build your shell, you hide in your shell, right? And I truly believe, right, and this is kind of a, stand up straight with your shoulders back sort of thing, that to be a better player, you really want to think hard about, no, I don't want to keep myself safe by building walls. Instead, I want to keep myself safe by building military, moving out, and controlling and commanding the space. In other words, to win in the long term, I want to think not about sort of protecting myself as I look at Red's walls. So, right, everybody walls, right? Every map, even Water Nomad, is arena by minute 15. But you don't want to think in terms of, I will keep myself safe by building walls. You want to think, I will keep myself safe by building units that can aggressively and assertively probe out into the map, take fights, trade, engage, and eventually get a commanding position. Right? Turtling feels safer, but it is not actually safer. And that's one of the reasons why pros prefer Arabia, because it's in that sense sort of like emblematic of the better strategy overall, which is to I'll quote Jordan Peterson, right? Face the world forthrightly and, go out into it and sort of take your scrapes, engage, etc. And I feel like these walls, these giant walls, do not reflect that, which is, again, right, I'm sort of using it to make my point. Yo is an extremely good player. like I said, top 3 or 4 in the world, depending on the day. But I do think that that's a large lesson of strategy. And it is demonstrated in Age of Empires 2. So,
yes, and there's a connection that's really interesting between this and what we were talking about earlier about restricting options and channeling the enemy's decisions. So one of the things that you want to do, and we talked about this, the prompt was a small wall that one of the players was using to block in Yo to prevent him from escaping after it looked like he was going to lose his base. And so what you want to do in that case is either get help from a friend or get some of your villagers to escape so that you can kind of set up a new base somewhere else. And the person who is besieging started creating walls to keep Yo in that particular area, to curtail his choices and to narrow his options. And one of the things that turtling does is it narrows the world. The world is, as you said, a big and scary place full of options, and options can be either opportunities or they can be risks. And so in order to close off some of those possibilities, some of those nasty, nasty risks, you start creating walls that create choke points that artificially narrow the number of places where things can get in and out of your base. But that also restricts opportunities. It restricts the total number of choices. So I guess it depends on how wide your personal bandwidth is. How many choices can you handle?
Yeah.
And you should not artificially narrow your choices past that number.
Yep.
That is a fascinating concept.
So
I need to run. I've got a couple of other things I handled today. But this has been fascinating and productive. If you are watching at the moment, please leave a comment. We'd love to hear what you think about this. This streaming of Age of Empires 2 and discussion of strategy and philosophical concepts as they come up. Are you going to keep streaming the next couple?
I'm thinking about it. It's just been I've streamed once or twice by myself, but it is so much more fun with somebody to talk to, and it's sad. Aftermath is up 3-1. One more game, but I know you can't. Potentially one more game. You and Vivi could come back, and the next game is going to be nuts. I do see that we have a viewer or two. So, our silent viewer, if you do want to chip in, I'd be happy to stay on. I'm going to watch it anyway, so I may. Oh man, I do not want to do this myself. It's been so much fun to have you on.
It has. Problem. It really has been fun. I think we should do this again.
I feel like I have to finish the set. I feel like I have an obligation to finish the set. So that is what I think I will do.
Okay.
Even though it will be difficult, and I will talk to myself, and that's okay. I don't mind. It'll be so nice because you can't disagree with me anymore. So.
Well, don't get used to it. Thank you. This has been really fun. Let's talk again.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
All right. Well, I guess I'm in charge now. And they are into the next game. I normally like very close sets. In a best of 7, it's really nice to see the game go 3, or see the set go 3 games against 4, because you want to see all the good games you can. But I do kind of hope the Aftermath takes this last one. Because it's a lot more fun to do this in a group, to do this with more than one person. We will be seeing an absolutely funky map next. Truly, one of the maps of all time, and we're going to be in about 40 seconds. We're right on time. It is a map called Four Seasons. If I'm getting the map right, it's one where you start with 2 TCs. It's a very interesting map, very strange, very chaotic, produces some really fun, good games. So I'm really excited to see what they do. And they picked... I don't hate those civs. I'm not very good at picking civs on a map like Four Seasons. But I'm pretty okay with the civs they picked. I wish I could put up... we'll be in about 30 seconds anyway. But it's Lithuanians and it was Italians, right? I think it was Italians. Yep, Lithuanians and Italians for Aftermath. And then Burgundians and Turks. And kind of what I see there, Lithuanians is picked for a specific reason that we'll get into. But with Italians, Burgundians, and Turks, those are all three civs that take advantage of a fast imp timing, where you get a lot of new powerful technologies. You get trebuchets, you get gunpowder, that can be quite strong. So Aftermath versus 200 kilograms, Yo and Vivi, Chinese players, and then Aftermath, Leary, top 4 player in the world. Yo is also a top 4 player, and then Hart from Peru. So as you can see on this map, it's called 4 seasons because there's 4 quarters and each one is a different sort of biome. That's clearly winter. I guess this is fall, and then this is spring, and this is summer. Would we say this is a summery sort of? It's deserty. It feels warm. Palm trees. Feels like summer. And yeah, this does kind of feel autumny, doesn't those, colors changing on the quaking aspens, or maybe they're normal aspens. I don't know if there are normal aspens. Yeah, so this has got to be fall. This has got to be spring. The wild rhinos in spring. I don't know if rhinos are particularly associated with spring, but I suppose that's okay. So there's 4 quarters to the map, right? And each one is cordoned off by these wood lines that you cannot walk through, right? But you can chop through eventually after much time. And then later in the game, there are some units that can cut through the wood line, a few of them. And the way this is set up is you start with 2 TCs. You can see 2 TCs for each color, which means that you are doing a lot of managing in the beginning because you're managing twice as many units and twice as many TCs. So it's a very difficult start to keep efficient. And you are each quarter of this map, you are trapped in with one of your enemies, right? So you are sort of fighting your enemy for control of that quarter in this very limited space that is only 1/4 of the map. And that is happening in 4 different places at once. So what is the strategy here? How do you adapt to that? Well, one thing Aftermath has done is they've gone for Lithuanians. Lithuanians start with a little bit of extra food, which helps you continue to produce villagers. At the beginning of a game like this where you have 2 town centers, you're trying so hard to produce villagers, right? It's the mainspring of your economic growth. You need to keep building villagers out of that town center. And to do that, you need food. Each villager costs 50 food, which is not a ton. It's fairly cheap, but in the early game, you are small and you are poor and you are weak, and that food is valuable. So producing that is really nice, and killing that scout is actually super good for Yo because now Leary will not be able to scout and see what Yo is doing in this 4th of the map. But that's the reason you go for Lithuanians, is that they'll get a bit of extra food. And then Italians and Turks and Burgundians are all similar in at least one respect. And that is that they all are strongly advantaged by a fast imperial age timing. They all get strong gunpowder. Additionally, Turks and Burgundians in particular get a very good unique unit from the castle. So kind of what you would want to see is, and you wouldn't necessarily see a castle, but you would see getting up to Imperial Age and getting out those strong Imperial Age units quickly. And I think that's kind of what you see from the strategy here. And there's going to be some interesting interplays between all these civilizations. Italians in some ways are a counter to Turks, I would say. Okay, now there's also a really interesting strategic dimension to the fact that you are managing 2 different quarters at the same time, right? So if you are Mr. Yo, do you fight in both quarters? Or do you fight really hard in one quarter and just sort of wall up and hide and defend in the other, right? Because if you only fight hard in one, then you can launch a stronger push. But that will leave your other quarter relatively undefended. So we often do see on this map situations where, you'll be very hard pressed in one corner, and then you'll be pushing forward in the other corner. But of course, you don't know which side your enemies are going to be pushing on and how they're going to be balancing that. You have to kind of watch and pay attention to that. So it can create some very interesting, dynamic, complicated games. The way that this map partitions off portions of the conflict gets really interesting. And there are ways that we segment conflict in real life, right? Like, I don't know. Oh, hey, Victorious, welcome. You're kind of an educational game. Yeah, you're not wrong, and we are certainly trying. Joseph York was on earlier. He has obligations that forced him to leave. But it is kind of an educational game, and it's also a fun game. And, I find both really valuable personally. Like, I think it is a really fun game, but it's also like I truly find it interesting. I mentioned earlier that I started writing a book about strategy in Age of Empires 2. I ended up writing, I think, like 13,000 words, which is quite a few, all things considered. So I could talk about this for a while until my throat gets all scratchy, which it's starting to. That's okay. I'm in it for the long haul, maybe, kind of. But yeah, it is. Oh, you are asking, Victorious, is this kind of an educational game? I think so. Is this an educational game? Yes and no. There are two portions to the yes answer, and there is one portion to the no answer, and I'll deal with the no answer first, right? So the way it is not an educational game is that there are some flat historical inaccuracies, right? Like, all these civilizations are real. Lithuanians, absolutely real. Italians, you may have heard of Italy, perhaps, right? Very real. And they are all from about 500 AD to about 1500 AD, roughly. That's the approximate timeline. So there are gross historical inaccuracies, right? So, for example, there are three. They're called Mesocivs, even though one of them is from the Andes. It's not from Mesoamerica. But the Mayans, the Aztecs, and the Incas, all from Central and South America, they get trebuchets in this game for balance purposes. I feel confident saying that the Mayans never built any trebuchets. I don't know a lot about the Mayans, but I feel fairly confident going out on a limb and saying that. So there are historical inaccuracies. That is the no answer, right? In that sense, it is not an educational game, right? The Japanese never actually fought the Vikings on Arabia. Not real. But it is educational in a few ways. One is that there is a degree of historical accuracy, right? Like I said, these are all civs, and they all do have bonuses, which bonuses and units, which although they are partially adjusted for game balance purposes, are, at least in some sense, are intended to and often do reflect the historical nature of those civilizations. For instance, the Lithuanians get the Winged Hussar unit. You may have heard of the Winged Hussars and how they arrived coming down the mountainside. So that's real. The Burgundians, sort of a segment of France-ish, sort of, giving them cavalry bonuses is pretty realistic. Giving the Italians some bonuses built around sort of technology and development and gunpowder, that feels pretty historically accurate, as we have kissing castles here. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, but the castle does go up. This is going to be a fight. Instead of talking about the game, I'm going to talk about how it's historical or not historical. One of the other ways that it's historical is that there are campaigns. And many people don't even play, sort of multiplayer human against human. They don't play games like this. They just play the campaigns. And Joseph Bjork and I have done a couple of these co-op campaigns that you can play with somebody. Super fun. And they're all, based, not perfectly, but, somewhat accurately on real historical people. Joseph Bjork and I did the Suri Averman campaign from the ancient Khmer Empire. Fun, interesting, moderately educational. When I was in 7th grade, fun fact about Joseph Fisher, when I was in 7th grade, I actually wrote an essay about Age of Empires 2. I thought it was so cool that that these bonuses and units, to some degree reflected real history. And, that was obviously very cool. So the Britons have got their longbow units, the Franks have their heavy cavalry, good stuff like that as the Fat Dragon's castle goes down. Vivi's castle, it looks like it's in deep danger. Oh, but he is going to save it for a minute longer. There's one other way in which this is educational. This game is educational. And that is the way that Joseph Bjork and I have been discussing for the last couple hours, which is sort of the strategic element of this game. In pedagogy, there's this concept called learning transfer. And it's basically the question, if you learn one thing, are you able to transfer that knowledge and skills to another thing? If you, does sort of one skill or one area of knowledge apply to something else? Right, and that's very important because in life we do a lot of different things. We sort of have to be competent in a lot of different domains. You have to be good at having friends, good at having a relationship, good at whatever work you're at, which involves all sorts of skills, right? You have to be good at managing your personal finances. You have to be good at this, that, and the other. And so the question is, as the castle does go down, not good for Vivi. And will there be follow-up? Leary's, oh boy. Leary's on the way to Imp. Sorry, actually I'm going to start talking about the game in a second, but it kind of has taken this long for things to develop, so I guess it's pretty okay. That is quite the mill. I am not sure why he is doing that, but okay. If you get good at Age of Empires 2, will it help you be good at other things? And Joseph, I mean, there's a way in which that's certainly not true, right? And you certainly can't have unbalanced gaming habits that make you bad at other things in life. That is 100% true. But there's also ways in which it does make you smarter, and I could talk about that for hours. And I guess that's what we were doing. So, for instance, one thing, and this brings us back to the gameplay, timings, right? The Italians have certain civ bonuses that make it so they can get to Imperial Age a little bit faster than other civs, and they are the second civ to get to Imperial Age. And they're going to use that. He's going to start cranking out trebs and, seriously threaten Yellow's base here. And he's got a great unit comp here, too. He's picked, this is a unit that gets bonus damage against cavalry. So he was able to clear up all of those. They're called Coustilier. Somebody who's French would need to fix my pronunciation. Vivi's in trouble here. This could kill him. This could kill his whole segment here. And then he will be only here. The other civ that gets phenomenal timings is the Turks. They're able to create bombard cannons instantly on the next stage, this long-range siege, without researching the prior tech that all other civs have to research. So Green is doing great here, and he's even throwing down 2 more TCs because he knows he's on the struggle bus up here. He's 0 TC gaming up here. He's in danger. He is in danger. If a few Janissaries come out, yep, here's the Janissaries, they're going to kill everything here. Green is in big trouble here. But, he's doing just fine down here. Right? So if Red takes this whole segment, Green takes this whole segment, fair trade. Right? And I think Green is going to take this. I don't know if there's anything Yellow can do. Yellow is in. Oh, this is such a bad position, right? You've got the siege coming in. You've got some units to take care of any units he can make. You can trade off mangonels, which is the only, effective siege that he can build from this for now. And then these 2 quarters, pretty chill and quiet, just booming up, seeing what they want to do with their lives, thinking about things, planning, waiting. Although the latest are in. And you really can go find pictures of these online. This is a real historical, when I say unit, right? There really were horsemen in Lithuania that looked approximately like this and used that sort of Lithuanian symbol, which is, cool. And they're going to kill some villagers. Still pretty balanced as far as overall eco and military count, right? But you don't just want to think about the overall numbers, right? This is a map where you are divided into 4 different segments, and even if you're balanced overall, winning and losing in an individual segment is a big deal. And Green is going to lose every single one of these villagers. Green is going to lose. They will not survive. They cannot survive. They are dead men walking. And now Red is broken through. Trebuchets can slowly cut these trees. Blam. And now Red is in on Blue. And Blue is in danger here. And this is not good. And notice that the counts, the eco count is a little bit in Aftermath's favor now. But I think Vivi is not in let's see. No, Yo is pushing in, right? And I don't know what Blue's going to do to counter this. Like a few monks and some Latus, I do not know if they are going to cut it against this. And like I said, all those villagers are dead men walking. So that's really good for Team Yo and Vivi. 200 kilograms is their team name. I actually have no clue. Hey, Jasons, welcome. I hope you're confused in a way that resolves I hope that your confusion is the good kind of confusion, that you're like, oh, I'm confused because I wasn't expecting this, but it's really cool. Yeah, well, you could listen to the previous couple hours of the stream where Joseph Bjork was on. We did a ton of talking. So I don't feel great about Hart's position here. And they have the score lead, but it's slight. And I don't feel great about Hart's position here, especially because these Coustillers are now going to be able to come in, help support. Blue's in trouble here. And Blue's not making that much progress against Red here. So even though the score is slightly in favor of Leary and Hart, I don't know, man. From a positional perspective, right, Yo's now able to start doing some pushing here. And Vivi has been very stubborn about dying here. I mean, he's going to die here, right? He cannot fight this, but he's dying very stubbornly, and he's going to be okay. He's got this going for him. And the eco is starting to balance out a little bit. I like Yo and Vivi's position here. It's not just about the numbers up here, as the military starts to shift a bit, right? It's about the specific interplay. Oh, hey, do you follow T92, Jay Sons? He says, yes, I just thought T90 was the only AOE2 caster I follow. Yeah, I've watched T90 for a few years. I found him while I was doing my grad program in English, actually, around the time of Hidden Cut 2. And I was like, what? This game is still going? I am somebody who played Age of Empires 2 when I was a young lad, when I was like 10 or 11. Loved playing as the Spanish, right? They get conquistadors, guys with guns on horses. What's not to love, right? That was my feeling. As Hart's got a few late sci here, I think is the appropriate plural of the latest. And they're strong, but I just, nope, he is on the struggle bus here. And now Hart is on the struggle bus here. And, you know, Leary is doing just fine down here. But if Hart dies, and Hart is gonna die, it looks like, then he's dead. And Leary cannot win this game by himself, right? It is actually 2v2. And yep, Leary's been completely cleared out of this segment. Not a single villager left. So this segment is owned by 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms is winning this segment. They're winning this segment. This is the only segment they've lost. And they have, I think, fully lost it. I don't think there are any more villagers, right? And now Green, he's got Onager. Onager can cut trees. He's going to try to cut through here and make something happen. So the question is, can 200 kilograms kill Blue here and kill Blue here before Green shows up with this very, you know, pretty threatening army of archers and trebs and make something happen? And he comes through the wood line and he says, hello there, Yo. Nice to see you. How you doing? Just saw you beating up on my friend Hart. That's not okay. We don't like bullies. As Yo drops a belligerent castle, Hart is on the run. He is fleeing. He is in danger. And again, the question is, what kind of damage can Leary get done here? And with 4 trebs, the answer is, quite a bit of damage. That castle is toast. He is not going to be able to sufficiently repair that, I don't think. This TC is going to go down in short order after that. But this is kind of okay, I think, for 200 kilograms. Because they can die slowly in this segment. That's fine. Right, they can die slowly in this segment. He's already up here. He can boom up here. That's going to be just fine. As it looks like Hart stabilized quite a bit here. And he feels safe enough to drop more TCs, produce more villagers, and boom up. And I don't know how safe he should feel, because, well, I don't know. Maybe he is kind of safe. Blue's kind of threatening him here. And are we going to see the quick walls? We are going to see the quick walls. Yep. Age of Walls. As we all know, if you can just put down these wall segments, the horses cannot hurt you. The horses cannot hurt you. They don't like walking over scaffolding. They don't like walking over building zones. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe Team Aftermath is okay here, right? They can slowly push away here. It's going to take a minute. But I think they might be able to do it. As 200 kilograms has a ton of idle villagers somewhere. Oh, that's here on the castle. And Green backs off. Green is going to push here instead. I kind of like that. Maybe what you do, right? Blue's starting to do okay up here. So maybe you pivot and you think, let's crush yellow here. This is the only place where yellow is, right? Let's push him out of the game entirely. Push from the north. Blue can do that. Cut through the wood line. Green can do that. Squeeze him like a vise from both sides. And this is... That is a massacre. Not a single one of these villagers is going to make it out alive. And that is going to be a blow to Aftermath's villager count. So, the way it's looking, Oh, this is interesting. You know, you wonder, maybe green should not have cut through here. Maybe he should have just cut through here. Because now that he's cut through here, you know, the thing about a door is that it swings both ways. And now red is going to say, hello there, green. You know, I can come through here just as easily as you can come through here. And my turn to pressure you. So, I don't know. I'm really impressed with how Hart and Leary were able to recover here. But I still prefer China's position here. Team 200 kilograms. I don't know why they picked that name. I guess it's because Vivi is called the Fat Dragon. That's the only thing I can guess. Extra range coming in for the Turk cannons. And this is, I think, concerning for Leary. This is the only place where he is on the map. He can't afford to lose this. And so, what's he going to do? Yep, he's cutting. He can start trebbing down that castle. And so, I suppose the question now is, how fast can red kill green? And can red kill green faster than green and blue can kill yellow? Because yellow is trapped here. You know, he is between the proverbial rock and the hard place. And he could just lose everything. As the castle goes down, and he's into Coustier. That's his unique unit. It's produced only from castles. He needs these castles, and if he loses this castle, there are no more Coustier, and he is truly trapped, and he's running with the villagers. He's going to try to sneak out. And it's not going to work. There's not a lot out here. I guess, like, you can run, but you can't hide. You really can't. He's trapped. Man. I don't know. Right? The shifting places where pressure is being applied. As yellow is truly running, and it is not going to work at all. It is not going to work at all, and Hart is going to be farming kills with the late side and with the castle too. And this castle's going to go down. I don't think he can repair it long enough. He's out of stone. Or no, sorry, that's not stone. Hang on. Where's my stone? Oh, he's got a little bit of stone, but he's going to run out soon. These two trebs are going to take that out. And green is belligerent, and yellow is fleeing for his life. And green is defending okay here. Italian Cavalier coming in. Good upgrades. They're going to dive. Oh my word. They're going to dive, and they're going to take a good trade. And the thing is, they don't have to... They just have to stall out this push. They don't even have to permanently defeat it. They just have to buy time, because yellow is trapped. He is utterly trapped, and everything here is going to die. The castle is going to go down. Every single one of those villagers is going to be dove on by the late side. And yellow is trying to run. Can he do it? He's running. He's running. The late Chai are going to find them. But the Coustier are going to dive and scare him away. Okay, nice. All right, sorry for that jerky screen there. And the bombard cannons are going to protect this. And Vivi escapes with some villagers. And all of these villagers are going to die. Right, they will be slowly hunted down. It is only a matter of time. And it is not a matter of very much time. Right, Vivi is no TC gaming. He's on the run. He's fearing for his life. But you know what? It is okay. It is okay. Because red is laying down the bombard towers. He's pushing in. It's going to be incredibly difficult to push. And I don't know if green can push through here. Now, the tricky thing is that now, at this point, red, is fighting on both fronts. He has to hold both of these positions. Right? And green has army. Green can push. Green can flex. And blue has army. And blue can flex and push. Right? And meanwhile, poor Vivi has 11 Coustier. He is still in the Castle Age. He's the only player in Castle Age. He is behind everyone. It is not great. He does not have a TC. He's going to try to reboom somehow. And Yo's job is clear. He needs to lock down the area with bombard towers. He needs to buy time. And he walls. And I think Turks get fortified wall, which is the upgrade that makes your walls stronger. I think they get it. He needs it. And he's going into stables, and he's thinking camels. Does he have enough gold for that? Camels do cost... Okay, yep, he's got all the gold he wants. He's got plenty of gold. So it's going to be full gold from him. Camels to counter the Cavalier. Camels to counter the Leche. Camels are a highly mobile, but gold-costing counter to nearly all cavalry. I still believe in Team 200 kilograms, right? These bombard towers, powerful fortifications that can lock down an area, make it extremely slow, tedious, difficult to push through. It's going to take blue a long time to push through here. And it's not going to be... Green is going to be a little bit faster here. But red can stall out for a while. Red can stall out for a while. He can buy that time. The eco count is still, fairly close. Vivi is hanging in there. He's got 1 TC. He's going for a second TC. He says, I can do this. I can do this. Just hold, Yo. Just hold the line. And I think Yo can do it. So there's a question here. And here's the strategic dimension, right? You have an objective. Blue and green have an objective. Push in and damage red. And they have army to do it. They have cavalry. They have archers. They have siege. They can do this, but the question is, how fast can you do it? It's a matter of timing, right? And Yo is thinking the same thing as he gets masonry for his buildings, right? Okay. I know it's essentially 2v1 right now. Vivi is out of the game. He's just trying to boom back in. He can only make villagers. He cannot make military. He cannot afford that. He needs to boom back into the game, right? He's on 18 villagers. He is on life support here, right? So the question is, from Yo, how slowly can I die? And I think the answer is pretty slowly. He's still got a really healthy economy, so he can spam Cavaliers. Yep, and now Blue is on the run. Blue is fleeing. I'm telling you, 200 kilograms can do this. Yo and Vivi can do this. It was really tight. And Vivi was almost dead. If he had not run with these villagers and successfully escaped, he would have been defeated. But I think Team 200 kilograms has done this. Blue's on the run. Blue is fleeing. Blue now has 1/4 of the map. It only has 1/4 of the map. And it doesn't even have that 1/4 of the map. They don't have enough map control to put down this castle that's in the back corner of their own map. And red is not only not being pushed here, he is the one doing the pushing. And the eco is even, and Aftermath has more military, but I think 200 kilograms has done it. In a second, they are going to own 3/4 of this map. They will have all of the map control, they will have all of the position, and Aftermath is on 100% of timer. They have to push, they have to make something happen really, really, really fast. And the problem is that red is fortified up. And those fortifications are going to make it so that Aftermath cannot push really, really fast. They can push, but they cannot do it really, really, really fast. It's a matter of timing. If they had more time, maybe they could do it. But they do not have that timing. And I kind of wonder, on some level, Italians get a unit called the Condottieri. And it is an anti-gunpowder specialist. And red, Mr. Yo has gone into quite a few gunpowder units. These Janissaries, the shooty dudes, are gunpowder. Same thing with these cannons. So I mean, I didn't even think of it at the time, right? I'm a scrub mid-elo player, mid-skill player. But this wood line, that is not a healthy wood line. This is not a healthy economy, right? Now blue has to reboom. And the eco lead is switched to red. I do kind of wonder why we didn't see Condottieri from the Italian player, because that could have been really strong against the Turks, I believe. But hindsight is 2020, peanut gallery, yep, and the score is switched. 200 kilograms is ahead. They are on the hunt. They are on the hunt. And now they're pressing in from here, and they own 3/4 of the map, and Vivi is back onto 5 TCs. He's booming like a madman. He's back up to 60 villagers. They have the eco lead, and blue is now the one desperately... Oh, and they have cut. They've cut, and that is a great move, right? Green still has a fairly healthy farming eco. If you cut with onagers through the wood line, you can send hussars in to raid the eco. Oh my goodness, I totally missed this. Okay, well, I am blind. And this is what Aftermath figured. They figured we're going to cut right up the gut, and we're going to press into the heart of Yo's eco. But the problem is this isn't the heart of Yo's eco, and he's got some fortifications here, and this is not going to be a fast push. And even if they take this, like, okay, fine, you know, you take 17 farms. Yo's still on 30 farms. He has 1,000 food in the bank. You know, in the words of Captain America, he can do this all day. Probably. And it's shifting more and more and more. And now Red's pressing in from here. Red's got the control of, you know, a significant portion of this quarter of the map down here. He's doing just fine. Blue is still on the struggle bus. He has 19 Lechai, and that's great. And they can dive in and kill some villagers. But, like, if Yo loses every single one of these villagers, all 17 of them, they're still ahead in the eco count. This is fine. This is not damaging enough, right? You're not killing enough of Yo's eco to make this worthwhile. Although if they manage to find their way over here, you know, Vivi is still squishy and weak and unprotected, relatively speaking. There's a castle here, there's a bombard tower, but it ain't great. And meanwhile, Yo is just carving Leary up from the inside. 5 bombard cannons, 29 Janissaries, and I don't think Leary has anything. I just wonder if Condottieri, I need to think back about why he went Cavalier. Yep, and Aftermath agrees. They decide, yep, we have 1/4 of the map, and we don't even really have that, and it is time to throw in the towel. And that is a game to 200 kilograms, Yo and Vivi. Wow. Yeah, like I said, you know, this map generates very messy, dynamic, chaotic, fun, interesting games that shift like crazy, right? And honestly, I think a lot of this is just the power of Turks. At the moment where Vivi was getting massacred, you know, hunted down, and his villagers were on the run, Yo had those high-value units, elite Janissaries, cannons. He had the gold and the resource to tech into heavy camel riders, and Turks do get good heavy camel riders. They get fully upgraded ones, get all the important upgrades. And then he locks down the area with bombard towers and says, Vivi, teammate, I can buy you time. I can buy you time. And he, honestly, he did more than that. I mean, Yo really kind of 1v2'd Hart and Leary a little bit. I mean, Leary needed a second to catch his breath, I think, and I still kind of wonder, right? Like, why not Condottieri from the Italians? Great counter to Turks. And that seems especially true because he went instead into Genoese crossbows, which are a special archer unit for the Italians. Let's see if I can actually find them. It's just sort of getting me to the middle point between all of them. There's got to be some around here somewhere. Yeah. So they are an anti-cavalry specialist. But and yellow Vivi was going into cavalry, his unique unit, the Coustier. But I just don't know if an anti-cavalry archer gives you that much against the Turks. Particularly when you already know that the Turks have mostly gone into gunpowder. I'm sure there's an explanation that I just don't know enough about the game to understand, but that seems to me not such a good move, perhaps. Okay, and that means it's a loss for Lithuanians, loss for Italians, win for Turks, win for Burgundians, and now there's only a few civs left, and you can kind of start scoping out what your opponent's going to be doing. And I bet, well, they might take a breather after that. Score is 3v2. Aftermath 1 game ahead, but you know, it's all been close. It's all been close. And I think we will pause for a second as we wait for the next game to start. And I'm going to go try to find, there should be a map draft. Nope. I believe there's a map draft. Let us find the map draft. Really would like to find the map draft. You know, the map draft is just as strategic as just as important as the Civ draft, right? It's a matter of prior positioning, right? You can win, or you can set yourself up in a way that makes winning more likely. And the map draft and Civ draft beforehand allows you to do that, because it's not just about winning the game, it's about winning the set. Right, you need to be able to properly scale up. It looks like it is going to be Scandinavia. So what civs do you pick for Scandinavia? If you're Aftermath, you pick Mongols, because there's a lot of hunt on Scandinavia, and Mongols get a hunt bonus. And you pick maybe Malians. Scandinavia's a hybrid map, water and land. Malians are strong on hybrid maps. Mongols and Malians, maybe? I could also see Saracens. Saracens are a possibility. Maybe you do Chinese, but I'd have to see the rest of the map draft to know. Because maybe you want to save Chinese for another map. And then, but my guess right now is Mongols and Malians. Then for 200 kilograms, what civs do you pick on Scandinavia? There's water and fishing, so you want something with a fish bonus. And then there's hunt, but really the only hunt bonus in the game is Mongols. And notice, Mongols was their #1 pick civ, so Aftermath really wants to win Scandinavia. They see that as important. I bet you pick Berbers as a counterpick to Mongols. The Berber unique unit is very strong against Mongols. And then I bet you pick Huns, because Huns are decent on hybrid. The other thing you could do is pick Byzantines, and maybe that's what you do actually, because Byzantines are very strong in hybrid maps. And then they also complement Berbers. Berbers are a cavalry civ, and Byzantines can play archers to complement a cavalry civ. And then because Byzantines have such strong fire ships, they're also quite strong on mixed land-water maps, hybrid maps. So if I were a betting man, I would say I think Byzantines and Berbers. But again, I would have to see the rest of the map draft, and I have not seen that. So you want to pick civs that give you some kind of eco bonus, because the foundation of everything is your eco, right? It's the back end. It's like we were talking about earlier with logistics. And actually, there's a great quote from, I think, Napoleon that I love, right? Amateurs talk tactics, professionals talk logistics. In other words, amateurs talk about sort of the little front end stuff. They talk about winning battles and skirmishes. But professionals in strategy are thinking about the long-term structure, the back end. They're thinking about the long-term structure that supports victory and that supports the possibility and probability of winning those tactical engagements. And there's a lot of that, by the way, in the AOE2 scene. It's a great demonstration of it. There's a classic example from a few years ago in a tournament where one of the oldest players on the scene, named Doubt, who is very much sort of this like economy macro strategy oriented player, and at least compared to other pros, his sort of micro and execution is a little bit less good. But he's able to perform incredibly well because he thinks, he's a professional. He thinks about logistics. He thinks about his economy. He thinks about his strategy and his long-term unit compositions. And so even if he loses a little fight here or there, doesn't matter. Does not matter. He'll still perform incredibly well. And he does perform incredibly well. He's a very, very, very good player. Top 8, probably. Top 8, probably, I would say. Okay. I'm actually going to take this opportunity to, I think, grab a quick bite to eat, and also, well, it looks. I mean, it seems like they're taking a pause, so which is understandable. This is a long set. It's grueling. It's difficult. It's exhausting. But they are. I am a little confused because it feels like they should be in. And I think they're in the lobby. Maybe they're just still. Oh, yeah, they're in the lobby. They're still setting up. Okie dokie. All right, I will take a quick break. See you in a second. And we are back. The Cartographers 2v2, Age of Empires 2 tournament. Game 6, I guess, in the semifinals. Between Aftermath and the team 200 kilograms, but I've named it Yo and Vivi because those are more familiar names for those who do occasionally follow the Age of Empires 2 scene. And we are on the map Scandinavia. Water on the sides. Fish, very important. And it looks like the setup here, there's sort of two ways that the map can spawn, where your teammates are all on one side of the map, in which case you have safe fishing, or where, and this is the case here, where one of your teammates is on one side of the map and the other is on the other. So this whole pond is going to be contested between green and red, and this whole pond is going to be contested between yellow and blue. That fishing ends up being very important because it's an additional source of resources in the early game. In the early game, the strength of your economy is kind of throttled by your town center because it can only produce one villager at a time. And so that's sort of the bottleneck. By building a dock, you can build fishing ships, which although they can only collect one kind of resource, contrary to villagers who can collect any kind of resource, at least you have, it's sort of like another mini town center that's producing a specific type of villager. So hugely important, get those fish up, get your economy going, and they'll fight for control of that fish. And the civs were Malians and Mongols, just like I predicted, haha, and Berbers and Byzantines, just like I predicted. And, you know, even I can get things right every now and again, depending. And I did this time. As the demos come in, these are the demo rafts, the lowest version of the demo ships. And you kind of want to dive one right on the fish almost. But he doesn't. Instead, he's going to fight. Right? You repair. Yeah. Lackluster demo. Not so good. Meanwhile, there is some land pressure, right? Here, neither of these players really loves going into archers. Neither of these civs really loves going into archers. They both can, but their strengths kind of lie in other areas. Nevertheless, you can just get a few, you know, just two archers and some man-at-arms doing a lot of damage. You apply pressure, you force Vivi to respond, right? And a lot of this is, look, you may not be able to kill with this, but you can force a reaction, right? You can't win with every move that you make. But what you can do with every move you make is sort of pressure the other side and force them to respond, right? So even this one dinky little skirmisher, well, he's actually going to die. But when another one comes out, he's going to force this to, right? The archers can't sit there comfortably. The skirmishers are a counter to the archers. Berbers are walling up. Kind of makes sense. And it looks like, for the most part, they want to fight on the water. And Vivi's already kind of won on the water. Not on his side. Not too unsurprising. Byzantine fire galleys, extremely strong. So he's won on the water. Hart's given up on the water. And Hart said, okay, I'll go into archers and pressure your wood line. Oh, look, now you don't have a wood line. And if you look at the worker efficiency last minute, Vivi's is at 52%. Not that great. So Hart is forcing a lot of idle time. Now that fish on the side, going to be super strong for Byzantine. It's going to be really great. But, Hart can get some work done here. In the meantime, it looks like Yo's defending pretty well on the north. It's even. Nobody's really comfortable here. There's no sort of like commanding lead. But, he's showing up. He's making a presence. He's not getting steamrolled. Right, which is another sort of like, to me, interesting strategic dimension is that like a lot of strategy is sort of like 80% of success truly is just showing up. Right? Nobody has won on this side, but both of them are able to safely fish because they are fighting. So even if you don't win, there's value in fighting. And that's just kind of wild because you would think strategy is all about winning. Turns out that's probably not the case. It's also about being able to stay in the fight, being able to be present. So I find that kind of interesting. Pardon me if I sound funny. My throat is getting sore, and so I have a throat lozenge. And Vivi's going to expand that fishing economy.
Byzantines are able to get up to, they have a cheaper Imperial Age upgrade, and that can be really strong for them. As Yo goes up to Castle Age, and Hart goes up to Castle Age. So when Hart goes to Castle Age, okay, what do you get from going up to Castle Age? Costs a lot of resources, right? Whenever you're sinking in that investment, you want to be thinking, what am I getting from it? The answer for Hart is he's going to get crossbows and bodkin arrow, and suddenly these archers are going to become a lot more dangerous, a lot more scary. He's going to be able to threaten this gold. It's partially protected by the tower. He's going to be able to threaten the gold, threaten the wood, threaten this wood line, threaten this stone potentially. And Vivi's gone onto stone so that he can build a few more towers, because he might need those to defend against the archers. Gonna try to go back. Yep, and another tower comes up on the wood line. That'll be safe against the crossbows. What is Red going to get from Castle Age? What he's going to do as he kind of loses on water. Oh, yikes, that does not feel good. But it looks like he's still going to fight on water. He's still producing fire galleys. So if he has the resources, and he will, to click the upgrade for his fire galleys, he can maybe come back. And in the meantime, he's just hiding his fish. Don't move. They can't see us if we don't move. Right? Now, he could have left those to die, but instead he's going to try to hide them. It's not going to work. He's going to lose all of those fish. And this is not going to... He's going to lose all the fish, right? And maybe he'll be able to come back and retake water, but not looking so good. In the meantime, he's switching a little bit to land, and he's going to try it for a siege push. One night, siege workshop. He's got the resources for a mangonel, I suppose it'll be. It could be a ram, I suppose, as well. And he's going to try to start making things uncomfortable for Leary on land, who is also now up to the Castle Age, which means he'll be just behind. And I think that if he's able to click the War Galley upgrade pretty soon to upgrade his ships, with the numerical advantage, I think he's going to be really comfortable against Yo here, right? Yo got up faster, but he lost all his navy, and so he's going to lose a lot of the benefit of that power spike. There's not going to be a power spike. And now, if I were Vivi, which I'm not, and he's better than me at Age of Empires 2, but I would have put the tower on the stone, because as long as you have that tower on the stone, you can keep building more towers. But now, you know, your gold is threatened, this wood line is threatenable. You've got this wood line, I don't know, does not feel great. And behind that, Hart's on 2 TCs. He feels comfortable. He says, I'm applying enough pressure, this sort of like short-term aggressive pressure, that I have some space and breathing room behind to lay down a second TC, start investing in my eco a little bit more. As Vivi gets to Castle Age, and he's got a few archers, and he's going to try to sneak up a TC, and that is going to be denied. That is not happening, my friend. That is not happening. And I think Vivi is in an uncomfortable position. He's in a very uncomfortable position. He can't put down more towers. I don't even think he has a market to buy the stone. Can't put down more towers. The crossbows are in his face. Can't comfortably go into knights. The camels can dive and take out siege. They're not perfect for it, but it's okay. And I just think we're seeing, you know, Malians are a powerful, flexible mid-level civ. They miss a lot of late-game techs that could make them really strong in the late game. So they sort of have a lower ultimate peak in power in some ways. But they're really strong in the mid-game. They've got a lot of bonuses that make them very strong in the mid-game. And that makes them powerful, dynamic, and flexible. Vivi's going to sneak up a TC over here, and I think that's going to be successful. And that's going to kind of protect the stone. And I think Vivi can stabilize, and he is not dead. He is going to be okay, probably. Meanwhile, the siege push is not making progress, but again, it's forcing a response, and that's valuable. And both Leary and Yo are on 2 TCs. So booming up a little bit behind. And Leary did not go for the ship upgrade. I kind of think he should have. I think he could have controlled water completely. And he's giving Yo a chance to build some more ships, push back, and Leary is invested pretty heavily into the fishing ships. If he loses those 10 fishing ships, that's not going to feel good. That's going to hurt. That's the whole villager lead, or the economy unit lead. If he loses his fishing, and he certainly could, you know, he's going to be kicking himself a little bit. That's not going to feel good. And I think Blue's pressure, you know, is no longer going to be effective. Can't really pressure here with archers because of the town center. Can't really pressure here because of the tower. as a monastery will go up to counter the camels. And we are seeing a unit that we almost never see. This is the Genitor. It's like a skirmisher, but it's on a horse, so it's a little tankier, and of course it's faster. And you can only get it if you're allied with a Berber player. So that's a little rare. We don't see that. It's kind of fun little Easter egg for people who watch the AOE2 scene. We're seeing Genitors in a Pro 2v2 tournament in 2023. As Vivi patrols the shoreline, and he asks himself, Hart, did you go back on the water? Did you sneak some more fish up? And the answer is no. Hart saw the writing on the wall and said, nope, I am not doing that. And now Hart could have laid down a siege workshop to continue pressuring, right? That town center, little vulnerable. You come forward to the siege workshop, you can make some things happen. But instead, I think Hart is saying, I'm comfortable where I'm at. I'm going to transition into knights. Knights? Camels? He's getting the cavalry upgrade. It's going to be one of the two. Maybe light cav. He's going to transition into stable units to counter the Genitors. And he's just going to keep booming behind. As Vivi also goes for a third TC. He also says, all right, I'm going to stretch out. I'm going to try to protect this gold. This is kind of a brave TC, right? Like, set up a siege workshop here from Hart. You could do some damage. But Vivi's feeling brave today. And he puts down kind of a forward TC to protect that gold, get a little bit more protection. And he's walling. He's walling. Right? Now, the thing about knights and cavalry, they're tanky, they're fast, they're high damage dealing. So they can move in through the back and raid you, right? In a way that it's more difficult for many other units to do. So he is precluding that. He says, nope, I'm going to wall up. I'm going to trust that in the long term, I can be stronger than you economically, as he goes for a fourth TC. He is going for the Omega Boom, the Super Boom, the Galactic Boom. And of course, Hart went to his third TC. Yo is putting up a third TC in kind of a brave position, but it will guard this entrance, I guess. It's okay, and it's on a hill. It's not so bad, right? Siege pressure, not accomplishing much other than just sort of applying constant pressure, forcing reactions. And Leary's gone up on 3 TCs too. Now, okay, let's start, since everybody's kind of chilled and, there's some fighting happening, but everyone is kind of on Boomtown, right? They're going to try to win in the long term economically. Let's talk a little bit about long-term compositions, right? So first and most interesting and important thing, as my goodness, Yo still cannot take water. He still cannot commandingly take water. And there's still, looks like he did manage to kill a bunch of the fishing ships, but there's still 4 fishing ships for Leary. That's okay. But nobody's really relying on that anymore, except for Vivi, who is still fishing pretty aggressively. Everyone else has transferred pretty much exclusively to farms. Okay, so let's talk about long-term compositions. How this is going to play out long-term. Even military, even economy, okay? What are the little things that's going to tip this in the future? As actually, there is quite a bit of fighting here. There's quite a bit of belligerence. And it looks like Vivi wants a castle, and Hart wants a castle. I feel a lot better about Hart's castle. Ooh. Oh, but I think Vivi has better numbers here. It's going to be a close fight. Can Hart do it? Hart can do it. Vivi abandons the castle. He flees. Hart's got a castle up. It's going to be on the TC. It's going to protect the gold. Vivi's going to say, all right, I'll drop the defensive castle. It'll guard this. It'll guard the rest of my base. Still pretty decent. As Leary clicks up to Imp. And he's going into archers. So, okay. Sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. But here's something very interesting, right? Mongols. Right? The Mongols who ran all their way across Europe with horse archers. Mongols get a unique horse archer called the Mangadai. Very, 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 very strong unit. They are, always thinking about going into Mangadai. When you're the Mongol player, you're just always thinking about that insanely powerful option that you have in the Mangadai. But he kind of can't do that here. And the reason why he can't do that is because Yo is playing as the Berbers. And the Berber unique unit is called the Camel Archer. And it's what it sounds like. It's like a horse archer, but on a camel instead of a horse. Which, by the way, is one of the historical inaccuracies of the game. It's a great game, but it does have some historical inaccuracies. And one is that, as I understand it, you cannot have a Camel Archer for technical reasons that I won't go into now. But you essentially can't have a camel archer because of the difference in the way that camels and horses run, which is pretty wild if true. but it has an attack bonus against cavalry archers like the Mangudai, so you just cannot really go into Mangudai, right? So what are you going to go into? And his answer is you're going to go into the archer line, right? You're already forced, just by the nature of the civs that are picked, before anything happens in the game, right? Leary is already forced into some of his suboptimal options. As Yo comes forward for a castle, that will grant him access to the camel archer. It will provide a base from which to launch attacks, but I don't know how good that is, because Leary's going to beat him to Imp. And Imp means castles and Trebs means being able to push that back. And Yo's not on the way to Imp. He's thinking about it. He's close. He's almost got the resources, but he's still going to be a ways away. Meanwhile, blue and red, up to Imp. Yellow's going to be faster. The Trebs are going to be out faster, but blue's building a second castle, so there'll be 2 castles to knock down, right? Byzantine castle's very strong, but the hill gives you some bonuses as well. It makes you a little bit stronger. So, could go either way here, I think. Blue's teching into camels, and yellow is also teching into camels. Malian camels are stronger. Byzantine camels are cheaper. So it will come down to numbers. And right now the Malians actually do have better numbers, and they have better upgrades. So as far as military on the field, I think blue's pretty good against yellow here. And there will be another castle for yellow, and the Trebs are already coming out. So this castle is a dead castle walking. Gonna be a little bit tricky here for blue. Green's getting all of his archer upgrades. And will there be a castle? What is he going to do about this castle? Yo is he's 2 minutes away from Imp. That will mean Trebs. That will mean a push from this direction. And what is Leary's response? Cannot just be archers. You're going to need siege to push back this castle as the camel archers, just a few of them come in and raid. And that's really nice. Heavy camel coming in for the Byzantines. Last armor upgrade coming in for the Byzantines. Those are going to be strong camels. And so his camels are going to have a tech advantage over blue's camels if he wants to take a fight. Now that'll stop in a second because blue can now click heavy camel and armor if he wants. Although he's, that's not the last armor upgrade. That's the first armor upgrade. Ugh. Not great upgrades. But the Trebs are on the castle. It's 4 Trebs on the castle. 5th one coming out the production line. And hard as repairing, not gonna cut it. Not gonna matter. Can't do it. And I'm still just thinking, Leary, what are you doing here, man? What's the counter? What are you going to do to push this back? What are you going to do to protect against this? Because the Trebs are going to be coming in hot. And maybe he just figures this castle is not actually that threatening. What is it taking out? It's taking out a couple houses. I don't care. Doesn't matter. It's not dangerous until there's a massive army that can support the siege and press in further, right? Castle looks big and scary, but it can't move. It can't do anything. All it can do is sit there and shoot houses. Not that strong. As that's a misclick. He doesn't mean to go into cavalry archers. Surely not. Malians are going into pikes. That is a decision, as the Malian castle has indeed gone down. And there will be 5 Trebs on this next castle. Only 2 Trebs for Hart. And Hart thinks it's going to be pike cannon? Man, maybe. Malians don't get Halb, which is the final upgrade for the pike line. And they'll still do okay against the camels, but it's not going to feel great. And he's also gone into Gebetto, which I'm not sure why the Gebetto are there. The Gebetto are a really cool unit. They throw these giant axe things called kopingas. And it is a semi-real historical unit, although I think in real life they actually used gunpowder, as I understand it. I don't really know that much about it. But that's going to snipe the Treb, snipe this Treb. They do melee damage, not pierce damage. They're different types of damage that are strong against different types of units. And they're just going to, obliterate those poor, just chop these trebuchets up into kindling. Disaster. Okay, and the push from yellow has stalled out. That's really nice for Hart. That's really nice. Wow, okay, I gotta say I was actually not expecting that. I was actually not expecting that. And now I'm sitting here trying to figure out why. Because green, right, Leary is on 100 Vils, and he's on Arbs. You could go siege Arb as Mongols, and that's not too bad. It's not ideal, but it's not too bad. And red's just going into camel archers. Red hasn't bothered pressuring yet. Is that a disconnect? I think it might be a disconnect. I wonder. We will, put this on hold/pause and see what happens. It seems to me that might have been a disconnect because, like, Vivi and Yo are in a good position. But they're not in that good of a position, right? And you can see that on the map, right? Aftermath still owns half of the map. You can see that in the economy. The economy is still pretty equal. Army, still pretty equal. Berbers feel pretty good against Mongols. That's a pretty strong matchup, but Red's not pushing yet. He's still sort of gearing up. And Green has time to get into some strong options, like Mongol Siege. So I bet that's a disconnect. We shall see. And it looks like, yes, it was a disconnect. Once again, 20-year-old game, right? When this was made, there were no iPhones. I don't think there were any smartphones at all, right? 1999, I think, is when it came out. I haven't looked at the stats recently to see how old Good and Basics viewers are, although I think they tend to skew millennial, probably. So there's a good chance, I know that many people who watch our channel at some point played Age of Empires 2, which is this game, right? Or they played Age of Empires 1 prior to that, or both. Maybe you played Age of Mythology. It's just really cool that there's a game that is that old that is still good. That people still like playing, right? Nobody plays a game unless they like playing it. You don't force people to play games. And that is evidence of what a good game it is. Oops! I have just tried to spectate the wrong game. I will now try to spectate the right game. One thing I think about that in terms of, I work in a law firm right now, and law is obviously a very adversarial profession, right? It's people arguing over things. And it's people arguing over important things, sometimes worth millions or hundreds of millions or even more, right? And yet at the same time, lawyers are usually, and they should be, and they are professionally obliged to be quite courteous as we're back in the game. And part of that is because, semi-peaceful resolution through law is one of the alternatives to violence. And so you have a strong incentive to continue playing the game, even if you lose individual lawsuits. Right, I think it's, so interesting, right, that when an enormous corporation is sued, they don't try to run away and hide all their assets and the owner doesn't flee to another country, because they would prefer to lose a lawsuit and still be able to be part of society. And I just think that's so cool that we have, for all of its many flaws, which could certainly be discussed and which people would disagree about anyway, about what the flaws are and how to fix them. But the point is, we build a system that is good enough that people want to continue playing it and would rather lose occasionally at it than not be able to play it. So cool. As the camels come in, they are heavy camels. They have the second armor upgrade. They could get the third armor upgrade. And they're looking for damage, and they're just not going to find it. The Arbs are making this really uncomfortable. The camels are making this really uncomfortable. The pikes are making this really uncomfortable. As Hart walls up and says, I don't want that to happen anymore. And then Team 200 kilograms decides, yeah, I'll take that fight with the camel archer support. Runs away. It's the dance. It's the game. As we see Farimba come in, that's an important technology that makes Malian camels much stronger, much more attack. Still dancing here. Siege on siege violence. Trebuchet shot took out the cannon. There will be more cannons coming out the pike. Coming down the pike to go and pressure Vivi. And Leary is flagging over here for some reason. Oh, he's saying delete those walls. Yep, okay. As Aftermath walls up. So they're thinking long term. And Yo and Vivi have kind of walled up too, so they're thinking long term. They think this is going to go late, right? And that also means potentially setting up trade back here, which could be a factor. That could be an option that comes in. Cavalry armor coming in for the Malians. That'll help. Eco better for 200 kilograms. Military better for Aftermath, though. And Heart's pushing in. Lots of different kinds of units. Difficult to fight this kind of composition because they got something to counter everything. And Heart feels so good that he's going to dive. He's going to dive. Confidence play. Meanwhile, the Camel Archers are massing. No siege yet, right? How wild is this? This base is wide open. I would love to see Yo go into melee cavalry that can run in here and raid. And, oh, I ask, and Vivi has delivered. He's got the camels in. And I guess maybe he figures he doesn't want to go into camels long term. Maybe he wants to go into arbs long term. And so he just figures, I'll throw away these camels. Yep, and Aftermath has already got their trade up. 2 markets for Heart. And the trade has begun. It's kind of a shorter trade route, right? Because you don't have the water, but it's okay. And I'm favoring Aftermath from this position. They've got a nice aggressive push here. These Camel Archers are going to be a problem. They're going to snipe at least a couple of these trips. Well, one of them, but they're going to get pushed away by the camels. They're going to get pushed away by the camels, but take some good damage. And I just wonder, right, couldn't you push in here if you are Yo and Vivi? Don't you want to push in here? I don't know about these Camel Archers. What are they countering? Should you maybe have gone into cavalry instead of Camel Archers? It's a possibility. 'Tis a possibility. And no siege either. There's no push. There's no push. And Leary's wide open, right? Like, where are the defenses? Where are the walls? Where are the castles? He can't put up any castles because his stones are forward. They're too vulnerable, right? There are not going to be castles from Leary in this game, at least for a hot minute. Not many of them. That's going to be tricky. As the forward castle comes in for Heart, you put it on a hill. Attack bonuses, takes less damage from units that are lower down, so that's a nice strong move. And the push is coming in. The push is coming in. And I don't know if Camel Archers are the play here. Right, because Camel Archers, they're good units, but they can't push, right? The golden rule of these, ranged Pierce Armor units like Archers and Camel Archers and Skirmishers, etc., is that, like, you can use them to defend siege. You can use them to fight on the battlefield. You can use them to take map control, but you can't use them to push buildings, right? They can't sit underneath a castle. They'll get shredded. And so what you'd want to be using them for is to do some kind of a siege push, maybe on Leary, but it's not happening, and it's not happening. As Ram comes in for Yo, capped Ram, upgrade for the Ram line, and maybe he's thinking about it. Maybe he's thinking about it. He's thinking, this looks like a squishy, vulnerable base. I can make something happen here. And Vivi's eco is open and vulnerable, but pros are so good at, they're so good at taking damage and mitigating that damage, making it so that the damage is not fatal. They just move the villagers back, put them on new resources, right? Build some town centers and farms behind, and it's going to take him a second to build up his farming eco again. That's really enough farms, right? You really want them on wood and gold for archers. Archers cost wood and gold. So he's really going to be fine there. He's going to take minimal damage. He's thinking about trade too. And this game could go late. This game could go late as Yo slowly builds up rams, and he is thinking about the melee cavalry. He's thinking about that light cavalry, which the Berbers could upgrade a little bit further if they wanted. He doesn't have any upgrades on them right now, other than bloodlines. But the strength of those is that they only cost wood or food. They're a trash unit. You can throw them away. you can just toss them away and not care. And he can just toss them away under here, underneath these TCs, disrupt the farming eco, threaten Leary, and he can do it cheaply and with units that he doesn't mind losing too much. And the Camel Archer mass is formidable. 40 Camel Archers is a danger number of Camel Archers. Super strong. 40 ARBs for Aftermath over here for Leary, also very strong. And I think, they've got a good... This is a threatening position, right? He could push into Yo's eco. He can push into Vivi's eco. He could run raiding units back here. You wish there was some kind of cavalry archer. You could run cavalry archers back here, but the raiding potential is phenomenal. And just park them here and take out every trade unit. And they are starting to go into trade. Looks like it's just a few trade carts for Team 200 kilograms so far. And the trade for Aftermath is looking a little bit more robust as Aftermath goes into skirms. Not a great sign, but maybe he's just buying time. And right now, skirms does counter everything that Yo and Vivi are making. It counters the ARBs, it counters the pikes, it counters the camel archers. The only danger is the light cavalry, which are now just barely starting to come in and raid. And so Yo will have to think about skirmishers. That is not going to work long term against the light cavalry, certainly. He's thinking siege engineers. He might be thinking he's got trebs. Oh, he did get up a castle. Okay. And now he can push back that castle safely. Or pretty safely. Although the ram is here, the camel archers could arrive. Leary still feels kind of squishy. He still feels kind of squishy. As the walls come down and the camel archers now can run in and do whatever they want, and they can run into the trade, and they are going to run into the trade, and that is going to be so good for Yo and Vivi. These trade carts are expensive, and you've invested so much in them, and they are so slow and vulnerable, and Hart and Leary are like, oh no, and they need to come back and clean this up, and they need to come back and clean this up stat. And they're going to try, but the camel archers are fast, and they can run, and oh, that feels, oh no. I can't look. And now the light cav are coming in. The light cav are coming in and raiding, and they're getting the last armor upgrade, which is the most important thing, so that you can dive under the arrow fire of the TCs. And they're going to be raiding the farming eco. And, in a flash, the position looked super good for Aftermath, right? This forward castle, threatening Vivi. But Vivi falls back, takes minimal damage, and the camel archers are in, and now Aftermath is chasing. And the camel archers are fast as he goes for the wall to trap. Oh, okay. All right. Yes. That's what we're talking about. And the camels will get there, but the ARBs are so slow. They're so slow. It's going to take them so long to catch up to the camel archers, and the camel archers will be gone by then. And it's going to be so hard to trap them. And oh, that's so good for Vivi and Yo to get these camel archers back here. And even if you lose all of them, that buys you so much time. It buys you time to get up trade, which is already starting to look a lot more numerous. It just buys you time, right? And even here, they can probably take the fight against those ARBs and kill them, and the skirms will have to come over. And that buys time for Yo to come in and push from the front, right? You run a few units in, it's a lot of units, but you run some units in, and now Aftermath has to send their army to come and counter this, come and drive this away, and in the meantime, the push is in. Now the Trebs are taking out this castle, but the Rams are here. The Camel Archers are here. The Light Cavalry are here. They are pushing, they are threatening, right? And Leary's on the back foot on this side. Meanwhile, over here, Vivi's stabilized. Vivi says, okay, you build a castle, I'll shoot it down. Let's fight this out. You build a Treb, I build a Treb. You build 2 Trebs, I build 2 Trebs. Then I build 3 Trebs. I build 2 cannons. Let's start taking this out. And camels are not super great against ARBs. They lack some of the pierce armor that you'd want. They start with 0 base pierce armor. And that's really kind of lackluster in the late game against archers. It's not a great number. And the cheap Byzantine pikes are here. They get a discount on their pikes. So the cheap Byzantine pikes are here as a meat shield, and they're going to rip through these camels. These camels are not going to be able to get anything done. This castle, I think, is not long for this world. As the camel archers are still back here being annoying, cleaning things up, distracting. And meanwhile, Yo is in Leary's face. He's in Leary's face. Once again, pushing, threatening. And I think this is starting to swing a little bit. The momentum is swinging towards Yo and Vivi. The momentum is definitely swinging towards Yo and Vivi. And there's still a couple capped rams in the queue. He needs Siege to really finish this out, right? You need Siege to pressure the base. You're not going to be able to take this out just with Camel Archers and a few light cav. You're going to need more than 6 light cav. You're going to need a lot of them, and you're going to need the Siege. And it's kind of not there. Meanwhile, over here, that Byzantine castle, right? Fortifications of Byzantium, holding up strong. Holding up strong. Malian castle looking, you know, a lot more dinged up. A lot more dinged up. Okay. So let's back up and think strategically. Right? Let's not worry about the little fights. Let's think long term. Let's think large scale. 19 trade carts, 10 more in the queue. 7 trade carts, 1 more in the queue. So 30 to 40 trade carts for Yo and Vivi. Meanwhile, 45 to 50 trade carts for Aftermath. And the Camel Archers are in again. They have to do something about this. They have to re-wall. Right? Now notice, in some ways, the long-term position is better for Aftermath. Think about that trade. Think about that long-term gold supply. Think about the long-term logistics. But, you know, if you come in hard and fast... dead trade card, 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 dead villagers, right? Dead trade cards, dead trade cards. And Aftermath can't do this. They can't let this keep happening, and they agree. Wow. And I'm not sure what happened right at the end there. I've never seen that before. I've never seen it all turn purple. But we did get the GGs, and that's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Leary can't stabilize, right? He can't push back those Camel Archers fast enough. And those Camel Archers are just continually diving in and crippling. You know, it's like raiding train supplies or like, you know, blowing up a grain depot, right? In the long term, Aftermath is going to need that trade. And they don't have it. They do not have it. Because of those Camel Archers, right? So this is kind of interesting. Aftermath was well positioned in the long term. I like Mongol Siege. You know, Mongol Siege plus Arb Skirm, that could be pretty decent, I think. Malians, a little bit lackluster in the late game, but I think they could probably hold their own in many ways. Maybe not. I don't know. The more I think about that, in the long term, Byzantines feel pretty strong there. But my point is the Aftermath invested in trade firsts. They planned for that long-term advantage. They planned for that. They prepared for that. But it wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough because they were unable to sort of protect that long-term advantage, right? It's like investing in the stock market and then the stock market tanks the next day, right? The balance between long-term investment and short-term investment is a consistent feature of the strategic landscape that is always a factor in any domain of strategy. As far as I'm aware, I can't think of a one where it isn't, right? Like think about school, right? You can potentially increase your earnings by getting a college degree or a graduate degree, right? But all that time you are spending money, right? It is a long-term investment. And if you can't make it to the end of the road, not such a good strategy. It is a loss for Malians. That is a loss for Mongols. First drafted Civ does not feel good, man. Win for Berbers. Win for Byzantines. And it is 3-3. And we are going to the final game. We are going to the final game. And it is going to be on El Dorado. Let's go ahead and hop in. I think we're ready to do that. And we already see the civs. Khmer and Chinese for Aftermath. Huns and Mayans for 200 kilograms. Man, what a set. Really wild, really back and forth, really intense. We're in the waiting room, 50 seconds till we get in. All right, it's like getting dropped into the Hunger Games, except for we're not the ones playing. So El Dorado is another really interesting, funky map. kind of like Four Seasons that we saw earlier. And we'll talk about it more when we get in. But, okay, it makes sense that they saved Chinese for this. It also, I think, makes... Khmer is an interesting choice, but okay. Mayans also feels like a very sort of predictable / strong choice, and I'm not sure about Huns. I don't know what Huns contribute there, but I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. And it is 3v3 in a best of 7 set, so we are on to the last game. And it is for all the marbles. All of the marbles, every single one of them. Could have also gone for Saracens. I wonder why they picked Khmer instead of Saracens. And then they picked Mayans and Huns, not Poles. I think Poles could have been pretty strong here. I don't know. Okay. Well, they're the boss. They're the boss as we are into Game 7. Here we are. El Dorado. Funky map. So let's talk about this. 3 important features. 1, look at all this golden stone in the middle. Mineral resources, very important in Age of Empires 2. Notice that you have very limited amounts of these mineral resources around your base. So if you want wood, you can go other places. If you want food, there's fish all over. You can farm anywhere. It's great. But if you want golden stone, you're going to need to control this long term. Now, there's a strange feature of this map where it only belongs to El Dorado, where right now we're seeing the fog of war, right? So this is what Leary and Hart see, right? They only see the areas around their bases. But everybody at all times is able to see this area in the middle. So if you do anything in the middle, your enemy knows about it. Always, 100% of the time, period, end of story. I wonder if that was like a monitored lizard, but no, it's some kind of tree. So that is feature 1 of this map. Important mineral resources in the middle, very important to take control of, and everybody can see it at all times. So there's information transfer, right? In Age of Empires 2, there is a fog of war, right? What is Yo doing? Hart and Leary have no idea right now, right? Not no idea. You can make some educated guesses, right? But they do not know for sure. They do not see that he's pushing this deer. It's all in the fog of war, right? Fog of war, by the way, is a term developed, I think, is this Clausewitz? It might be Clausewitz, but it's not. I mean, it's been adapted and adopted into real-time strategy games, but really it is a military strategy concept, and the idea is that there is not perfect information transfer. Information is one of the most vital aspects of strategy. Interesting. We'll have to talk about this in a second. Leary's coming forward, sneaking a Vil for a forward dock. What is he doing? Information is super important, right? So Leary knows there's a dock here, right? Now, Yo and Vivi, let's get onto their point of view. How do I do this? I know how to do this. It's just been a minute. So they're scouting. Do they see the villager? They will in a second. And they see the villager. They know there's a villager. What is this what is going on? What are we doing? What are we doing? Why is this villager forward? Sometimes, he's walling it. Oh, okay, all right. I don't know. You would normally expect this for like a forward dock here, and he hasn't gone for that, and I really don't understand why. Anyway, fog of war. Information. Powerful. Vital. Essential. As a matter of economics, by the way, one of the assumptions that's used in a lot of economic calculations is assuming perfect information. In other words, for example, you choose the best product, assuming that you know which the best product is. It's one of the reasons that, like, for instance, it's kind of hard to shop for mattresses, right? Because you go to the store and there's mattresses, but like, how are you going to test the mattress? How do you know what a good mattress is? You don't buy mattresses very often. You don't know much about mattresses. You can't necessarily, although, many companies are now doing this in order to give more information to customers. You don't know how well you're going to sleep on it, right? Which is, again, why companies now, some of them will they'll let you sleep for 60 days on the mattress. It's hard to buy a mattress because it's hard to get information about a mattress. On the other hand, think about food. It's often much easier to get information or to buy food because you can get a lot of information about food. One thing is you buy food all the time. So you quickly get a sense of what you like and what you don't like, what's high quality for you and what's low quality for you. Same thing for restaurants. Even if you've never been to a restaurant before, you can hop on Google Reviews or wherever you go for your reviews, and you can get, potentially really good information about that restaurant. There's a lot of information flowing around. Age of Empires 2 is a game, like many games, where information is essential. That's why you start with a scout unit. You start with a scout unit to help you get information. Find out what the enemy's doing. What resources is he on? What kind of buildings is he building? Oh, look, it's a barracks. Right? If you scout that, you know that he's going for some aggression. And actually, I'm going to try to... Does he know about the barracks? I would need to click through some more. He does not know about the barracks. Now he knows about the barracks. Now he knows about the archery range. He knows about the archery range. So he knows Mayans are going into archers. Now, Mayans get strong archers, so it's, semi-predictable. But now you've got it confirmed. It's not going to be something else. Essentially, essential information. So important. And that's why being able to see everything that happens here, if you send a villager out here and start mining, the other team will instantly know about it. And we're going to go back to full vision. Other interesting thing, there's water on this map, right? Fishing, very important. You'll often see fighting for water, right? And it looks like Leary's built a forward dock that he's building up fire galleys to go harass Vivi's fish. But other than that, it looks like there's not going to be a whole lot of fighting on the water. Ha! Nice. Leary walls in Vivi's scout, shanks him in a back alley. Nice. Nice. Okay. Fishing eco a little bit stronger for Aftermath, it looks like. But it's pretty slight. It's not too big. And what kind of pressure are we getting? It's going to be scouts on the right side of the map between Hart and Yo. Both great cavalry civs. And they're going to dance. They're going to, kind of do feints and dodges and say, are we going to fight? Aren't we going to fight? Do we want to fight? Shall we fight? You can always run away from these fights, right? So you want to pick a fight that's going to be a good fight. You don't fight until you want to fight, unless you're forced to fight, which is one of the reasons why mobility, agility, the ability to change direction, the ability to change your strategy, so essential, right? Being light on your feet. Doesn't automatically mean you win, but it's very strong. And Pineberry says, in real battle, at least before rapid communication, you would have to work with outdated information, and you risk not getting that information due to your scouts getting intercepted. Yes, right? Like, truly, right? You think about modern warfare, maybe the most important thing, the most important invention in modern warfare, not the gun, not nuclear weapons, not airplanes, not tanks, nothing like that, not explosive ordnance. Maybe the most important military innovation in history is, like, the radio. It's just the ability to trade information. There's a great book by Brandon Sanderson, Alcatraz versus the Evil Librarians, that talks about this a little bit more in kind of an interesting way. And I won't get into it because it'd take too long to explain, but it's phenomenal, children's book, sort of young children's novel that is much deeper than it looks on the surface. Same thing, right? Like, think about... this is true in investing as well, right? Like, think about how fast information travels about companies and, insider trading, right? I mean, it's more complicated than this, but the whole idea of insider trading is based on asymmetries of information. Somebody knowing something that nobody else knows. As it looks like did Vivi successfully defend? Looks like he successfully defended on water. And he's pushing back. And does he still have fish? He's still got 2 fish. I think he lost a couple ships, so it's not perfect. And we see a flag. Combined arms, right? Archers, scouts. They cover each other's weaknesses. They complement each other. It's like having people with different skills on the same team. Oh, hey, Pineberry, you love Sanderson's books. What's your favorite? Are you like a Cosmere kind of guy? If so, do you have a favorite Cosmere book? Joseph Bjork and I are big fans of Brandon Sanderson. There are things that I don't love as we see a big fight, and those few archers are going to get surrounded by scouts and cleaned up. Ugh. And who is this a better fight for? Both groups of archers are going to get cleaned up. Aftermath is going to keep up their scout numbers, which is nice. But Yo and Vivi have some more archers somewhere, so it's still just kind of dancing. Alcatraz versus the Evil Librarians is, I think, one of Brandon Sanderson's sleeper series. People don't know about it. because it's written, it's not a young adult novel. It's written kind of for like, I don't know, like 10 to 14-year-olds probably, I think is the target audience. Super profound. Really interesting ideas about the limits of human knowledge, about Gödel's theorem, which is something that Joseph Bjork and I are absolutely fascinated by. Lots about information, tons about information. If you've watched like Jurassic Park and Malcolm Gladwell, I think that's not his name. Whoever he is, the guy talks about chaos theory, complex systems, the butterfly effect. There's actually some academic studying of those concepts. It's not just kind of like a pop something or other concept. It's not just a pop culture concept. There's actually some like academic, serious thought about it. And a lot of the thought is centered on information. What is information? Is it like mass? Is it energy? What is the ontological status of information? It's clearly important, right? We rely on information. It's vital. It makes all the difference in so many situations. But like, what is it? In sort of a metaphysical, ontological sense. Fascinating questions. And I think they are questions that we really need to think about in the modern world. I think in many ways we are finding... Okay, I'm going to indulge in a vast oversimplification for a second, but you could say that over the last, say, 500 years, we've found a lot of the limits of sort of mystical thinking and a lot of the strengths and advantages of sort of, and it's way more complicated than this, but we've sort of, I'm just going to say it, right? Despite the fact that it's way more complicated than this. Over the last 500 years, we found a lot of the advantages of sort of rational, empirical, scientific thinking. But I do think, in many ways, we are at a point where we need to start, where it's becoming increasingly important to a lot of people to sort of find some ways to think about other things other than sort of traditional, empirical, rational science. Not to replace it, but say to supplement it. And I think information is one of those things, right? Like, it's not easy to categorize information in terms of mass and energy, but it's real. So what is it, and how should we think about it? Pineberry says, I did read Alcatraz, by the way. I genuinely love all the Cosmere books, though I love Way of Kings. The Way of Kings series is my favorite Cosmere series, too. Although it varies. Sometimes I really love the Mistborn series a little bit more. And, they're all good reads. That's so cool. What did you think of the Alcatraz series? I was a little underwhelmed by the last book. I'm going to try to keep it spoiler-free, for the most part anyway. I was a little underwhelmed by the last book, I have to say. It was okay, but I was a little underwhelmed. As Aftermath is starting to take a little bit of an advantage here. Everyone's in Castle Age except for Yo. And Aftermath feels like they can pressure here, and these farms are vulnerable. This is one of the other features of the map. This pond terrain, you start with fish underneath it. Sorry, I got so distracted that we didn't talk about it, but you start with fish underneath it, which is great, cheap, free food. Cheap and free, those are not the same thing. It's free food, right? And it's fast collecting. But to farm, you can't build farms on this pond terrain, so you have to build them out here. That makes you a little bit squishy and vulnerable, as these villagers all found out, right? So Yo built a tower here to hide some of his villagers, but only 5 can fit in there, right? And that means some dead villagers, and it really looks like Aftermath. I didn't give Yo and Vivi their extra point here. Really feeling good for Aftermath here. They are knocking on the gates. They are saying, hello there. Hi, Yo. We see you. We know where... And poor Yo is... These are the most awkward farms ever. But they are farms. And they are food. And Yo has the resources to queue up 4 knights. So he's going to try to push this away with 4 knights. And Vivi's here with the Mayan crossbows. They get all their upgrades. They're cheap. Could be nice. Could be strong. And Vivi's on 2 TCs. He's in the middle. Not too bad. Not too bad. Still, though, just looking so strong for Aftermath. Get so distracted, right? Planning to reread... Pineberry says he's planning to reread Alcatraz when his 4-year-old is a bit older. Yeah. No, and it really is, like... I think to read Cosmere books... I haven't read all of them. Like, I haven't read, what is it, Yumi and the Nightmare Painter or whatever it is. I think to read a lot of Brandon Sanderson's books, you really want to be like a mid to older teenager. They're really kind of like young adult fantasy and stuff. Young adult type stuff. But, Alcatraz is like perfect. I think Well, I don't know. I don't know what you think, right? You know, you're the one with the 4-year-old. I don't have a 4-year-old, but maybe 6, 8. Yeah, Vivi calls it. And there it is, folks. 4-3 for Aftermath. You know, obviously close set, shown by the scoreline. Crazy games, hard-fought games. We really didn't see much action in the middle. You know, this is kind of a map like Arabia in the sense that it's quite open. It's quite open, right? And that's kind of what happened. That's kind of how it all ended, right? Is Yo was unable to protect his economy here. Right, he's got his wood line walled up. He's on gold. The gold is safe, but like the food economy is just not there. And I wonder what happened on fishing. It does look like Leary eventually took control of the whole shoreline. So Vivi eventually lost all of his fish. And Leary had all of his fish. Hart had all of his fish, although it looks like Yo came in and tried to pressure this, but Hart still had 10 fishing ships, so he was able to kind of fall back, survive. And it really just all comes down to, right, like, one of the punishing things about this map is where your farms have to be. They can't be around your town center. If they're around your town center, when the villagers are threatened, you can garrison inside the town center and grant them some measure of protection. They're still idle. They're not producing resources, but, you know, at least they're not dying in the streets or in the fields. Whereas out here, you know, you are in the fields, and there's just nothing protecting you. And Hart was able to break through. And that's all she wrote, folks. Okay. I now have a decision to make. And that decision is there is a whole other semifinal coming up. This is the first semifinal. I'm going to look real fast and see who it is. Beware full spoilers for the cartography tournament. Where's Cartographers? Oh, excuse me, the Cartographers. And it is... Okay, so Gamer Legion is one of the best teams in the scene. And because it's a 2v2 tournament, they had to split up into 2 teams. And they are going to have to play each other in the semifinals. Which is going to be pretty wild. And it's going to be a sick set. And so I'm a little torn because on the one hand, it's going to be amazing to watch and cast. And I do consider, in my opinion, Gamer Legion is sort of the more strategically dynamic team. There's sort of a meme, I guess you would say, or a saying that Gamer Legion invents strategies and then Aftermath perfects them. When there's a new strategy in the game, it's very often someone on the Gamer Legion team who came up with them. So I would expect, right, like it's going to be so strategically dynamic. It's going to be so interesting, I think. My throat is getting sore. But that's okay. I can chew throat lozenges all day, right? As Captain America says, I can do this all day. It's gonna be such a good set, I think. And let's think about timing. Anyway, I'm going to need a minute to kind of think about that, look at some stuff, and figure out what I'm doing. Pineberry says 8 to 10. I think it was a very witty series, as I remember. Yeah, and there are a lot of amazing jokes in there. I would suggest you read Nightmare Painter, anyways. Yeah, I have to prioritize some of my reading, but I would like to at some point. I'm not a Cosmere fanatic, I would say, but you know, like I've read all the Stormlight Archive series. I think there's still one novella I haven't read. I think there's one Mistborn book I haven't read. So I don't follow it super granularly, although I do, I have, friends and family members who do follow it very granularly. But, great books. We could talk about those all day too, right? There are so many things we could talk about. One of the things that I loved about the Alcatraz series, as I check the Discord in the background and think about it, looks like they're starting to draft right now. So I'll at least pull that up and then see if I get dragged into it. And yep, they'll post that in just a second. Alcatraz. One of the cool things about Alcatraz that I love, like I said, it is such a profound series. It is such a profound series, and it is 100% hidden in just this innocent children's book that's so quirky and funny about librarians who rule the world, right? No. It is one of the deepest and most profound book series I think I have ever read. Probably top 10, certainly top 20. Wild. And one of the cool things that they do in there is that every book features a different Greek philosopher. And so it's also kind of this, but it presents them in sort of this very witty, understandable, kind of poking fun at philosophy sort of way that's really fun. And I think, kids 8 to 10, 100% can take advantage of that and understand that and figure out what's going on. So it's sort of this gentle introduction into philosophy, but it starts you thinking about the concepts without having to sort of deal with the dry, dusty part of philosophy right out of the gate. Alcatraz. Such a fun book series. I don't always reread books, but that's a series that I've reread. Pineberry says the best book series that covers realistic fog of war is L.E. Modest Jr.'s Imagers portfolio. That's 4 books in when all that happens. Oh, interesting. So how does it what do you mean about the fog of war? Speaking of the fog of war and information, I'm reminded of something that Bruce Lee said, or the way that Bruce Lee phrased it, right? Which Bruce Lee was somebody who was, kind of thought in some fairly profound ways about martial arts. And wrote a book called The Tao of Jeet Kune Do, which is, I think, really worth the read, even if you're not interested in martial arts. Interesting on sort of this strategic level, I guess you would say. And one of the things he talks about there is that when you move your body, you telegraph to the other fighter what you are planning on doing, right? You're giving them information, and your ability to hide that information is vital. And so, for instance, what's an example, right? So, for instance, the difference between a jab and a cross, right? The 2 different punches, right? And a jab comes from your leading hand, a cross comes from your opposite hand. The cross is more powerful, but you have to telegraph to your opponent what you're doing to a greater degree, because your body has to move more to make it happen, to make the cross punch happen. A jab, comparatively, you don't have to telegraph as much, because your body doesn't have to move as much in order to deliver the punch. And so that is, and the jab is usually a lower power punch than a cross, right? Because you don't have the weight and twisting motion of your body behind it. But one of the advantages that a jab has, right, is that it's more agile, and it supplies less information to your enemy, right? And I just love that. And I have to comment, by the way, right? I mentioned, right, this is Gamer Legion on Gamer Legion violence. It's teammates playing against each other. And one of the players just went live on Twitch. And the title for his stream is GL Civil War, which is exactly what's going on here. And man, it is going to be a spicy set. I'm kind of leaning towards sticking around. Leaning towards sticking around. I think we have something like almost 40,000 subscribers on the channel, which, thank you so much. That's so, it's wild. It's truly unbelievable. I don't even know how to think about it, honestly. Our videos probably get a few hundred, low thousands views, most of them. And I'm seeing 3 watching, and actually I'm one of them because I'm on my phone monitoring. But thanks so much for being here and watching. And I'm kind of tempted to stick around and cast this. I just think it's going to be so interesting. And to you who are watching or who watch this later, I'm just so flattered by your interest, and I find this so interesting. The game, like Joseph Bjork said, is such a fruitful ground to think about strategy, and strategy is a thing that we are all doing all the time, right? At least in terms of having objectives and figuring out how to get them, and there being certain obstacles in the way. And there are different games that are more and less strategically dynamic, right? Like checkers, not that strategically dynamic of a game in many ways, right? Tic-tac-toe is maybe like the ultimate in, low strategy, right? It's a totally solved game. If you lose, it's truly just because you don't know how to play the game, right? Whereas, chess, not solved. Computers are better than humans, at least as I understand it. But still very strategically dynamic, right? You get up to something like Age of Empires 2, incredibly strategically dynamic. So many pieces, so many moving pieces, so many dimensions and angles, and parts, and all of them have, the most fascinating analogs to various situations in real life. And I think that's one of the reasons, Joseph Bjork and I play Age of Empires 2 sometimes for fun. Not real competitively. But it's fun, right? Why do you play a game? Well, the first reason is because it's fun. But I often, find myself thinking about it. In one of the earlier games today, we were talking about the difference between turtling, right? Sort of walling up and hiding and protecting the ground that you've taken, and then sort of, confronting the world a little bit more forthrightly and assertively, and putting yourself out there. And in Age of Empires 2, the way to do that is instead of building walls, you go put military on the map. And one of the things that you learn in Age of Empires 2, and it's something that I truly think about, and I was kind of, if I'm being honest, I was kind of struck by it, emotionally and psychologically as I talked about it today, how important it is in life to not turtle too much. There's definitely a time and place to protect territory you've taken, but you need to be putting yourself out there. You need to be exposing yourself to new situations. You need to go poke and prod and explore. And that means that you'll get dinged up and lose some fights. But in the long term, it's the only thing that gives you a chance of winning. I can tell you from experience that after a certain skill level in Age of Empires 2, if you just turtle, you're toast. You're not going to be able to spread out and take resources. You're going to run out of everything in your base. Everything that you have is going to become old and stale. That's the way it happens in life too, right? Like your knowledge, your resources become old and stale, right? In some sense, right? If you want to get super philosophical for a second, right? What if you were trying to define what life is, right? What is life? And one thing you could say is that life is a thing that changes and adapts and moves. And if it stops moving, stops adapting, stops changing, it's dead, right? And it's not that simple. Nothing is ever that simple, right? But there is a way in which, this is even just true in a very simple biological sense, where things and people that are dead are no longer able to move or adapt or respond to the world around them. By contrast, when you're alive, obviously you can do that, right? And one of the things, what does dying of old age mean? In some sense what it means is that your body slows down and breaks down, right? It loses the ability to adapt and repair itself and dynamically respond to the environment. And so the point is that there is a way that you can live there is a way that you can live that is a kind of suicide, not biological suicide, but a kind of sort of slow suicide of the self, I guess you would say, where you refuse to learn and adapt and change. Now, obviously not all, there are false things that maybe you shouldn't learn, and there are changes that are bad and will hurt you and others, right? It's not just as simple as just change. If you just change, you're good, right? But there is a kind of death of the self that comes by refusing to live in a living way. For lack of a better way of putting it. And I actually do find myself, affected by and interested by that, right? Like I think about my own life, and I'm like, like, am I putting myself out there? Am I adapting? Am I getting too stale? In what ways am I getting too stale? And those are important questions, right? They're important questions for anyone. Even if you're not thinking about it in sort of like a psychological, personal sense, like, right? Like, are my relationships getting stale? Is my business getting stale? Because if your business gets stale, you will quickly be outcompeted, right? Is my news and information getting stale, right? The facts on the ground are changing. Am I changing with them? Okay. In theory, the draft is up, but I do not yet see it. I was informed that links would be posted. And yet, I have not seen a link. And I really want to see the Civ map draft. The Civ and map draft. I hope that we get links for it. Let's try refreshing here and see if that gives us anything. Okay. Oh, I really want the map draft. Where's the map draft? Okay, well, we've got the Civ draft at least. We'll have to see what the maps are. Pineberry says, there is a war campaign where they are matching into situations with unlimited information, where your scouts don't always return or just by a thread, and you have to piece the info out of context. Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's even just valuable to remember by itself that there is a fog of war, right? It's just so easy to fall into the trap of thinking or assuming or pretending or acting like the information you have is all the information out there, right? And it truly takes discipline and effort to think there are facts and truths and important information out there that I do not currently know. I wonder what they are. And it requires discipline and effort to do that. It does not necessarily come naturally in all ways, although I think we are naturally curious, and we naturally look for that information. Well, I'm still hoping for that map draft. Let me see. Sorry if you hear my clacking keyboard. There are certainly some things that we can fix and repair with our audio setup, or that I can, which would be super nice to do. While I wait and see if this map draft comes through, let's talk a little bit about Gamer Legion, actually. Right, so Gamer Legion versus Gamer Legion. Let's talk about this matchup, because what makes this matchup so cool, and so interesting is the players on it. So let's talk about Gamer Legion and the Gamer Legion Honey Badgers. So Gamer Legion is one of the oldest teams. They've gone by different names and people have come and gone, etc. It's one of the oldest teams on the scene. And in Gamer Legion Honey Badgers, the Viper is generally regarded as the best Age of Empires 2 player of all time. I shouldn't even say generally regarded. He unambiguously is. Now, right now, he's probably not number one in the world. That's probably Hera. But there was a 5-year period of time where the Viper won everything. Every single game, or not every single game, every single tournament, everything. Incredibly dominating. There was even a point where there was a tournament held that was literally called Who is Number 2? Because everybody knew who number 1 was, and the Viper was not invited to Who is Number 2. Because it was just to figure out, okay, we know Viper's number 1. After him, who's the best? So that's his level of dominance. And even now, right, like in 1v1 tournaments, he still has a 30 to 40% chance of winning the whole thing, I would say. He's incredibly good. He's insane in so many ways, and he's strong in every way. He's strong in his macro. He's strong in his micro. He's strong in his execution. He's strong in his strategies for reasons that I hope we'll get into, because it's truly fascinating. And like one of the best things about Age of Empires 2 is the pro scene and the players on it. So interesting to and so many interesting lessons and things to discuss about strategy and games and whatnot. And Jordan is a good friend of the Viper. At one point, he was about as good as the Viper. This was like 6 or 7 years ago, maybe 8. And they played a best of 21. I remember it went to all 21 games. The final score was 11-10. I think the Viper won. Nowadays, he's not as good, but still really good. He's got to be like a top 8 player, but he's not in that top 3 conversation, let's say. But very good, and they pair very well together. They've been friends for a long time. They know each other's styles. The teamwork from these two from the GL Honey Badgers, the teamwork between these two is going to be truly insane. Okay, let's talk about the other people on the Gamer Legion team. So Nilly is a caster and a player. And I don't know if we'll see him. We probably won't, because he's comparatively not as good a player as the other Gamer Legion players. So he's probably the sub. We'll see if we see him, but I doubt it. They're going to want to put in their 2 strongest players, Tato and Doubt. Okay. Let's talk about Tato and Doubt. 2 of the most interesting players on the scene. So Doubt is one of the oldest players on the scene, and Age of Empires 2 has a comparatively old player scene compared to lots of other video games, as I understand it. Most video game, like e-games scenes, are populated by like late teens, early 20s, relatively young players. Dowd is like 38, full wife and kids, but he's a pro Age of Empires 2 player. Now, Doubt is often teased in sort of he's teased in a friendly fashion, because compared to many other top players, his execution is not as good. He's not quite as good with the micro. He's not as fast, things like that. But his ability to manage his economy, think long term, and think strategically, absolutely unparalleled in the game. One of the best sets I've ever seen in my life was in a tournament called the Red Bull Wololo 3. And it's the finals, and it was Doubt versus another Aftermath player, Leary, who Leary is really well known for his execution. He's incredibly good with the micro. He's incredibly good at controlling his units. So in a way, they represent like the 2 different approaches, right? Doubt is macro-oriented, strategy-oriented, long-term oriented, position-oriented. And Leary is like win the fight, tactical, execution, micro, control your units oriented. So there's these 2 different approaches to the game, and they came head-to-head in this final. And it was one of the most mind-blowing sets I've ever watched in my life to see those 2 approaches match up and go up against each other. So Doubt is going to be a pleasure to watch and enjoy. Tato is another strategic genius, truly. If there's a new strategy on the scene, it's often Tato who has thought of it. He has pioneered so many fascinating, interesting, quirky sort of strategies that we'll go into, but I fully expect to see something I don't expect between these 2. Viper is great at strategy. He's great at all those things too. Jordan tends to be a little bit less creative, I think, but he practices hard and is very strong with the execution. But whatever Doubt and Tato have cooked up, you can bet it's going to be interesting. You can bet it's going to be something we don't expect, and is going to provide, like, I'm truly hoping, right, assuming this plays out the way I think it is, they're going to give us amazing, amazing, amazing things to talk about. So that is Dowd and Tato, the Gamer Legion team, and then we have the Gamer Legion Honey Badgers, Viper and Jordan. It's Civil War, and let me see if we ever got a... Oh, I'm completely blind. Okay, let's look at the map draft real fast. Okay. And they've finished this. They're probably already in the game, so I'm going to talk about this very briefly. I'll look and see if they're already in the game. But I'm not going to let you see the civs. I'm not going to spoil myself or you. Okay, so interesting. A lot of really quirky maps from Gamer Legion from Tato and Dowd. Didn't want to play Zawal, and GL Honey Badgers didn't want to play Arena. Oh boy. Oh man. And then Black Forest is going to have to get paid. Going to have to get played. I think maybe that's just Game 7. It's an Anmid pick. Okay. Huh. You know, I was kind of hoping to see Zawal and Arena because those feel like maps where Gamer Legion could really cook something up. They could really think of something creative that nobody has thought of before. But I guess we will not see that today. Okay. Well, let's see if game number 1 is up. Not yet, apparently. Not yet, apparently. So I guess we'll look at the map draft a little bit and see. Notice all the water on these maps. Now, Tato is well known as a very good hybrid map player. If there's water and land, he's got something planned for it. And they've chosen 3 maps that all incorporate water in some way. Gamer Legion, which I think they've picked, right, we discussed how Snake is pretty similar to Arabia, just with another couple little quirks, but it's pretty similar. And I think they chose that because they feel a little bit more confident on these open maps. They feel like their execution is going to be better. They feel like if the gameplay is straight and clean and it's what you expect, then that will be good for them. Versus if we start getting into these, you know, kind of unique and weird maps, then maybe the advantage starts shifting over to Tato and Doubt. That's what I think they're thinking. But they did pick Migration. They did pick Migration, which is a hybrid map. So on the map draft, I feel like the big win for GL Honey Badgers is getting Zawal out, or I guess it's getting Arena out, and then also the fact that Tato and Doubt have banned Zawal. And then they've got these 2 nice open maps that they should probably be favored on, roughly. Big win for Gamer Legion A is that they've got 3 hybrid maps, and there's going to be able to play on a 4th hybrid map. And on Black Forest, they're going to be perfectly formidable. They can definitely match Jordan and Viper on Black Forest. I don't think there's any doubt of that. I don't think they'll... I mean, I'm not saying they're going to win, but like they're a perfectly even match for that. They're going to be just fine. I guess we could look at Civs. The Viper does love Dravidian, so it's kind of funny that Tato and Doubt stole that from him. They did not want Bohemians. Okay. There's no Nomad maps. I wonder where they want to play Spanish. Portuguese. Viper loves the Portuguese, but Tato and Doubt have taken it. Okay. Goths. Fascinating. Well. Well. Let's see if they're in yet. I think they must be testing something. Because Viper is in a TC Rocks. Oh, it's their Cartographers Rock Slide. But they didn't draft Rock Slide. I wonder what's going on. Lord Petito is one of the admins, so I think he's just sort of testing. They can't play on Rock Slide. Where's Rock Slide? They did not draft Rock Slide. What's going on here? I guess they're probably going to change the map in a second. Okay. And it'll be a minute longer before we get into the game. I truly am, and I don't mean to be a downer. I would have loved to have seen Zawal and Arena, partially because I think they're very interesting maps strategically by themselves, but I just like seeing these two go against each other on those maps would be phenomenal. But I do think that Viper and Jordan feel like we don't want to get onto these sort of like clowny, quirky, closed off maps. We want to keep it open. The drafting rules for the tournament, by the way, there's a huge pool of maps that they can choose from. And you are obliged, these background colors here, like blue, light blue, green, fuchsia, brown, yellow, those all indicate different categories of maps. So notice that they're all different colors. All the maps are sorted into different categories and assigned a color that corresponds to the category. And you have to draft maps from different categories. I don't know exactly what the rules are, but essentially you have to pick a diversity of maps. So you are not allowed to pick only the maps that you are most comfortable with. You have to play across the whole spread of maps, right? You have to play, I could look it up. I don't know what category these all are. I suppose we could look it up, we're waiting for a second anyway. But they all belong to different categories, right? So for instance, red, I believe, is a closed map. And there are 3 closed maps. And I assume what happens is if you ban both of the closed maps, then you have to play on the last kind. I'm not sure. We could look up the rules. By the way, I just can't help but love this. Right, we just watched them play 200 kilograms, Yo and Vivi. And they made this, cute little logo, right? Yo is the turtle. He often uses that as sort of his mascot. And then we've got a fat dragon over here. And the Age of Empires 2 community is just so much fun. They're just a lot of fun. And I like that. And are they playing Black Forest? Maybe they have to play on Black Forest first. Let's look at the map drafting rules. I think what we need to do is here's all the maps and the categories. This snake is mixed. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I would have loved to have seen Outcrop, but that's okay. Let's look at the rule book and see if that tells us a thing or two about the map draft. Map pool and map rules. So there's 3 maps in each category: open, hybrid, different. That's quite the category. Closed, special, water, and mixed. Once a map from a category is picked, the other 2 maps from that category become unavailable. That means only 1 map from each category will be played per series. That can't be true for the best of 9 tomorrow, but okay. Teams will continue to pick maps, choosing a single map from a category that has not been used. Best of 5, best of 9. The guest will then choose a category by banning a map in that category. The host may then ban one of the 2 remaining maps, leaving the unbanned map to be played as game 1 of the set. After this, the guest may pick a second map from any Interesting, okay. After each game, the losing team must select the map to be played for the upcoming game. Yep. Okay. All right. Yep, so they have to play 1 map from each category, which, is cool. I wonder what category is Eastern Coastline and what category is Golden Lakes and Migration. Eastern Coastline is a hybrid map, but Golden Lakes is a different map. I would consider Golden Lakes a hybrid map personally, but this is not my tournament. Which, by the way, this tournament is hosted by the Viper, who is playing. He's on GL Honey Badgers. It's also sponsored by Microsoft, which is really cool, in many ways and on many levels. But it's just really nice that Microsoft is still slinging money at a 20-year-old game. And it's much appreciated, at least for me. And I know for many, many, many people. And we will see if we are into the game. And they have not yet started, so we'll just wait a little bit longer. And I guess they're starting on Black Forest, so I guess the admin pick is what they have to play first. Or I don't know who picked, but they're starting on Black Forest. So let's pretend that that's the case, and let's look at their Civ draft and start thinking. Who do Tato and Doubt want to play here? I think Portuguese are a possibility, although maybe you save them for a hybrid map because they're great on water. I think Goths are kind of a possibility, but that seems strange. Khmer? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what you pick on Black Forest. What do you pick on Black Forest? I don't see anything jumping out at me here. You want a Siege Onager Civ, probably. Well, but I don't know. 2v2 Black Forest is a different animal. I was going to say, if it's 4v4 Black Forest, you know it's going late, almost always. So you want a Civ that has Siege Onagers, and there is only one Civ here that gets Siege Onagers, and that's the Koreans. And then you want a Civ that has some kind of strong power unit. Maybe you pick Spanish because you think the trade is going to be important. But Spanish also sometimes get picked on Eastern Coastline. Hamburger, it wouldn't be bad. I guess I think Koreans and Spanish. Gun to my head. The Viper and Jordan. Who would they pick for Black Forest? Britons. Britons could be strong, although they're strong on so many maps that I don't know if you want to spend that there. If you're looking for a Siege Onager Civ, then you're thinking Saracens or Ethiopians. Aztecs get Siege Onager too, but they miss Siege Engineers. They're not really thought of as a Siege Onager Civ, even though they get it. I wonder what that little 2 is. Did I assign that? I certainly didn't mean to. I could see Saracens. I could see Vietnamese. That gets picked sometimes on Black Forest. If you wanted to counterpick the Spanish, you might want a Civ with strong monks, so you might think about Aztecs, for example. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not sure what 2v2 Black Forest looks like. Do you go for Khmer for the late game? I don't think so. No. See, Teutons, Mongols, or Bohemians would all have been great on Black Forest, I think. I don't know. Who do you want? This is a very inscrutable draft to me as far as Black Forest. I could even see Aztecs, which is really strange because they're kind of weak late game on Black Forest. But they're so dynamic and strong in the mid game that maybe you trust in that. Italians? No, you're going to want that for some map with water. You almost want to start with the other maps and figure out what they're going to play on the other maps. Like, here's one way of thinking about it. They need 3 civs each that have strong archers and strong cavalry. If you start from that end, maybe you think Britons, Ethiopians, and Vietnamese or Byzantines. I think you save Byzantines for a hybrid map like Four Lakes, but maybe these... Well, I don't know, though, because, for instance, on Golden Lakes, rather, right, you might choose Japanese for the fishing bonus on those lakes, and Japanese have, perfectly serviceable archers. They don't get any bonuses to their archer line, but they get all the upgrades, so it's a good archer line. But you might also pick Byzantines for pond control because they have such good fire ships. And like the Japanese, the Byzantines get no bonuses to their archer line, but they get all upgrades, so it's perfectly serviceable. And I guess we are live. And there it is, the Britons, the Turks, the Spanish, and the Bengalis. Okay, I can see Bengalis. That makes some sense. And I don't know if Bengalis really fit anywhere else. So, I'm prepared to accept that. Don't know what other map Bengalis you'd really use them on anyway. Migration, maybe. Eastern coastline, maybe. These are truly inscrutable, right? Like, you want to be able to, like, speaking of information, right? You want to be able to look at these civ drafts and map drafts and figure out what your opponent is going to pick on those maps, potentially so that you can go for counter picks. But you can make that hard. Okay, Black Forest. Does anyone remember this map from their childhood? Great map. As You can see there are a lot of trees. There is a lot of forest. And you are locked into your little enclosure. And there are only a few passageways through. And it kind of depends how you slice it up, right? But I would say there's sort of 2 passageways, maybe 3. So Jordan comes forward and walls, and he does that with 4 villagers. Big. It's a huge investment, but he wants that. And he doesn't press forward. Ooh, look at those wolves. Those could shank a couple villagers. And Viper is playing open. He's not going forward to wall. And Tato is watching that and saying, Viper, what are you thinking? Meanwhile, Gamer Legion A, Tato and Doubt, are not going forward to wall. They are not going forward to wall, as there is some fighting here. Oh, he sent a villager forward. Red sent a villager forward. Does he mean it? Does he really want to do that? What's he going to do? The scout's coming. Nope, he's going to go back and hide behind his walls. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do. You're going to guess maybe that the other scout is going to show up, and then you're in danger. So, okay. Let's talk a little bit more about Black Forest and how to play this, right? So it's easy to wall off these choke points, and that means that the game is going to go late. Probably. Now, you can do some shenanigans and do some early pushes, but the game usually, it's very common for the game to go late. So it's important to pick civs that are strong in the late game, right? And for this reason, it's kind of, it's a turtly map. It is kind of that way. And, I've said some mean things about turtling today, but it can create some really dynamic strategic opportunities. Now, some other interesting features of the map, there are these extra boars, tons of free food that you can go forward and take, but in the way there are also vicious wolves that will kill your villagers, right? Just like Peter and the wolf, man. So that's a potential danger, but there is a free food in the form of boars. Every player, it looks like, gets a pond. And I think all the ponds, some of the ponds have 3 fish and some of the ponds have 2 fish. But it does look like it's balanced. Yep. Peter and the wolf. What's the feminine form of Peter? I don't know who this is. Maria and the wolf? We'll say Maria and the wolf. You kind of want a Russian name, don't you? Man, I kind of want to go listen to Peter and the wolf. That just sounds like some nice music. Okay. And notice everybody's docking. They are going for what is called the fish boom, right? Remember, the dock gives you the opportunity to produce economic units from 2 buildings in the early game. You can't build more town centers until Castle Age. That's relatively late in the game. So the ability to produce, fishing ships from these docks, huge. And these Black Forest players are so good at cramming docks into the ponds and surrounding them with fish traps. Oh boy, Doubt lost a villager. That is kind of rough. Right? You do not want to lose a villager here. It's just, it just feels so bad. Oh no, and then this, oh no, the wolf, the wolf, the wolf, the wolf, the wolf. And there's a quick wall. And there's another quick wall. And he's okay. He's alive, but he's going to trigger the wolf again. He's going to, oh no, he's not going to trigger the wolf again. Okay, and Viper has walled up. Now notice these walls are kind of close and safe to home for the honey badgers. Actually, I'm going to take the opportunity now to best of 7, the Cartographers semifinals, and we're going to call these GL honey badgers. And then instead of calling them Gamer Legion A, we're going to call them Doubt and Tato. We'll do an ampersand. Okie dokie. Oh, I'm such a clown. I forgot to switch the screens. I'm so sorry, everyone. That is an unforgivable error, and I apologize. So, here's Black Forest. Tons of trees, few choke points. They've already been walled up. Jordan's got his walls here. Viper has got his walls here. Extra board that you can take. Ponds for fish booming. Doubt lost a villager, very sad, but it looks like he is going to be able to finish the walls, and that scout is on half HP. And Doubt's villager does not have loom. does not have Loom. He does not have Loom. Loom is the tech you research that protects your villagers, gives them some extra HP and armor. So he's a little vulnerable and squishy, but his friend is going to be here to not kind of protect him. He's dead. Okay, all right. Is this villager in danger? He certainly feels like he's in danger. Okay. And Viper and Viper and Jordan have both walled kind of close to home. They've both walled kind of close to home. And meanwhile, Tato has not walled up here at all, right? Oh, and Viper, greedy Viper taking these boar. Greedy, greedy, greedy. Now, each of those has 340 food on them, and that's a lot of free, fast collecting food. So it's a big advantage to be able to pull in those boar. And they attack your villagers, so it's dangerous. This man here is risking his life. He's 100% risking his life. But he's going to be safe. He's going to be okay. His friends are here. They're going to shoot down the boars. And he'll garrison in the TC, I suppose. No, he just keeps running. And take all these. And the walls are good for doubt. They are down. And it's nice to have all that space, right? For Doubt and Tato, getting all of this space it's a bonus, right? It's potential extra resources. The map, I believe, spawns in such a way that both teams get 3 relics. There's 1 relic, 2 relic, 3 relic. And then for the Honey Badgers, 1 relic, 2 relic. Where's the 3rd relic? Can I precisely click on you? There are only 5 relics on the map. Oh, interesting. That's big. That's a big deal. If there are only 5 relics on the map, then it's unbalanced. One team will get 3 and one team will get 2. And right now, there are 3 behind Doubt and Tato's walls, and there are only 2 behind the Honey Badger's walls. So that's really good for Doubt and Tato. Now, Viper and Jordan could push through these walls and take control of this relic, for example. That's certainly a possibility, but we'll see. This is kind of a fun little pocket here for Doubt. And the Honey Badgers are ahead in eco. Interesting. I wonder if there's idle TC time. Did I already click past it? Probably did. Idle TC. Nope, minimal for everyone. Why are they 5 villagers ahead? Do they just build more fishing ships? 7 fishing ships, 9 fishing ships. Yep, they've built a few more fishing ships. Okay. Which is perfectly fair. Bengalis, right, Doubt Civ gets a nice bonus where as soon as they age up, you'll be able to see them as they come out in 20 seconds. They get 2 free villagers per town center. So as soon as they hit feudal age, they get 2 free villagers, and then again in castle age, 2 free villagers will spawn from the town center. Super nice eco bonus. And there they are.
Hi.
Instaville, and he's going to go for a second TC. Jordan, right, Britons actually get cheaper wood cost on their TCs, so he's going for the Omega Boom, 4 TCs. That's kind of what you'd expect, right? And with all the fish, he's probably going to be able to sustain production out of them pretty quickly. Viper is not yet up. He's been a little slower. I wonder, is he cooking something up? He might be cooking a fast imp. So there's a few different strategies you can employ, right? You can try to get to the feudal age as fast as possible, put military on the field and fight. That's rarely successful on this map because it's so easy to wall and shut out military. And feudal age military is not really good at punching through walls and buildings. Another thing you could do is get to castle age as fast as possible and put down more town centers and boom up. And that's what Jordan's doing. That's kind of what Doubt's doing. Although I'd kind of expect more TCs. There's got to be more coming in from him. And yep, he'll drop another TC in a second. He's got the wooden stone and there it is. Drops the other TC. And then I don't know what Tato is planning. He doesn't have enough food for a fast imp, I don't think. But he's not putting down extra TCs. I don't know. He's on stone, so maybe he's thinking about a castle eventually. I'm not sure. We'll see. Okay, and here's Viper strat, right? He went up even a little later than everyone else. He's going to have a slower castle time, but he's going to use that time to get a castle. Oh, this is what Tato's been doing. Right, he invested in a siege push. Oh, and this castle's in danger. Oh, but I think it's going to be okay, right? These villagers are not afraid to die. They're not afraid to fight for their country. and that castle is going to go up, and Tato is going to have to back away. And once that castle goes up, it is going to be Turkish Janissaries coming out. Very strong castle age unit, gunpowder, right? Like, when you think about options, you're always thinking about your strongest options, and one of the reasons why you go for siege here is because siege can push these walls and push in, right? And the Janissaries are going to be a really potent option for Viper. Now, why is that? Why is that? Why are they so good? Well, they have a high damage output. They also have pretty good range. So they'll actually be able, they'll be able to match pretty well against these Mangonels. I say that as one just gets absolutely domed by a bucket of rocks from this Mangonel. Eventually, they'll be able to do okay. Oh my God. Okay. In fact, they will not be able to do well against these Mangonels. In theory, they can do kind of okay because they have such high damage output that they can kind of fight back against these Mangonels a little bit. It's going to be 2 TCs for Viper, 3 TCs for Tato. So he's poked a little bit and pressured, and he thinks, okay, all right, you're going Janissaries? Interesting, right? I can push that back with Siege for now, and I feel very comfortable and safe investing in my economy behind. I don't need to push more. I don't need to put more resources into defending here. This is going to hold for a nice long time, as Viper goes for his own Siege Workshop so that he can build Mangonels to counter this. Meanwhile, on the left side of the map, Dowd is on 4 TCs. He is a boomer. He is booming like a madman. And Jordan is on 5 docks and 4 TCs, and he is booming like a madman. And I guess Dowd is only... I don't know if you can get another dock in there. You might be able to get another dock in there, but he might be stuck on 4 docks. As Viper goes for a 3rd TC and Tato goes for a 4th TC. And here, both red and green have just walled up, right? They know the game. They think, look, I'm going to be stronger in late game. I just want to wall up and ignore you until I can bring in my most potent options in the late game. Interesting walls there from Viper. Okay. Yeah, and you can see here, right, like the siege is still defending pretty okay. And that, I think that is not good for the Viper. And here's the reason why that is not good for the Viper. Is because you invest a lot of resources to build a castle at 650 stone. You could be putting those resources into town centers and strengthening your economy. And instead you're dumping it into a castle and units that are not yet able to push. And it looks like Tato's thought is, okay, all right, I'll defend here as long as I can with some minimal investment into siege. And then I'll just wall behind, and these Janissaries will not be able to do anything anyway. So, the Honey Badgers are a little bit ahead on eco, I assume, because, you know, Jordan got those town centers down so fast. So fast. He started the boom so fast. But I think these Janissaries are going to struggle a little bit to push. Against the Mangonel, Doubt can pretty easily, if he wants, go for Monks with Redemption to convert the Mangonel, to convert Siege. And, you know, Tato's got his double layer walls. I don't think investing much more in this push is going to be too successful. Meanwhile, a castle comes out from Doubt, and he's thinking about Imp. What is he going to do in Imp? Jordan's thinking about Imp too. 1,000 food, 800 gold, that's what it costs. And his castle is coming up as soon as the castle's up. Well, really, he has 2 castle age buildings, so he can already click up. To click up to each new age, you need a certain amount of resources and certain types of buildings that belong to the previous age. And to get to Imp, you need either a castle or 2 castle age buildings. And he's got both of his castle age buildings, so yep, he's clicked up. Doubt has clicked up as well. What is it gonna be? What is it gonna be? I think... What is it gonna be? He's building a barracks. Is it gonna be Halbetreb, first of all? And from Doubt, it looks like it's gonna be Elephant Archers. Very tanky, very slow. Probably a pretty good counter to the Britons. The Britons are always trying to get into their archer units as Jordan starts queuing up longbows. And longbows have such long range that they're truly formidable archer units. But these elephant archers massive amounts of HP, lots of armor. They might be able to match the... as he goes into archery ranges. Okay. Nope, he is not thinking... I mean, I guess he's going to make a couple longbows. But he's thinking skirmishers. He's going to open skirmishers. And we're going to see elite skirm clicked as soon as one of these is up. Okay. So it's going to be skirms versus elephant archers. That's, I think, really smart from Jordan, because if you open archers, that's your gold unit, and it puts you in an awkward position against elephant archers, because the elephant archers are so tanky, they have so much hit points, and I think they also do pretty okay on armor. Oh, I guess, do they have 0 base pierce armor? Strange. The skirmishers are designed, they're the trash counter to all archer units, and they also get some additional bonus damage against cavalry archers, which elephant archers are classified as. And I said that the push was not going to be very successful, but, the monks were not there, and the push is here, and it's actually not doing too badly. Now, I think, at minimum, Doubt can push these back, I think. But that is a little scarier than you'd want. Casual 1 villager castle from Tato. Ego heavily in favor of Doubt and Tato now. Maybe not very heavily, but solid 35 ahead. And from Doubt, getting all the upgrades for his elephant archers. Would like to see elite elephant archer someday. Ooh, can he deny this? The Mangonel's not going to do too badly against these, right? I don't know how this fight goes. As Doubt takes the relics home. Bring them back to safety. I think the castle goes up. I don't think you can kill the military and the villagers fast enough. Meanwhile, it's full skirm from Jordan. And he's onager cutting, and he's through. But he's going to need trebs, and there's no treb yet on the field. Oh, and he's going to try to build a castle here, and that's not... You can't build a castle there. Yep, and he thinks better of it, and he's like, oh, I didn't... What? Real heads-up play from Doubt to build a castle here. Right, take control of this hill. And now Jordan is forced into this awkward castle position here, tucked away in the corner, which, sure, okay, but it just does not feel great. Okay, let's talk about the Jannies. The Jannies are through 1 layer of walls, but there's another layer of walls. When they get through that layer of walls, there will be 2 more layers of walls. So Tato has truly gone for the Omega Boom, right? He's up on 4 TCs, he's finally heading to Imp. He's getting Fortified Wall to slow down these Janissaries. It's going to be another layer of walls. This castle will also stall out the Turks, at least until the Turks... Oh, the Turks are in Imp. So they can get the cannons out and start pressuring. It looks like he's thinking Paladin. And I think that's a great play, right? You can just punch, right? They're Paladins, the Night Line, are the heavyweight boxers in Age of Empires 2. It's just a lot of hit points, a lot of damage output, a lot of tankiness, and they can just punch through units like a mailed fist. And I think going into Paladin could be a great move here, and we're probably already seeing the stables come up. Yep, there's the stables. Imp, and we will see the last armor and Cavalier, I suppose. Meanwhile, having the hill here is just so nice, right? Double castle stack, better treb production. You're pressuring downhill. You go into your own skirms. And this is such an awkward position for Jordan to fight from, right? And yeah, you've got trebs, and yeah, it's nice. I don't know if he's researched Warwolf yet. I don't think he has, but he may have. I may have missed it, which is the upgrade for Britain trebs, which makes them absolutely terrifying. But this is such an awkward position from Jordan, right? You have to move around this wall. Your castle is tucked away in a corner. You're at the bottom of a hill. That is such heads-up play from Doubt to sit himself on top of this hill. And, still, right, spending gold units here for Doubt, not that great, but he's mixing in the skirms, and I think he's still producing elephant archers, and he will not have too much trouble holding this position, I don't believe. Although he's all out of trebs. Did he get Warwolf? Warwolf gives Britain trebs. I don't know if he's researched it, but Warwolf gives Britain trebs 100% accuracy and blast damage, so they can do an incredible job of pushing back castles and trebs because they can target the opposing trebs. And I think, yep, here come the Cavalier. Yep, he needs the Cavalier. The Cavalier can dive here, kill skirms, kill the trebs, and save this. And the castle just needs to stay up for a fraction more, for just 1 minute longer. And can it do it? No, it can't. Castle's down. Meanwhile, Viper's got everything here, but he's still kind of struggling to push, right? And this cannon, like could be targeting this castle, but that wouldn't even help that much because there's just more layers of walls, right? And Viper's probably figured, yeah, this is a choke point. He can wall as many times as he wants. I'm not going to make any progress through there. As Viper walls up, that's a signal that he's thinking, either I don't want you to raid through there, or maybe I don't want you to be able to push through here. I want to be able to focus all my efforts in one area. But, you know, it's awkward for him to come over and help Jordan here. Yeah, and see, the position is just too awkward, right? Jordan was able to take out Doubt's castle, and that's great. But as soon as the Cavalier arrived, and Paladin has been clicked, as soon as the Cavalier arrive, right, like it's just curtains for this castle. It's curtains for this whole position for Jordan. And now Jordan's going to have to back up and start thinking. And everybody is already going into trade. They know how this is. They know how this game is played. And they know it's going to be a long one. So they're investing in that long-term trade, right? So, 2 siege workshops here. I assume that means cannons coming out. Yep. Cannons to push the Britons. And what are the Britons going to go for? They've only been going into skirms. I think he's sitting back and thinking, I can defend infinitely here, right? Tight choke points. I've built my walls. My trebs are better than yours. You can't push with trebs. You can't push through these walls. You can't push at all, right? So I think Jordan is thinking, I'm going to buy some time. I'm going to buy some time. Notice he's not producing any units, right? He's actually drowning in resources, right? Instead, he's like, okay, maybe it's time to invest in trade and think about the long term. Think about my long-term compositions and think about long-term options. And these walls end up being super useful, right? Because now that Jordan is sitting back and waiting, Doubt and Tato can think like, oh, interesting. I'm going to have Paladin in 18 seconds. I've got elite elephant archers. I've got trebs. I've got cannons. Let's go push Viper, right? And so these walls are going to slow things down a little bit, make it awkward to kind of push through here. It's just going to be awkward. They're going to have to take out these gates first, and that poor elephant just takes like 4 cannonballs to the face. Ouch. Ugh. And it's going to be onager for Tato. And what that tells me, notice the outposts, okay? Speaking of information, right? These outposts are buildings that give you extra line of sight, right? So, let's shift click, I think it is. Yep. So notice, why do you build this outpost? Well, because onagers can cut through trees. And so one of the sneaky things you can do in Black Forest is you cut through the trees and then run cavalry through and raid your enemy from behind rather than fighting through these choke points. Super nice, right? Great option. And that is what Tato is thinking. Tato is going into onager, and he's got a mangonel. Where is it? Oh, it's being produced here. It's being produced in one of these siege workshops. Yep. And he's going to either cut here, or maybe you do the real sneaky and you come here into this little tucked away corner of the forest. You just cut right up the edge of the map, and then you pop out here. And notice, Jordan does not have outposts. Jordan has not built outposts. I cannot believe that Jordan has not built outposts. He's not expecting the onager cut. And the onager cut might come straight up the gut. It's certainly possible, right? But you could do a sneaky, cut through the edge, run a bunch of paladins through. There are 37 paladins. He's got 61 on gold. He can make paladins all day long. Could be a lot of paladins. And paladins back here would just mess you up so badly, right? The thing about Black Forest is that it's a choke pointy map, right? Think of all these narrow channels that you have to fight through. And that's why Tato can just like build 5 layers of stone walls and say, come at me, bro, right? You can't push through that. It'll take you way too long. But you can change that calculus by cutting as, oh, interesting. Okay, so Jordan's cut. But it's actually Doubt flagging this whole passageway. Is that where he wants to cut? That must be where he wants to cut, as the paladins come in. And Jordan's gone for halbs to counter that. And in the choke points, the halbs are going to be pretty solid against the paladin. It's not perfect, but they're going to be pretty solid. He is going to need more of them. And he's going to need... Oh, he's got plenty of barracks. Okay, his production is going to be just fine. His production is going to be just fine. But the elephant archers are here, and they're going to shred. And I don't know if Jordan's ready for this. And Viper, like pushing... He could try pushing through here. He could try. He could certainly try. It may even work. And now here come the onagers. And he's going to cut right through here, and then the paladins are going to come through and see what kind of damage they can do. Oh, no, the paladins are already in. And the paladins are running through. They're coming through straight up the gut. And this is going to be 20-ish paladins that are just casually running through, and now Jordan has to throw up panic castles. That castle is not going up right now. That castle will go up. But, yep, that is what we call in Age of Empires 2 a doubt castle, which is a castle that does not go up. Can Viper push through here? He's going to have heavy camel. He's still getting some of the upgrades. He's got all of his Janissaries. They are elite. And he's got 5 Turkish bombard cannons. Can he push through the gut? I kind of think so. These paladins need a reroute. Can you kill Jordan fast enough? I don't know if you can kill Jordan fast enough. As the camels come over from Viper to help. Because Jordan actually, could be in trouble. Although the paladins, where did the paladins go? There are no more paladins. There are no paladins raiding. And all the elephant archers are sitting here, but they're not idling any farms. They're not killing any eco. I don't know if this, what are these? They're just sitting underneath castles, dying, which is okay, right? They're buying time for these troops to take out the castles. I don't know if I like this. And he's starting to slowly retreat. And these paladins, I really feel like need to be here, right? I mean, losing the castle is maybe not such a big deal. It's kind of a vulnerable castle anyway. So maybe you kind of figure that it's going to die, but you need a hold here. You really, truly need a hold here. And I don't know if elephant archers are going to cut it. Right? They are tanky. They have 300 HP. They are strong. But that's a lot of Janissaries, and that's a lot of cannons, and there are going to be bombard towers behind. And with trade, you can get infinite gold. And with infinite gold, you can buy infinite stone. Although it does get more expensive over time. And with infinite stone, you can build bombard towers and just lock down positions. So I know Doubt and Tato, they have the advantage here. They're pushing, right? They're slowly grinding through Jordan's base. And I don't, the camels are here. But there's only 17 camels. And they're supposed to counter paladins in theory, but they're not going to counter 45, more than 45. How many Spanish paladins are these? They're not going to counter 60 Spanish paladins. That's not how this works, right? They're not, the camels do not counter that effectively. And I think Jordan is kind of in trouble. Like, he can't control this space. The castles are helping, right? That enormous crossfire is deadly. But 3 Trebs can just keep still attacking ground. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, they'll shoot over their heads. It's okay. My point is the honey badgers can't really control this space, I don't think. It's too many archers, too many elephant archers, too many paladins, right? And that means that they can't stop the Trebs. They can't come back and kill these Trebs. Can't stop the Trebs from taking out the castles. The villagers are all running. They're trying to repair that castle. That's going to work for a bit. And Doubt feels confident enough to come forward with a castle. Meanwhile, though, right, this is the whole artery of reinforcements. And Viper is challenging that and threatening that. I keep saying that, and he is. But he's been unable to push. He can't push past these elephants. And now he's pulling in the monks to convert elephants, which is really strong. Because the monks are strongest. Monks convert units, right? They change them to your side. And monks are strongest. They are at their strongest when they convert high-value units, expensive units, like elephant archers. So the monk play here would actually not be that bad, I don't think. Although it's also very micro-intensive. Yep, and Jordan sees the writing on the wall. Viper sees the writing on the wall. And this is truly, right, like, here's the thing about this matchup, right? Britons are great on Black Forest, and Turks are great on Black Forest. But here's their weakness. Neither of them has a high-value, high-HP, tanky punching unit, for lack of a better phrase, right? The Britons have their longbows. That's really nice. They can deal damage from a distance. They have their trebuchets. That's really nice. They can take out buildings from a distance. They have their halbs. That's really nice. They can push against cavalry. But all of those are units that don't have a lot of hit points. Same thing with Turks, right? Turks have great, powerful options. Wonderful options. But the Janissaries don't have a ton of HP. The cannons don't have a ton of HP. The camels don't have a ton of... I mean, they're pretty good, but it's just not enough, right? And so on a qualitative basis, even though Doubt and Tato, even at the end of the game, they don't have that many more military units, But each military unit is more expensive than and stronger than each corresponding enemy unit, right? It is a classic example of quality over quantity, right? And I know right now they've got quantity too. It'd be kind of interesting to rewind. I think I can... Can I zip back through the timeline? Oh, I'm not sure the game will let me. Let's try. Let's, oh, no, we want to go forward, not backwards. What I'm looking for is I'm kind of curious if the honey badgers had a consistent numerical advantage in the military. Because I truly do believe that the honey badgers did not have pound for pound units that were as strong as... We might not be able to do it. I don't know if Capture Age is really going to be able to handle this, unfortunately. So we may not be able to verify. I'll wait a second and we'll see. Can I stop the jump? Whoa, whoa. Okay. Well, all right. Capture Age has spoken. We're not going to be doing it. But I don't know what the exact numeric count was of the units, but I can confidently say that those Bengali elephant archers and the Spanish paladins, they were able to be this powerful mailed fist that punched through Jordan. And even though in principle you have all the counters, you have all kinds of strong units, it just isn't enough, because on a per unit basis, you're making stronger units, right? Like I said, classic example of quality over quantity, right? And, that's another classic sort of dichotomy or tension in strategy, right? Like, do you go for what is best or do you go for what is most numerous? And the answer can be different in different situations, right? There are plenty of other games where quantity wins over quality. But this is certainly one where Doubt and Tato had the time and the space to build up their economies and get to their strongest units. And when it comes to that, at the end of the day, the Briton and Turk units are just not as strong pound for pound because they're elephants, right? They are not as strong pound for pound as the Bengali and Spanish units. So that's pretty interesting. Okay, so it is a win for Spanish, and it is a win for Bengalis. And it is a loss for the Britons. Second drafted Civ does not feel great, right? And look how late in the draft Bengalis and Spanish are. Tato and Doubt, they're probably feeling good from a draft perspective about this, is what I'm saying. And then what was the other Civ? It was Britons and it was Turks. Okay. And for maps, there is a... I don't know how to assign this, so we'll just have to remember, unfortunately. But that's okay. We all have good memories here, except for me. So the next map is going to be... Yeah, I keep thinking about that, right? And, we talked about turtling. One of the strengths of turtling can be an advantage if it's roundabout production. The term roundabout production I first ran across, I think. I don't know if it's a commonly used term. It's a very interesting... the idea is common, but I don't know if that term is common. A book called The Tao of Capital by Mark Spitznagel. He's an investor. He's a friend of Nassim Taleb, who Other Joseph is a huge fan of. And I like Nassim Taleb too, largely in many ways. The deal with so roundabout production, the Tao of Capital, right? One of the examples that Mark Spitznagel uses in the Tao of Capital is forest fires, right? A forest fire in the short term destroys a forest, right? In the long term, however, periodic forest fires help to strengthen the overall growth and healthiness of the ecosystem in a forest. In fact, there are some pine cones that will not even release their seeds until there is the intense heat produced by a forest fire, right? So notice there's this pattern in which the forest, to be healthy, needs to lose periodically, and not a fatal loss, right? But it needs to, quote unquote, be defeated. It needs to suffer a loss in the form of a forest fire in order to stay healthy and strong in the long term, right? So there is this way in which you can buy time and say, I'm not going to win now, but I can win later. And this is, I think this is the marshmallow experiment, right? Do you get little kids in a room, right? You can have one marshmallow now, or you can have two marshmallows later, right? And one of the most important things that humans are able to do, and, well, sometimes they're able to do it, right? Certainly some kids are able to do it happily, right? Is they're able to say, okay, I don't want one marshmallow now. I'm going to get 2 marshmallows later, right? And in part, it's more complicated than this because, well, for reasons. But Doubt and Tato were able to say, if we get to the late game, we are going to have a lot of marshmallows, man. We're going to have a lot of marshmallows. And when you get there, you kind of start feeling like you have maybe more marshmallows than the honey badgers, than the Turks and the Britons. Now, I don't know, right? My idiot peanut gallery opinion is that maybe if I'm the honey badgers, I think I try to find some way to make that push from Viper with the Turks more successful. Because notice, it never got anywhere. It never was able to push in and do any damage. And it slowed his eco down, right? And I just don't know what you really ever got from that. And so you need, and I don't know how to do it because I'm not as good of a player as the Viper. But you try to find some way to do it. And then for Tato, or excuse me, for Jordan, the Britons, I just wonder if maybe what you think is, look, I know this is going to go late. Maybe instead of trying to do that sneaky onager push, I go straight for my strongest composition. I go straight for tons of Werewolf Trebs, straight for tons of longbows with some kind of Skirm or Halb meat shield in front, or maybe use sling resources to Viper so that he can make heavy camels for you. Maybe that's what you do. I don't know. I just think that Jordan's little, the sneaky cut where he did that super fast push and then ran face first into Doubt's castle and then was forced into that awkward castle placement. That I think, like, that might have been the moment where Jordan became essentially helpless and was on the back foot. I don't mean helpless, but like was on the back foot for the rest of the game. And Doubt and Tato were just able to wall up, hang on, and get to what was ultimately the stronger, more population efficient, higher quality composition. Pineberry says there are a lot of plants that germinate on low brush fires. Yeah, I assume you're speaking from some knowledge. I'm not, but I do know there's at least one pine cone species that requires that. And we are already in. They're going to be playing on Arabia. Sorry, here I am. I need to get out of this game just a second. Yeah, and this is the other example that Mark Spitznagel discusses, which is kind of a fun one in the context of Age of Empires 2, because it's a unit in Age of Empires 2, is the repeating crossbow of the Chinese, which is called the Chuko Nu. At least in Age of Empires 2, it's called that. I think some spellings that I've seen in English are like Zhuge Nu. It's different because things are different. But the Chuko Nu is a crossbow that was used in the Warring States period in ancient China, around like I think 200, 300 BC. And the deal with it, the Chuko Nu is that it takes time to wind up, and it takes time to wind up. But once you've wound up, you can discharge several arrows in quick succession, right? And we actually see that. Maybe we'll see that. I'm sure that Chinese got drafted at some point, so we'll probably see them in this set. It's very likely. And so the point is you have this sort of like winding up, build-up period where you are unable to take advantage. And then that empowers you to then later take wild advantage, right? Like by the time Tato had 60 paladins and Doubt had all those elephant archers, the time had kind of passed. Okay, we're on Arabia. Oh, hang on. Friends, I am in the wrong game. My apologies. This is the wrong game. You will notice, first of all, it is a 3v3. You will notice, second of all, that none of the player names are the right names. So I'm just casually in the wrong game here, but I'll get into the right game. And it is Arabia, which makes the draft in some ways pretty predictable. And we'll be in there instantly, so I won't even, go to the dashboard and speculate. We'll just see what they're picking. Right, and the whole deal with roundabout production is it's about timings, right? It's about how long you can invest in your eco to then develop a long-term advantage and when I say the eco, sort of like more generically, the infrastructure, the base, the larger superstructure that supports the eventual advantage that you're seeking, right? And I keep going back to like the example of going to college to introduce your learning potential, just because that's an example that we're all familiar with. Okay, here we are on Arabia. Let's give it a win to... I'm going to change the titles again. Don't know why it reset it. Doubt and Tato. And the GL Honey Badgers. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to pause, but okay. All right, so we're back on Arabia. Super, super, super sweaty. This is what all the pro players are best at. This is their first and greatest love, Arabia. Open map, very dynamic, very aggressive, very non-turtly. And you pick one archer civ, you pick one cavalry civ on each side. And for Doubt and Tato, whoa, hang on. The archer civ is the Incas, which is kind of strange because you don't normally think of them as an archer civ. They do get fully upgraded archer line, so they're fine. But normally you'd pick some kind of civilization that gets a bonus to their archers, and they did not do that here. So that's really interesting. And then Doubt has gone for the Magyars. My beloved Magyars. I do love them. You know, they're not the best civ, but they sure are one of my favorites. And then for the Honey Badgers, Viper is going to be the archer player, and he's going to be, as he delays the mill, kind of nice, he's going to be the archer player. He's the Vietnamese. Another kind of interesting pick, because they do have a bonus to their archers of more HP per unit. On a percentage basis, but it's not the greatest archer bonus, right? But you already spent Britons on Black Forest, so I guess that's how it is, man. As the walls go up for the Honey Badgers, at least one half of... ooh, come on. Are we going to wall? Are we going to wall Viper? I think we're going to wall. Someday we're going to wall. As Doubt and Tato are already getting a pretty good eco lead. How many kills have they gotten? We'll slow down in a second and be able to follow the game a little bit more granularly. But they're already kills, deaths. Where are my eco kills, deaths? 4 for Doubt and Tato. All of them on Viper, and 0 kills for the Honey Badgers. Let's try to find the idle TC time. I'm just trying to figure out why Doubt and Tato are 12 villagers ahead. It just seems so wild. They must have forced some idle TC time. Where's my idle TC? Well, actually, Tato has a whole minute. Oh, but they forced 4 minutes of idle time from the Viper. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. That's great damage. And now they're 15 villagers ahead. And Doubt is on the way to the Castle Age. That means Lycav. That means Knights. And he is going to be coming in hot. This is great for Doubt and Tato. This is as good of a start as you could ever hope for. And remember, Arabia is kind of the Honey Badgers' home map. They're the ones who picked it. They're the ones who feel most confident there. As Doubt goes in and cleans up all of Viper's archers, and Viper's going to have no more archers. Oh my goodness. And now Tato is up to the Castle Age. Jordan is up, but Viper it's going to be a hot minute, I bet, before... Yeah, he's getting there. He's getting there, but it's still going to be a minute. And he's got his archers. And, and Doubt is flagging there and saying, it is time to go, right? We've got him on the ropes. It's time to kill him, right? We've got it's not quite boot on his neck, but, Viper is seriously on the back foot here. He is seriously on the back foot. It is going to be a while before he gets to Castle Age. He's going to be so squishy and vulnerable, but instead, wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Okay, we need it. We're going to take a second to back up. So, whoa. I need to describe what a big deal this is. The Honey Badgers are probably favored here on Arabia. This is a map that, it could go to either team because they're both great. They're both teams of amazing players. But you'd kind of figure that the Honey Badgers feel more comfortable here. And I think in many ways they have the better civs too. So getting a win here is huge for Doubt and Tato. It's huge. And to get it this fast, 20 minutes of game time, right? Viper is still not even in the Castle Age. We're going to back up. We're going to back up. And we are going to see what happened that squished the Viper so badly. Wow, 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 wow. That is such a good result. Okay, how did they do it? How did they do it? Okay, so Viper and, or excuse me, Doubt and Tato are up. Viper and Jordan are up. Double Arch, okay. And they even shanked Tato's scout. What happened? Chasing with the scout, skirmishing. Not too bad. Okay, what happens to Viper? What happens to him? What happens to him? He's still not got too much idle TC time. He's still fine. He's still fine. And then suddenly he's not fine. Scouts just moving across the map, trying to gather together, trying to find a place where they can focus their power and do some damage. Archers move out for Viper. Scouts and archers together for the Honey Badgers feels good. Scouts don't do any damage here, although they do pressure him off the gold. And the idle TC time starts climbing. Oh, it's pushing them off this. It's pushing them off this. Is it? They go to the berries. They go to the berries. Where's the food? Where's the food? What happened? Where's the food for the Viper? This is where the idle TC time starts climbing, and he has 0 on food. Oh no. And he tries to go for the mill, but the scouts come back, and they're Magyar scouts with extra attack, and they deny it even longer. And he's still got 0 on food. Oh no. Yeah, and Viper goes heavy on gold. He's like, I'm going to need to buy my way up. I'm not going to be able to get to the castle age in a natural way by placing farms. I'm going to need to purchase the food. That's it right there. That's it right there. And then the walls are denied, and they're going to get, he's going to get pushed off the berries again. 4 on food. That's not enough to sustain villager production. 1 on food. 0 on food. Oh no, oh no, oh no. And then the archers push away the woodlot. Oh my goodness. And where's Jordan? The scouts are not getting anything done here. Too many scouts defending. Oh man. Oh man. That is crazy. Doubt and Tato just manhandled Viper. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. So, yeah, so strategic breakdown here. Here's what it all turns down on. One of the most important things that you do in Age of Empires 2 is you have villagers on food. You have villagers producing food. Right now, Viper has 0. At the beginning of the game, you get some free food in the form of sheep and boar and deer and berries. Over the long term, you need to kind of switch to farming, right? At least on land maps. Let's not talk about fish. You need to have at least 6 villagers on food at all times to sustain villager production. If you don't, you start getting idle TC time and you start ending up behind. Yep, and the idle TC time starts climbing and down. Tato start getting ahead and the Viper starts falling behind in his villager count. Oh no. How did that happen? What happened? I'm not even sure what happened. I don't know why he didn't have farms down already. What happened? Anyway, the point is, you need that food, right? I mean, it's food, right? You know, it's just like humans. We need food to live, and we need food constantly to live, right? And so I still don't understand why no farms. Maybe he didn't have wood. I don't know what went wrong, but running out of food, and then pushing him, and then being able to push Viper off the berries. Viper just got strangled. And then when you don't have food, getting up to Castle Age and getting those new techs and the power spikes and all that stuff, it costs 800 food. It's expensive in food. It takes time to get there, and he just wasn't able to get there in time. And then, that's all she wrote, folks, right? Like, you can see in the timeline what a short game it was, right? And I wonder why. Doubt and Tato, instead of going and punishing Viper, instead they ended up going and punishing Jordan, right? Castle Age is on the way. Dance, dance, skirmish, skirmish. Nerding, nerding. And then Lycav comes in. The Knights come out. 26 archers. And they just waltz right through. And Jordan's like, yeah. This ain't happening. Holy moly. You truly, and I apologize for lingering so long on this, right? And I hope I kind of gave some good strategic analysis there of why that fell apart for Viper, why he's so slow to the castle age and never gets there by the end of the game, and still doesn't have the resources to click up. You need 800 and 200, and he does not have it. Does not have it in the bank. But like, if you're familiar with Age of Empires 2, you know that is a great result from Dowd and Tato. Oh, mamma mia, that is good. Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna go look for the next one. Let's assign them their wins. That's so good. And I have to they had Mayans and they didn't choose Mayans. It's the better archer civ. To get that win with Incas feels really good because Incas are an archer civ, but they're not a really good archer civ. They're not a special archer civ. They're not a first pick archer civ. Or even they're like a 2.5 pick archer civ. And it's a loss for the Vietnamese and a loss for the Franks. Where are the Franks? And the Franks are like the classic cavalry civ. You kind of want to get a win with them if you can. And Dowd and Tato still have not used a single of their first row drafts. And I have to betray a little bit of my bias here. So I like almost all, I think all, no, I really do. I like all Age of Empires 2 players, some a little more than others, right? And if either of these teams wins, it will be well-deserved, I'm sure, right? They're all phenomenal players. Beating them is just not easy. But I really like the strategic dynamism that Tato has. So low-key a little bit cheering for Dowd and Tato. But I like both teams. Both teams are phenomenal. They're wonderful. To my knowledge, they're good people. They're interesting. They're fun. They're smart. And it will be Eastern Coastlines. So, wow, I still can't believe that. I can't believe that. That's so good. And to go up 2-0, you're feeling real good if you're Dowd and Tato. You are feeling real good right now. Okay, let's click in, download the custom files, and we will be right into the game. Game 3. Ooh, okay. Oh, hang on. Oh, here we go. Yep, there we go. Okay, so this is a map whose name I have already forgotten, and normally it's here at the bottom, but I guess I need to actually manually insert it there. I actually am going to look at what map it's called. It's called Eastern Coastline. There we go. As we see some preliminary violence already. Camel Scout on Eagle Scout violence. Okay, all right, so let's talk about this map. As you can see, half of this map is land. Kind of open. Some mineral resources, some spread out, not a ton, but some extras, right? Like here's an extra gold in the middle. You can take that. And then there's this water section with islands in the middle, right? So one of your players is on the island, one of your players is on land, right? So there's all sorts of interesting things going on here because, for instance, you can, if you're the water player, you can come over and get on land, but then things start getting a little cramped on land because you've only got half of a map to split between more than half of the players. By contrast, though, like if you get surrounded on water, you can just lose everything. So civs. Tato is the Korean solid naval civ. They get a discount on their ships, so that's nice. The Viper going for the Vikings, also a great naval civ. I think they get cheaper docks. Is it more HP on their galleys? I think it's more HP on their galleys, maybe? No, it's more HP on their infantry. Maybe it's no, they don't get cheaper dock techs. That's the Italians. They have another bonus that's good for water that I'm not remembering. As the galleys dance and micro against each other. So beautiful to watch them in their natural habitat. So it's sort of two separate 2v2s, but they can end up helping each other depending on how it plays out. And looks like 3 docks for the Viper. And meanwhile, Tato, his opponent on the water, is also on 3 docks. And Jordan's going to be first to click up to the Castle Age. And what will it be from Jordan? It looks like it is going to be Eagles. So Eagles are... This is sort of interesting, right? There are 3 civs in the game that don't get cavalry of any kind. And they're called meso civs in the game, even though one of them is technically from South America, the Incas. And so they don't get cavalry in the game. It's it is historically accurate. Not everything about this game is historically accurate, but that is one thing that is historically accurate, right? No cavalry for the meso civs. What they get instead, sort of their equivalent, are these eagles, right? So you'll notice they start the game with an eagle scout instead of a horse scout, a mounted scout. Eagles are a really strong option in Castle Age because they're cheap, and they're cheap on food. And for various reasons, food is difficult to get in Castle Age, but gold is much easier. And he's just saturating this gold, right? And he's got 1 barracks, and I kind of wonder if you're going to do 2 barracks. Maybe all that gold is for monks, so maybe it's Monk Eagle. But they're relatively cheap. You can get a lot of them, and you can just flood the map with eagles. And it kind of feels like that is what Jordan is thinking about. He's thinking about eagles. And he gets to the Castle Age, and what does he do? He builds a monastery forward for monks. Aztecs get very strong monks. And he goes for squires. Okay, it feels like the Eagle Warrior upgrade has to be queued. Is he going for Eagle Warriors? Maybe he's waiting for more numbers. But he's going to start pressuring, and he's going to force Doubt to throw up the stone walls, right? So, right, even after these guys punch through, right, Jordan's investing everything into punching through these walls, and when he punches through the walls, he will find out there's just more walls behind those. There's more where that came from. So he adds a siege workshop to enter the land pressure. So he's going to be the aggressing player, and Doubt is going to be the defending player. And Doubt has the Gurjaras, and Doubt is a little... These wood lines could be easily pressured. He doesn't really have a backwood line other than this, which is a backwood line technically. Doubt is to Castle Age, and let's see, what's his strategy? What is the strategy? Is it military units? Does not appear so. Instead, it's stone for a castle, and that will shut down this whole push. And he's already on the way. He's close. He's got 450 approximately stone in the bank. He needs about 200 more. And will he drop a second TC? Not yet. He will drop a market instead. But I think as soon as he drops the castle, he drops another TC. He's saving up all the wood. So he's going to do that. Okay. Meanwhile, Jordan has added 2 town centers behind. So he's like, okay, all right. I see what you're doing with the stone walls. I will not invest too much more into this push. Instead, I will boom behind. Right? So he's actually going to have a stronger ego than Doubt, potentially, despite being the aggressing player. Right? Despite investing all of this into a forward push. And in terms of siege, there will be no siege, at least not yet. So Jordan's pivoting. Looks like Jordan's pivoting and thinking, okay, all right, I will boom at home. Okay, on the water, meanwhile. Oh, boy. Tato is in... he's got 20 galleys, which is more... Oh, and he just gets the war galley upgrade. Okay, and he's... Okay, this is okay. This is pretty evenly matched. This is not too bad. This is not too bad. Meaning for Doubt and Tato. And it's not great for the Viper either, but it's fine. Right, you're in here, you might be able to kill a few fish. You're a little bit trapped and encircled, so you can't run away from this fight easily. And it might end up being pretty good for Tato. He might get a little bit of an advantage here on the water. As this push is going nowhere, right? There's a castle in the way. Doubt can go into chakrams, which are going to be phenomenal against the eagles. They could get converted by monks, and they're going to be a little weak against the mangonel. But the castle can take out the mangonel, so this push is completely stalled out. This push is going nowhere. And Jordan knows that and adds a 3rd TC behind and says, all right, it's boom time. It's time to stop investing in the short term. It's time to stop investing into this push. It's time to start getting a little bit more of an eco advantage. And he knows, he's going to know that this castle is up. He can see it. And so he's going to say, all right, you poured 650 resources into defending your base. I poured all these resources in. Maybe we're kind of even. I'll just boom behind. And Doubt has got a second TC up, and he's going to be thinking about a third TC, it looks like. I'm not sure where. Do you put it on this stone? Do you put it on this wood? As Jordan's going to try to get some value by pushing in from another angle, and that could really work. These houses are not that strong. It'll go down pretty fast. Meanwhile, on water, Viper goes back. He's on 5 dock production. And he did kind of lose that fight. He lost some numbers. And Tato is probing. He's like, what you got over there? But nobody has an advantage here. Not a really strong advantage, I wouldn't say. It's still even, right? Like you look at the score, it's neck and neck. You look at eco, neck and neck. You look at military, it's neck and neck, right? The question is all about position, right? Notice that, for instance, Doubt has almost no military units. He has very few, right? So Jordan has a ton of map control, right? Like, I truly believe, I sometimes think that strategy is all about asymmetries, right? It's just all about differences. And that might seem kind of obvious, and maybe it is. It might be a dumb thing to say. But I think in some ways it's a smart thing to say. It's all about asymmetries. So notice, symmetry, 3 town centers. Symmetry, almost in military count, a little bit more for the honey badgers now. Symmetry in eco count. Symmetry in map positions. But one of the asymmetries here is that Jordan has the map control, and Jordan is in, and that TC is under threat, and the Chakrams are not at home. They are not protecting their people. They are gallivanting out here, and honestly, I think the monks can defend here, right? So Jordan had all this map control. He used that to pressure from another angle. Now he's got another asymmetry. He's inside Doubt space. Doubt's not, Doubt is inside his base a little bit. Yep, okay, well that's not gonna be great. But he converts a Chakram, and Chakrams are not really high-value units, but they're going to struggle to kill anything that's not infantry. They're going to struggle to kill solitary monks. And the monks can hop into this TC. So I kind of think that, you know, Jordan's going to have... Aztec monks are really strong. They get extra HP for every monastery tech you research. He's going to be able to defend just fine here against the Chakrams. And meanwhile, he is belligerently pressuring in. And there's only a few Chakrams here. And if the monks, the micro, Jordan, the micro, are we going to convert Chakrams? Are we converting Chakrams? We need to convert Chakrams. He gets 1. He loses 3 monks and gets 1. That is great for Doubt, right? Get 3 monks, lose only 1 Chakram. Phenomenal. And now the Chakrams are still, they are pressing in. And I think the value of this push from Jordan has kind of ended. In the meantime, 35 ships to 25, so now Viper's got the water advantage. He is producing from more docks, I believe. Yeah, he's producing from more docks, so I don't know exactly. Now he's even pressuring this wood line. I don't know what Tato's thinking here in terms of what he's going to do. He's more than doubled on water. He's outnumbered 2-1, right? The army advantage, right? Asymmetry, shifting for honey badgers. Both water players are on 1 TC. I don't know how the honey badgers got ahead on eco. Is it? It's not fishing ships. It's Jordan's villagers. He's sustained Vill production really well. But Doubt has cleaned up that push at home, and now he says, all right, my turn to take map control. And he's going to come forward and place a belligerent castle that's going to grab a stone, grab a gold, take a hill, threaten all of these buildings, threaten a little bit of the farming eco, and potentially crack Jordan wide open. Super nice. But Jordan, on the way to Imp, 10 on stone, he will drop a castle right here, and then get Trebs out, and then he will be fine. And Doubt is nowhere near Imp. So this castle is... Doubt has taken map control, but this castle is on a clock. It's on a clock even before it's built, because there will be a castle right here, and there will be Trebs right here, and Doubt will not be able to protect this castle unless there's some kind of overwhelming military advantage. So this is a short-term position. This is not, yep, I told you, the castle's right there. I get things right every now and again in Age of Empires 2. And that's where it is. And Doubt goes all in on gold. Nice. And what kind of damage can you get done? What kind of damage can you get done? I don't think Chakrams are it. I don't think they really have that ability to get the damage done. And then you're going to lose this castle, and Jordan's going to take the position right back. So that's how that is. That's the way that is. Meanwhile, in the water, things are really shifting in favor of the honey badgers, right? 44 ships to 15. Tato is on the struggle bus, and he's building towers to defend the coastline. Korean towers are great, right? They will be able to defend his coastline, but he's not gonna be on water. Like he's in danger. He's in danger. He cannot fight this army from Viper. Does not have anywhere the numbers. You kind of need to start thinking about transport ships and going to the mainland, where it's cramped, and you want to mine all these resources, but as soon as the Viper gets to Imp, which is, I guess, in a long time, because his ego's nowhere close to getting to Imp, but that is going to be all kinds of iffy, right? If you're trapped on this island and you have no control, then the Vikings are going to encircle you and strangle you from the water. They will blockade you. It will be a naval blockade, and there will be no survivors. And out come the trebuchets to queued up, and it is going to be crossbows. I believe Aztecs get arbalests, which is the last archer line upgrade, with bracer, but they miss an important upgrade in thumb ring, and then they also miss one of the armor upgrades. So they get arbs that are not the greatest arbs, but they are arbalests. They are okay. They will be somewhat serviceable. Doubt's on the way up. He's going to lose this castle. He's not even bothering to repair it because he knows. He knows that castle is not long for this world. Okay. Tato's dead here. He will be able to hold, but he will not be able to win. He needs to get onto the mainland. And Viper has some ships positioned to kind of keep an eye on that. Probably not enough to snipe a transport. But I truly believe that, like, either Doubt needs to kill Jordan fast, which I don't think he can do, right? With what is he going into? Is he going into infantry? Oh, sorry, that's for the chakrams. Of course it is. I'm an idiot. I don't know what Doubt's going into. Chakrams are going to be countered by the arbalests, I think, or at least it's not going to be a convincing win. As Doubt goes home, builds a castle in the middle. Nice. And Viper's onto the mainland. He's branched out. And I just think Tato is in danger. Tato is in danger. He cannot win this. He cannot win this. The only thing he can do is not die. Which is a thing he can do. And sometimes, strategically speaking, what you need to do is just show up and not die. You just need to survive long enough. But survive long enough for what? Because I'm not convinced by what Doubt is doing here on land. I don't know what you go into. As Jordan walls up and says, I'm going to seal off my base. There will be no raiding. Right? Gurjaras do have some units that are phenomenal for raiding. And Doubt has not teched into those, but he could, if he wanted to. As the Trebs come out and start threatening the next castle. And I don't know what Doubt does here. What is Doubt thinking as he puts up another castle, and that will slow down the push? It will not stop the push. And Jordan's already prepping infantry to counter cavalry. He's prepping pikes. It's just, he's thinking about it, as it's going to be elite chakram for Doubt, so he truly does believe that the chakrams can save him. And maybe they can, right? What do Aztecs do against chakrams? It's a little rough. The crossbows are going to be okay, but a little vulnerable. The pikes are going to be terrible. The monks are going to be okay, but not that great. And the eagles would be bad too. So I don't know. Maybe you do believe in the chakrams. What chakrams are? Chakrams are a very unique unit, right? They are in fact a unique unit. They are produced from the castle, and only the Gurjaras can make them. But they're an individual idiosyncratic unit. So what they do is they do not have very much attack, but they have a large attack bonus versus infantry. They also, these little frisbee things that they throw, deal pass-through damage. That is, instead of just hitting a target and stopping, they hit the target and move through to the next target. And you'll see this here, right? Pow! Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my. Okay. All right. Okay. I was not a believer in the chakrams. I am wrong. Doubt is right. And the Trebs are going to go down. And everything just gets melted. Oh. Good. Okay. All right. Okay. And these chakrams are going to deny this castle. This is not going to be a thing. This is not going to be a thing. This is why they didn't resign. This is why they feel like they can hold on. Because they can hold on. Because these chakrams, look at that, look at that, look at that. The pass-through damage, the pass-through damage. It's just like bowling. Oh my goodness. And Jordan abandons the castle. And Doubt is on the attack and he queues up Trebs. And he's like, it's Frisbee night in the enemy base. And their Gurjaras are great ultimate Frisbee players. And the castle is coming down. And the Treb is out. And it is threatening. And where are the Chakrams? I don't know why they're going away. Don't go away. You need to come back. You need to protect this Treb. You've not won this yet. Don't you need to protect this? I guess he's scouting to figure out. And he's going to be like, oh, interesting walls. Okay. How is Tato doing? Tato is not dead. He is building towers. He is building towers. And he feels good about that. I don't feel good about that, but as long as he feels good about that, that's what's truly important, I think, here. Doubt is... so these chakrams... Oh, ow! No, run away! Don't, Doubt. That's bad. Don't. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What makes the chakrams so good here is, first of all, they counter infantry very effectively because of that bonus damage. Second, because of the pass-through damage, they'll tend to do pretty decently against any kind of massed units, right? So those crossbows, those massed units, are going to struggle a little bit against the chakram mass, which Doubt just lost because he yeeted them all under the castle fire, which was certainly a decision, but not a good one, as more get flattened. And I don't know about this, Doubt. I think we need to... I do not think we can so carelessly throw away the lives of our soldiers. I don't know about that. But the castle does go down. The castle does go down. And meanwhile, Viper leaves inexplicably. But when chemistry comes in, cannon galleons can come in, and then Tato truly is toast as he tries to come back on water. And what do his resources look like? They are not good. Okay. All right. I don't know what he's planning on water. What kind of units is he thinking about making? What units is it going to be? It's going to be fire ships. Okay. All right. That's reasonable. I don't know how it will work out. Because there's just so many galleons. They're war galleys now, but there's so many of these that I don't know. And the cannon galleons are coming out now, and the offshore bombardment will begin. It is D-Day. The Iowa-class battleships, the Viking Iowa-class battleships, will be, demolishing the Korean fortifications from a distance. And I just still think Tato is on a clock, and it would be really nice to transport some vills away, just in case. On land, right, Viper is trying to help by getting some ARBs, but I think the chakrams have kind of proved themselves already. I don't know about this. It feels like as long as Doubt can build chakrams, life's not going to be too bad over here. The push has kind of stalled out, but it has not stopped. It has not stopped. And Doubt is the aggressor. He is the one with siege in Jordan's face. He is the one with the military that's able to pressure, and he has the higher quality military here. And the skirms can slow this down. They are cheap. They are expendable, but they can slow this down, and they just needs to slow it down until those 20 ARBs can show up, and the ARBs are showing up. They are coming across the map. They are marching forward. They're going to find this woodline. They're going to find this gold. They're going to find a lot of kills here. And then what is it going to be? He's going into Shravamsha Riders. Gurjaras are a weird civ. They get some weird units, and one of those weird units is this Shravamsha Rider, of which we can see one of them right here. So what it is it's a mounted unit, as you can see. It's very fast moving, does cost gold, so you can't just sort of toss them away casually. But they do cost gold, and what they have is it's a mechanic that many people don't like, and I'm one of them, but it is what it is. It's a mechanic that allows them to, quote unquote, dodge projectiles. So they're able to take some projectiles, a number of projectiles for free before being actually hurt. So once you get up to 30 Shravamsha Riders, they can collapse on these ARBs. They're a strong counter to archers. They can collapse on these ARBs. Viper moves out with a castle, tries to take some map control. Meanwhile, oh boy, the Shravamsha Riders are into Jordan's base, and Jordan is being ripped apart. And I know the military is in favor of the Honey Badgers, and the eco's in favor of the Honey Badgers, and I know that, like I have said, Tato is on life support. This is not This is not viable in the long term, and the cannon galleons are here, and they've taken out towers, and... Oh. Not sure what happened there. Let me try to hop back in the game and see if I can fix that. That's not good. Tato is in such a bad position that I don't think it matters how strong Doubt's position is. Okay, and we should be back in a second. Really am truly not sure what happened there. And I don't know why that blipped out. But we're going to go on 9.5 times speed and go through all that. So this is a good time to sort of stop, back up, think a bit. What's going on here? What kind of position are they in by the time we actually catch up and Doubt and Tato resign? Because I think they have to. I don't know. So Jordan is on life support. He is running. He is fleeing. Doubt is pressuring his base with siege. He can go in. He can take out buildings. He's got chakram throwers that counters essentially everything that the Aztecs are going to make. And he's got Shravamsha riders, which are countering the Arbs that Viper can make. Now, Viper does have a forward position, but he's still going to struggle against the Shravamsha riders. And you kind of wonder if Doubt can carry hard enough on land that it won't matter that Tato is on life support. Maybe now that we're rewatching this at 9.5 times speed, I'm hoping we'll be able to see the point where Viper gets that commanding advantage on water. It's sometime like mid-Castle Age where I don't know if like a bad fight is taken or if Tato just like stops producing. There's a possibility that he's slinging Doubt, and maybe I didn't notice. So, okay. Fun thing you can do in a team game tournament. You have allies, right? You are allowed to send resources to your allies. There are mechanics for that through the market. Now, slinging can be very powerful because one player can just give all of their resources to the other player, and then the other player, rather than worrying about their eco, can just focus on producing some kind of high-quality, dangerous military unit and just steamroll. So it's a very powerful strategy, and in many tournaments there are some restrictions on it. It's allowed often, but there will be some restrictions about what age you can sling from. There will be a tax on slinging, etc. And so I'm kind of wondering if Tato just thought, all right, fine, I'll die on the water. I don't care. I'm going to sling everything to Doubt, and Doubt has all the units that he needs to kill Jordan. And probably to kill Viper too. Oh man. What if that's the strat? If that's the strat, that's genius. That truly is genius for Doubt to go into chakrams, right? And I doubted. I was a doubter, right? I doubted Doubt until I saw them just absolutely flatten those crossbows and monks. 19 to 22. Yeah, I remember this fight. Still pretty decent for Tato, so I'm not sure what happened. But I kind of wonder, did he just end up slinging everything? We'll see it over here on the left eventually, right? You kind of wonder, did he just sling Doubt? And so that Doubt can afford... kind of wondered how Doubt was affording all of those Shravamsha riders. Maybe he's getting slung. Right? So you just pour all your resources into your teammate because your teammate can make better units than you. And then instead of fighting Vikings on the water, which maybe you don't want to do anyway, instead you make Doubt so powerful that he can 1v2 on land. Man. If that's it, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed. I said at the beginning, right? What is Doubt known for? He's known for his strategic sense, his macro. What is Tato known for? He's known for creative strategies. He's known for coming up with something that people don't do, that ends up being wildly effective, and that then everybody adopts. And that has happened before on more than one occasion. It's often the case that these Gamer Legion players will experiment with a new civ, or they'll find something that a civ can do that nobody knew that that civ could do. They didn't know that it was a strong option. 29 to 19. Okay, this is the moment where it shifts. this is the moment where it shifts. And I guess it's just 4 versus 6 stock production. It just is what it is. And he's not slinging yet, I don't think. Feels bad, man. Yep. Just Mordok's producing. And the Viking eco is very strong. They have probably the strongest eco bonus in the game. This upgrade up here, handcart, or first it's wheelbarrow and then the second level of the upgrade is handcart, are two extremely important economic bonuses. They make your villagers move faster and carry more resources. So they're very, very, very important. They affect all of your villagers. And the Vikings get them for free upon advancing to the relevant age. And I'm really not sure what the historical basis for that is. I don't know if the Vikings were really that well known for wheelbarrows or handcarts. I suppose the basis is that the Vikings actually were famous traders, well known as traders. And so I suppose there you go. But they've got it, and it's a strong eco bonus, and it enables that fast production, I suppose. And that's why he's got 50 war galleys, and Tato is on 20, fighting for his life. And from this moment on, Tato is just in survival mode. He is not in win mode, he's in survival mode. Yep, the castle went up. And we will see the Chakrams do their splat again. That will be nice. I kind of am wondering if Doubt can do it. With Chakrams and Shravamsha Riders, can he 1v2? He might be able to. But on the other hand, if you're the Honey Badgers, even if I'm Jordan and I'm on the ropes and I'm dying, I'm like, it's okay, Viper. You've got Tato surrounded. You can kill him completely. It's okay. Don't worry about me. It doesn't matter. And that's why I think it's so important for Tato to get at least some villagers off this island and onto the mainland. I think he really has to do that. And as of when we last saw the game, he still had not done that. And I think you've got to get a couple vills out there. If you don't get a couple vills out there, you could just lose the whole game. You could lose everything. This Doubt's like, all right, we have extracted enough minerals. We will now be leaving this area. And it is nice, right? You take resources that sort of belong to your enemy. So it's nice. The backup castle. Armor for the Chakrams. All the familiar things we know. The spatial element here is really interesting, right? Because when you're on this island, you truly are cut off from the land. And until you transport across like Viper has, like you really are vulnerable to this. If the ships surround this island, then you can do an amphibious landing and kill every single villager and defeat Tato outright. And it's still a possibility. Where is this eco difference coming from? It's not. I mean, a little bit of it is from fishing ships, but the truth is that Tato is on 60 vills, and Viper has 15 more, and Jordan is also on more vills. So that's where it's all coming from. And Jordan comes forward, gets Onager. It's the right move to counter these. It just didn't work out. The Chakrams do not have much HP. They are a weak, squishy unit. They do not have much armor. They are a weak, squishy unit. And an Onager shot can just go splat. But that's not what happens. As the Onager, this ill-fated mangonel gets queued up. And blam. Holy, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. it's just insane. The absolute swing there. And poor Jordan is like, I'm gonna get the castle. No, you are not. Oh, no, you are not. What is that? 15 dead villagers in a matter of a few seconds? And Viper's guarding. Viper is guarding the shoreline. He does not want Tato to escape, and the window, I suppose, is kind of closed. Oh, how did we get to 2 times? We want 8 times. We should be able to do 8 times. Uh-oh. Well, that is really strange. It's almost like there's some kind of bug in the game. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. And it was at different points, too. It was not at the same point. And I'm thinking, man, you know, I'm going to try closing out my game, and I'm going to quit Capture Age as well. And we may already know who won. It's possible. And if so, I'll probably go on to the next game. I mean, it's ultimately a question of, does Tato die, or does Doubt's super composition steamroll on land? And those are sort of the only 2 remaining questions. Okay. And it looks like I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next game because they're already in. I'm not sure who won, and I need to know that. Let's see if Liquipedia has updated. Yep, it was the Honey Badgers. The Honey Badgers put a point on the board. Okay. All right, so it was not enough. Tato was stranded. He read the writing on the wall. He knew that he would be slowly hunted down and destroyed. And sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes it is just like that. So Honey Badgers get on the scoreboard. That's nice. You know, you want a competitive set. You want good games. You want more games, so that's good. And they're going to be playing on a Hamburger, which is truly a funky map. And they're going to be playing on Hamburger. Let's take a look at the civs and take a look at the map. So Hamburger, right? I mean, it looks like a hamburger, and that's why it's called Hamburger, right? There's a big wood line in the middle. You can build towers along that wood line to threaten it. It's a thin wood line. You can wall on the sides to keep people from walking around, but of course, if you get onto water, you can just sail around. On the outside edge, there's some additional resources that can be advantageous to take. Looks like Jordan has picked the Byzantines, which is a strong civ on maps like this that include both water and land. Great options. And the Viper has picked Malians, which are another civ that is extremely strong on hybrid maps like this, hybrid land-water maps like this. Lots of flexibility and options. Although Doubt has picked the Goths, which are known for their infantry play. And I did not see how he got in. He must have gotten in up here. Oh, he got in and built a barracks. And he's in. And he is belligerent. He's got 3 militia, and he is fighting and harassing. And he walled in these villagers. Oh, that is nasty. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. as the violence begins. And Doubt and Tato are already in the villager lead. And that is because we've been killing. If we've been killing, is that what's been happening here? Kills and deaths. Doubt's only gotten 1 kill. So it must be idle TC time. None of these start with extra vills. Is it fishing ships that's making the difference? They've got 2 fishing ships. They've got 2 fishing ships. I am not sure where that vill lead comes from. Where does that vill lead come from? Goths would get 1 extra vill from Loom. Okay, well, we're not going to worry about too much. The point is, they've got an 8 villager lead, and that's not too bad. And it looks like they've also pushed Viper. Where's Viper taking wood? Ugh. Right, and the tower is up. He can't go back. He could go build a lumber camp over here, and that's kind of what he's going to have to do, right? And this is, I think, one of the places where Doubt and Tato can really make things happen, is in messy situations, they're probably better than Jordan. I don't know if they're better than Viper, but in messy situations, they're probably better than Jordan. As Doubt here walls up and says, all right, well, I'm allowed to come into your base and harass you, but you are not allowed to come into my base and harass me, when he's still got villagers inside. Oh, man. And he's just now clicking up to Feudal Age. He's still in the Dark Age, right? Oh, that's part of why. It'll balance it a little bit more, because when you're going up in age, you can't produce villagers from your town center, right? Your town center is required to research that new age. And so, as looks like Jordan is going to run, and Doubt is going to get some chip. The absolute... Man... Just walling in the gold. This is savage, right? And this is one of the things that Goths can do. Goths, in many ways, are a very weak civilization. They're an infantry civ, and infantry in this game is not that great, because it's not as fast and tanky as cavalry, and it doesn't deal damage from a distance like archers do. So it's a little bit of a struggle sometimes to make infantry work. But Doubt is not struggling at all to make infantry work here. He is not struggling at all. He's absolutely belligerently. Is this gonna... What's gonna happen here? Are we gonna quick wall? Are we going to quick wall? What's going to happen, Doubt? Oh, we're just going to bring the militia over to defend. All right. You can go forward and lame resources. He's got 5 militia here. Super cheap infantry for Goths. Only gets cheaper in each next age. And he's just going to make life really difficult for Jordan and the Viper. Now, Jordan and the Viper have both already gotten onto the outside edge. So they've already expanded. That's useful. And what are they thinking? It's going to be archers for for Viper, which he's on gold. Where's the wood? Oh, the wood's over here. All right, safe from the militia. So he's going to be able to keep producing archers, and the archers are going to shut down the militia unless there's a tower built. The tower will push away archers, as Viper is forced into a tower, but he's going to be pretty okay with that. He's going to be able to build it faster, unless these men-at-arms can deny it, which is pretty iffy, I think. I don't know, man. But maybe you can get some villager kills along the way. Maybe this is not too bad. And maybe Doubt just says, all right, fine, I'll lose the position, but I'll take so many villagers that it's worth it, right? I will be damaged and harmed, but I will inflict more damage and harm on you. And that is certainly a strategy, and it might even be a good one. And the tower is up, and he's going to be inflicting more damage, but the tower's up now for Viper. And Viper's tower will be able to take out Doubt's tower, I think. This tower is kind of protected. It's, I think, just barely within the range of the TC tower, so of the TC fire, so that it's difficult for Doubt to sit underneath this tower and take it out. And there are more villagers in here, which means more arrows, which means he'll take out this tower, and Doubt knows that. He doesn't waste his time. Instead, he goes into an archery range to try to build some skirms to counter Viper's archers. Meanwhile, what is Jordan up to? Jordan is... He's playing Age of Empires 2. He is playing in the semifinals of the Cartographers, sponsored by Microsoft. And he is thinking about Castle Age eventually. He also got a tower up here, which is nice. Drives Tato off the wood line. Although Tato will be able to take wood somewhere else, right? It's not too scary, but it does force a reaction, right? And remember, some days you don't have to win, you just have to force a reaction. You just have to make the other guy do something in response to what you're doing. Yeah, and Tato's already on wood over here. He is just fine. He's not even going to be too bothered by this. I'm not even sure why he built that tower, other than it kind of steals some of that wood line from Jordan, which is nice. And Tato does have fletching, which gives him a little bit more range. So he can range that tower. But Jordan does not have fletching. Fletching gives you +1 attack and +1 range on your towers and your archer units and many other units. So this tower actually is a better tower than this tower, because this tower can eventually take out this tower, and it denies this wood line in the meantime. But this tower is now just denying a wood line that Tato doesn't really need anyway, because he's down here and he's fine, and he's now expanding out to the outside edge of the map. So, who's going to be fastest to Castle Age? Jordan is thinking about it. He's getting there. Tato is thinking about it. He's getting there. And Doubt is a long ways away, and the Viper is a long ways away, because they are still fighting, as Viper does get up this tower. And I think he's going to finally chase Doubt away. And so Doubt comes over here and is like, "Hey, Jordan. Hey, buddy. What you doing over here?" And he builds a tower that's going to, I think, pressure that stone a little bit, as well as push Jordan off some of these farms. But in any case, right, Tato's up to Castle Age. Jordan's up to Castle Age. Jordan is clearly thinking about a castle. He's going to need quite a bit more stone, but he can think about it. He'll get there eventually. Now, one of the long-term things to think about here, and it's a long time before we get there, but Goths do one thing really well. There's an Isaiah Berlin quote about how the fox knows many tricks, and the hedgehog knows only one trick, but it is a very good trick. It is, the hedgehog only knows one thing to do when it's in danger, and that's roll up in a ball, but it's a really good strategy. Whereas the fox knows many, 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 many tricks. But the hedgehog knows one trick, and his one trick is better. So we will see if that's true, because the Goths are kind of a one-trick pony. Some civs, like the Malians and the Byzantines, can do a lot of things really well. Goths are not like that. There's really only one thing that they do really well, and that's infantry. But that's a problem. And the reason why that's a problem is because Jordan is on stone. And Byzantines have a unique unit called the Cataphract that takes less damage from infantry and does extra damage to infantry. So it is sort of an ultimate infantry killer. And if it gets to a stage where Jordan can mass Cataphracts and use them against Doubt, like, ugh, oh boy. You kind of don't even know what you do. Notice all these towers on the wood line we're going to be fighting. You kind of think about a civ like Koreans here that gets really strong towers. None of these civs get particularly strong towers except for, I suppose, the Byzantines, which get extra hit points on all their buildings, including their towers. So you see 1326 here, whereas Tato's tower has 300 less HP. So that actually is pretty good. They get a tower bonus. But no one else here gets a tower bonus. And it's going to be a second TC for Tato. And we could think about fighting on the water, right? Remember, if you control this water, you can control some resources, right? And Doubt is still forward, and he still has a pretty good army here. And Tato has water control. Remember, Tato is a truly excellent hybrid map player. He's very good on these mixed land water maps. It's a little hard to describe, and I don't understand hybrid maps that well, so I probably couldn't even describe it to you if I knew what it was. But he's just very good at balancing his eco, very good at figuring out what all the timings are, and how much, the subtleties of how much he needs to build to get just enough to win. Just enough. And Doubt could get cleaned up here, but he's making more. He's making more, and he's on the way to the Castle Age. Viper's going to beat him, and then everyone will be in Castle Age. You can still... Oh, no, you can't. Those archers are there. You can't take that out. The men-at-arms have to run away. That is true. Water control looking really strong for Doubt and Tato. Viper and Jordan have not really tried at all to take water. But in some level, that's okay, because they've opted to come out here. But Tato's here. And I think Tato's strength on hybrid maps is going to be really nice here. And the control of the water, at some point on this map, you kind of feel like you have to control water, because just so much of the map is controlled by controlling water, right? The donut goes all the way around the hamburger, and if you control the donut, then you control a lot of the hamburger and also a lot of the I don't know if this is the plate, because if this is the plate out here, then that kind of suggests that there's this giant stringy donut around the hamburger, and I don't know what to do with that. And therefore I will do nothing. But the point is, you really want to control this water, right? It's a real key, right? It's something that unlocks control of a lot of other things. And Doubt and Tato are the only ones who are even trying at this point in the game. Doubt is still being annoying. I think there's a limit to how annoying he'll be able to be. Bodkin will come in for these archers, as will Crossbow probably soon. The Viper's food eco is not looking good. It might take a while for those upgrades to come in. And Doubt's going to still be annoying. He's going to cause a lot of chaos. He's going to make this into a disorderly, disorganized game. And there's still no castle for Jordan. He does have the stone. But where do you drop it? Where do you drop it? Maybe you drop it on water to try to... You drop it like here? Yep, that's where you drop it. You drop it right here. It controls that gold. It helps you to control water. That's a good castle location. But Doubt is still going to be belligerent, and now he has longswords. He's got the upgrade, and he just got the second armor, and he's going to sit under these towers. And the Goths, you know, as civilization-destroying barbarians, get an attack bonus against buildings for their infantry. So, you know, the archer, the tower fire is not going to be real nice. But they are going to be pretty successful here, I think. As they walk away, so maybe not. One tower does go down to mangonel fire. Eco a little bit in favor of Doubt and Tato. Everyone is spreading out. But notice, right, Doubt and Tato are always the aggressors here. They're always the aggressors, except for some of the tower play, right? And so you just start thinking, okay, honey badgers, what's the long-term plan here? Like, you're surviving, you're holding, you're in the game, right? You're hanging in there, but where do we go from here? At what point do we turn this around? And maybe part of the answer is Cataphracts, right? Cataphracts should be able to shut down this skirm infantry play real fast. But it's kind of done all the damage it needed to, right? Doubt has been so annoying and troublesome by being on this side of the map with this barracks and the archery range, and I don't even think... Oh no, he's still producing more. Okay. Nope, he's not done being annoying. He's like, I didn't hear no bell. I'm still here. And you can see, right? Well, it's not too bad, actually. I guess the Cataphracts probably don't have very many upgrades. And so that's kind of unfortunate. But I promise they really are strong against infantry. That's real. It's a thing. And now the Malian Knights come in to complement. And Doubt's been annoying, but I think his days are numbered back here. I think they are numbered. And Doubt and Tato are just building their eco lead, right? It's going to be 4 TCs for Doubt, 3 for Tato, and 3 and 3 for Viper and Jordan, respectively. And I don't know if it's like an idle TC time issue. I don't know if the Viper and Jordan are just not producing or what's going on here. Where's the idle TC time? What is that? 6-ish minutes for Doubt and Tato. 12-ish minutes for the Viper and Jordan. So maybe that's part of the difference. Point is, Doubt and Tato, 30 villagers ahead, feeling pretty good here. And they're still the aggressors, right? It's not like they're hiding and booming. No, they're fighting and booming. They've got an advantage on both sides of the fight. They're ahead in eco, and they're the ones who have been, up until this point, pressuring militarily. All right, as Doubt has dropped a castle here, Viper's going to drop a castle in response, and now we start thinking, okay, castle v castle. Very hard to push these castles, right? You know, because all those arrows, right? Scary, deadly. It's hard to push through a castle. What do? You have a couple of options, but the typical one, in many cases, is let's go to Imp. So let's take a moment to think about how fast each player can get to Imp next, right? How fast can Doubt get to Imp, build trebs, treb this down? How fast could Viper get to Imp and treb this down? So nobody... Ooh, Tato's close to Imp, and Doubt is close to Imp. They are both thinking about Imp. Oh, boy. And the Viper is trying, and he's buying and selling. Like, he sold 800 stone. He is flogging the market to try to get the resources that he needs to click up. And he's going to be there soon. But Doubt's going to be up, Tato's going to be up faster, and Doubt's going to be up faster too. Doubt's going to be up in 1 second here. So they're going to be faster to the trebuchets. Doubt's going to be faster to his trebuchets here. But it'll be close. It'll be close. It'll be close. As Viper flags over here. Yep. And these knights from Tato are just annoying. Oh, the quick wall there. As we said, units in Age of Empires 2 really don't like walking over building foundations. So you lay down these quick walls, you wall it off, and now he gets a couple of conversions. Solid, nice. That was good for the Honey Badgers. As Tato has a castle up here. Now, these palisade walls you can punch through in a heartbeat. They are weak. And so in Imperial Age, and I don't know yet what Tato's going for. I don't know. Romans do infantry well, they do scorpions well, and then they do cavalry pretty well. And I don't know what he's thinking yet. But whatever he makes, he can punch through this in a heartbeat and look at these farms. Oh no. Oh no. What are you staring at, woman? What are you doing? We need food. We need food. Please make more farms. As Jordan goes into pikes, I suppose to defend from the Roman cavalry here. And water control still for Tato and Doubt. As Doubt gets to Imp, and the Huskarls are coming out, but it's going to be a Treb next. Oh, excuse me, Tato just got to Imp, and he builds a Treb. And in 15 seconds, a Treb will be queued up. That's going to be such bad news for Viper when he sees that Green has gotten to Imp. And Green is up. And the Treb? The Treb. There's the Treb, yep. And the Viper and Jordan call it. Wow. Well, there you go. So, thoughts. I don't think that in the long term, right? So in that Black Forest game, we had a situation where Doubt and Tato were able to get to their strongest units, and their strongest units were just stronger than the Honey Badgers' strongest units. Here we almost had kind of a reverse situation. I don't know. In the late game, I don't really know how these match up. I know that Byzantines are the Goth killer in late game. I think this is just fine, right? I don't think that it's bad for the Honey Badgers, at least. And maybe even really good. Again, Cataphracts, they're going to be amazing against the Goths. But here's the issue, is all of that messiness at the beginning. All of that messiness, right? What do you do if your opponent is going to win if you... I need to say this carefully so that it's not misinterpreted, right? Because clean play is, in many circumstances, very important, right? Let's put it this way. If your opponent is going to win if you play according to conventional rules, then you should find a way to play outside of conventional rules, right? And you have to, and that's kind of what Doubt did, right? Doubt got the villagers in. He ran around with skirmishers and militia line, and he just harassed. Did he ever kill? No, he never dealt fatal damage to either of the Honey Badgers. But what he did do successfully was he just slowed them down. He annoyed them. He made it so that they couldn't have a clean boom. He made it so that they had to make military units and build towers and build this castle that defends almost nothing that needed to be defended, right? He just pushed them. He slowed them down. He harassed them. And that was enough. And now Doubt and Tato are both an Imp. And the Viper was close, but he figures, yeah, it's still not good, right? Jordan is still struggling back here. He's continually getting raided. He's now going to have a castle dropped on him by Tato, which is just brutal, right? Trapped in here by your own walls. Hungry knights waiting outside to kill you. And then a castle in your face. Oh, man. And I think it's just, I told you, right? Tato is very good on these hybrid maps. He's very, very, very good in small, subtle ways. right? In the same way that, like, you know, people who, there are some things that they're just good at. Like, they have the instincts for it in small, subtle ways that are difficult to describe. Maybe not impossible to describe, but difficult to describe. And Tato is that way on hybrid maps. And he had water, like, I think that Doubt's job was to harass and slow things down. Tato's job was take the water, take the outside edge. And the execution was just really good, and they made things messy. And it never, ever felt like the Honey Badgers had a meaningful advantage, right? Even when they were putting up towers, like, okay, you push me off this wood line, I just come down here and go to this wood line. It's really fine. It's not a big deal, right? It's not enough damage. And Doubt is safely booming back here. Tato is safely booming back here out on, I guess we're calling it the plate now. Right, and Viper's kind of safely booming, but Jordan is not. And Viper's base here is not safe. It is not. And part of that is because of the Trebs coming out, but also you're going to have Huskarls soon, which is the raiding unit that has a ton of Pierce armor. And so because it has a lot of Pierce armor, it feels very comfortable running under Castle Fire, running under TC Fire, and just sitting there and killing villagers. And it's just... it was always going to be ugly from that point on. I don't know. Could you say it's an early GG? You could say that, I guess. But it's not, right? Like, the Honey Badgers are in a tough place. They're in a tough place. And they obviously felt that way. And they ducked out. So, GG. Really phenomenal from Doubt and Tato, right? Kind of, it's an unconventional map. It requires unconventional strategies. And, like, what can you say? They had those unconventional strategies. And they just did it. Like, what can you say, right? They had a game plan. They had a game plan that worked for the map, and they executed it well. And it was one that I think just worked really well. I don't know. I'd have to think for a while about what the Honey Badgers could have done differently. It's a loss for the Byzantines. And that was a win for the Vikings earlier. A win for the Aztecs, and a loss for the Malians. And then for Gamer Legion A, for Doubt and Tato, it's going to be a win for the Romans, win from the Goths. Look at them winning with those late Civ picks. That's super nice, right? And look at this, right? They're winning with all the Civs that they kind of don't care if they win with. Gurjars was a loss, and Koreans was a loss. All right. And let's see, we've played Arabia, we've played Eastern Coastline, we've played Hamburgur, and we've played Black Forest. So it's going to be Migration, the Snake, or Golden Lakes. So there's one hybrid map left. Well, kind of two. Golden Lakes is a hybrid map. It is that way. And I won't tease you any longer. They're already in on the Snake, so let's get in there. So the Snake is going to be Arabia-esque. I can't remember how they classify it. They classify this Snake as a quote-unquote mixed map, and I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I truly don't know what that's supposed to mean. But like we said, it's kind of Arabia-esque, very open. You can't wall along this. This is non-buildable terrain, that little strip. So walling is a little harder. There's shorefish here in the middle, free food if you're brave enough to come out here and get it. And other than that, you know, it's, like, what can you say? It's an open map where you get a strong scout civ and a strong archer civ, and you go at it. Oh, interesting. I've just noticed that the way the map is set up, the teams are not on either side of the river. The teams are on opposite sides of the river, right? Such that one of your team members is on each side of the river. Anyway, okay, so for the Viper, he's going to be the archer player, Ethiopians. Faster firing archers, that's sort of their big thing when it comes to archer play, although there's some other nice bonuses that smooth things out, but that's the big one. Jordan is playing as the Slavs. Slavs is the cavalry civ. The big thing that Slavs have going for them as a cavalry civ is that their farms, they farm 15% faster. So the food comes in super fast. More food means more cavalry. More cavalry means a big military presence and you win. right? Very strong eco bonus. Truly a very strong eco bonus. They had it in the past, and then it got nerfed down to 10%, and it was recently boosted back up to 15%. So the Slavs are back at the top of their game with 15% faster farming, and we'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, Doubt is going to be the cavalry player for Gamer Legion A, Doubt and Tato. And the big thing that Khmer have going for them as a cavalry civ is that their farms, normally when you build a farm, the villager collects food from the farm and then walks to a mill or town center and drops it off. That is not the case for Khmer farms. They sort of instantly collect the food and it's instantly deposited into your bank of resources. And that ends up being, I can't remember what the percentage is, but it ends up being essentially faster farming. And that's their big cavalry-related bonus. They also have some other kind of quirky bonuses. They're a strange civ with some interesting things that open potential. But on a map like this, you're mostly thinking, okay, they make cavalry, lots of food, make cavalry. And it's sort of that simple. Tato is the Mayans, very strong archer civ. Their big thing as far as archers is that they get cheaper archers. So in theory, you can field more of them. So, you know, we're just, I'm going to, oh, no, we have to be at one time. We are all caught up with lifetime. And it's going to be a minute, right? Everybody's on the way to feudal age. Pretty similar times. Nothing really too surprising here, I don't think. And we'll see what they do. Typically what you see, right, these open maps, when it's 2v2 and it's archer and cavalry paired together, right, like, they can just be really brutal. Just so brutal. And aggressive. And so you'll usually see 2 archery ranges for the archer player, and it's all about having a lot of military on the field. You have to have your hackles up. You have to have your sharp elbows. You can't afford to sit back or you get pummeled. Hey, Pineberry, thanks so much for watching. I finished a commission, a scarf I made with a 4-shaft. Dude, nice. That's cool. And says it was interesting listening to your explanation of the plays. Hey, thanks. You know, that's everything I could hope and dream for. I hope you had a great time, and I hope you have a great evening. So thanks, and I'll see you later. Okay, what else have we got here? What now? Yep, it's 2 archery ranges for the Mayan player, and it's 2 archery ranges for the Ethiopian player. Stable coming down for the Khmer player. Well, already down. Stable down for the scout player, and we will be massing scouts and we will be massing archers. And this will be, you know, very straightforward. It's a great chance for the Honey Badgers to take a win, I truly believe, right? Because like I said, it's an Arabia-esque map. It's very open. It's all about execution. And it's less about creative strategies. And so it kind of feels like a map where somebody like the Viper, who has incredible, and he's good strategy too, but maybe Doubt and Tato are at least his match. Feels like Jordan as well. Jordan, not the most creative player, very good player, but maybe not the most creative player. This feels like the kind of map where the Honey Badgers could take a win. It feels like the kind of one where they should, and they really need to, right? Doubt and Tato are one game away from winning the whole set. It's a best of 7, so Doubt and Tato are on the cusp of victory and going to the grand finals in this $15,000 tournament. So we see the flags, and we see more dancing and probing, trying to figure out, like, okay, where's the weak points, right? That gold, decently safe. They flag. There's a hill here that you can fight on. When you attack downhill, you do more damage, and when you attack uphill, you do less damage. So getting on top of a hill can be really nice and important. Doubt doesn't want to fight. He runs away. Walls keep going up. I don't want to say that this is like passive, but it's very deliberate, I would say. As Jordan comes in with his scouts, and the Ethiopian archers are here, and these villagers are going to need a run. They cannot take these berries any longer. They're in danger. They are in danger. And that's going to slow down some of the food from Doubt. Okay. So the Honey Badgers are going to be the aggressors here. They've got the archers forward. They've got the scouts forward. Meanwhile, what is Tato doing back here? Well, he's got some archers doing some harassing. I don't know how threatening this is, right? You can't even range the berries. You can kind of maybe take people off farms. This is not a great find, right? Like, in terms of positioning, you've invested into your military here, and it is not giving you much, I don't think. But at least you haven't invested too much. Meanwhile, the big ball of archers from Tato is where? It's right here, and it's coming up. Okay, so he's going to double down on this and say, all right, let's go poke Jordan, see what kind of damage we can get done. Let's see if we can sit on a wood line, take out some farms, find his gold. Remember, to go up to Castle Age, you do need 200 gold. And Jordan does not have anyone on his gold. His golds are out here. They are not safe. They are in danger. Now, he can sell at the market, and I think that's probably what he'll do. Right, but shutting off the gold is nice. It's nice. It's good. And he is on the wood line. He's just being harassing and burdensome. He's not really getting anything done. But hey, it's all right. It's all right. And Viper is flagging army, army, army. And oh, he's flagging here that Doubt has come out. So this is one of the reasons why you pick Khmer on this map, by the way. It is a sneaky thing you can do. Khmer, like I said, have some strange bonuses. And one of their bonuses is that they can garrison in houses. Now, you may look at this house and think, well, you can just walk up the stairs and go in the door. But in Age of Empires 2, that's not how it works. You can't garrison in houses normally. But the Khmer do have that ability, which means that you can come out here, take the shorefish, and then when you feel like you're in danger, you just hop inside the house. Now, you're idle, and eventually this can get taken out as we see fights over here, so I'm going to pop over. But it's a neat little trick you can do. You can come out here, take the fish, and be a little bit safer. Okay, what kind of nerdery are we seeing over here? We are seeing a fight. Still pretty even numbers. Oh, but Jordan wants a surround on the archers, and he's almost going to get it, but they're going to slip away, and they're going to step and shoot and step and shoot and step and shoot and make Jordan pay for every single death. But they are ultimately almost all gonna die. And that hurts Doubt and Tato's numbers. And nobody's really thinking about Castle Age yet. We're not seeing that in their resources. Now, Tato does have the numbers here, I think, to defend, probably. He doesn't have the numbers to push out. Too easy for these guys to collapse on him. But he does have the numbers to defend, and he could get the numbers to push out soon. Where is... Doubt is not producing scouts. You can see there would be a little dot here if he was still producing scouts. So he's thinking about going straight up to Castle Age. Okay. So he's got his... it's a nice cozy little base, right? Like lots of little walls. It's green, Christmas colors. It's like a little Christmas village, right? And he's got his stone, and he's got his wood, and he's got all his farms, and he's taking little purple Christmas berries. And so he's thinking, all right, I'm just going to go straight to Castle Age and try to get the jump on these guys by getting a good timing. And meanwhile, Tato flags and says, I'm in trouble, my friend. They're coming in hot. And they're going to have 19 archers and 7 scouts. And I do not have 19 archers. So I'm going to be under some pressure here. I guess he has 13 archers, so it's not too bad, right? And so Tato is going to say, all right, all I need to do is sit back here, right? I just need to make sure that these guys can't do damage, right? How are they going to do damage? They're going to break through the walls, kill villagers, all right? Well, I'm going to double wall, all right? I'm going to lay down another layer of walls. And apparently the Viper and Jordan are like, you got a good point. We're not breaking that. Let's go over, let's bug Doubt, right? And they might catch this villager out. That's really unfortunate. Are you going to quick wall Doubt? You are not going to quick wall. He's going to lose the villager, and he's going to be alerted, and the stable's going to be denied. In the meantime, though, behind this, Doubt and Tato are both up. So you want it, they might be able to get some good power spike here. And the Viper is up, which is probably better than Jordan being up, because you'd rather have your archers be up and get crossbow and bodkin arrow than upgrade your scouts to light cav for a few reasons. The crossbows scale better. When you move from scouts, you can upgrade your scouts to a new level, but once you get to Castle Age, you want to move out of scouts and move into your knights, which are only available in Castle Age and beyond. So you kind of prefer your archer civ to go up first, if you had to choose. But Jordan will be close behind. He will not be far behind at all. As Doubt's 5 scouts just kind of poke and probe and say, hey, what you doing up here, Jordan? Oh, interesting. You come out and you're looking at the gold. Doubt and Tato make it up at the same time, and we will see bodkin and crossbow from Tato. And where are... Oh, here his archers are. and they're coming in hot, and they're pressuring Jordan off the gold. This is really good. Now, there's enough scouts here to be a bit of a danger, I think. But pushing Jordan off of gold here, getting a few of these Vil kills, that's just so nice. And now he's going to come back and get 2 more. He's going to get 2 more. Dead? Not dead. Dead. All right, and now Jordan's off gold, right? Knights cost food and gold, and he's got the farming eco set up to go knights. But where's the gold? He's got 0 on gold and 48 in the bank. So he's going to get to Castle Age and still have to be forced into scouts, which is, it's going to be okay, but it's a lower value unit. It's not as strong as the knight. It's not as good. Now we're going to see the micro dancing. Viper does have more crossbows here, so they can clean up this whole crossbow army potentially, or at least push it far, far, far away. Viper does have more crossbows here. They're faster firing crossbows, so they're better crossbows. Flag here. Oh, yep. See the outpost? Look at these outposts. Ethiopians actually do get an outpost bonus, which is it doesn't cost stone to build outposts. It only costs wood. But because of those outposts, he's just going to casually flag on the map, hey, there's some knights coming over, and Doubt's cavalry is going to come over and knock on Viper's door and see what Viper's up to and see if there's any vulnerabilities there as Tato's crossbows are pushed away. But he's going to do a sneaky. He's going to double back. And where are they? He's sending this crossbow over. Does he see? He's going to see. He's going to come back. All right. He's going to come back, and these crossbows are still going to struggle to do damage. And Jordan's going to put up a TC to protect this gold. That's exactly the right thing to do. Going to make it so much harder to pressure with crossbows. So these crossbows are a dead army walking, right? These scouts, now they're light cav. They've got bloodlines for extra hit points. They've got the armor to make them more resistant to archer fire. So it ain't going to be pretty. Actually, I can't tell. Tato's doing a great job. They're going to clear up the crossbows, but Tato's going to make them pay. In the meantime, let's see. Jordan's up on 2 TCs, Doubt's up on 2 TCs, and the Archer players are both still doing 1 TC play. And Viper once again says, hey, cavalry coming through, right? We talked earlier about information, right? These outposts give you information, right? Anything that moves through here, if Doubt sends units through any of these areas, Viper's going to know about it, and he's going to flag Jordan and say, hey, Jordan, here's what's going on, right? I mean, this is military intelligence is what it is, right? I know there's a joke about that being an oxymoron, but this is military intelligence. Overall military count a little bit better for the honey badgers, but I think right now it's more about positioning, right? It's about the fact that Tato was able to distract here, and now he's still going to be up on crossbows, and he's knocking on Jordan's gates again. And Doubt's here. And Doubt's going to have quite a few knights, and Viper is going to loop through and defend the base from the inside. So they're going to try to push this away rather than collapse on it. Okay. All right. And the cavalry go in, drive villagers off of farms. That's more idle time. Super nice, right? It's not game-ending damage, but it's just a little bit of damage. It's a little advantage, and you start stacking up enough little advantages, and you start looking at some pretty big advantages. And there's enough cavalry here to protect these crossbows. I don't know where Tato is going. Is Tato coming back? What are we doing? What are we thinking here? What do we want to do? Does he want to switch sides and go hit Viper? Maybe he wants to switch sides and go hit Viper. Viper's gone up on 2 TCs now, so he'll be investing in his economy long term. And he's still got plenty of crossbows, right? We're up to 50 and 60 crossbows for each team respectively. Yep. And Viper flags it, and Jordan flags it at the exact same time, right? And Doubt and Tato are like, all right, you need to stop spying on us. That outpost is toast. But they'll know. And Jordan will know it's coming in. Excuse me, Viper will know it's coming in. I think this is why he built this TC. He needed more gold, right? He's almost out of this gold. And the villagers flee. And meanwhile, the crossbows looped around Tato's base, did not find the damage they were seeking. And instead, they're going to come over here and look at Doubt's base, which is still kind of well defended. You can't really go in there without getting shot by the TC. And then there's walls here to break through. And Viper has split his crossbows. Viper is collapsing. Oh, okay. All right. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? What? Tell me the crossbow numbers. 39 to 39. It's dead even. Oh boy. Better. Same upgrades on the cavalry. Same upgrades on the archers. I don't know, man. Yep, and Doubt and Tato did not feel confident really pushing that. But now that they're on the hill, they'll be like, oh, okay, all right, we'll take a little bit of a skirmish here. We'll do that. We'll take that bonus damage. That sounds fair. And meanwhile, the crossbows from Viper down here are looping up. They were not able to find the damage that they were seeking, although they may have gotten a villager here, I'm not sure. But, and now Viper's off the wood line. And this town center's looking a little squishy, and he can sit on... Tato can sit on this gold all day long. Viper needs to look for new gold. He needs to stretch out here and take this gold. Because there's no more gold here. And this gold is technically not safe, right? If you want to talk about positioning, look here. Neck and neck in eco and in military, right? But if you sit on this gold, where's Viper's gold income coming from exactly, right? And this gives you an opportunity to force a fight if that's what you want. And you could even maybe force the fight from the top of the hill, although the honey badgers are going to get on top of the hill real fast here if they want to take this fight. And they're thinking about it. Do they want to? Do they want to? They get 2 knights for free. The honey badgers don't want to. They don't want to. And Tato's going to loop back and pressure that goal. Oh, now Viper's trying to take the hill. Okay, all right. Are we going to see a big fight here? Tato going on a second TC, but that is not what is important right now. The only important thing is he's invested so much into this. This is a big crossbow army. Can't afford, and look at Viper micro. Look at him move those crossbows back and forth to try to dodge shots. You still lose a lot, but hey, it's something. And the military's looking kind of good for Doubt and Tato. 28 crossbows to 44 crossbows, though. And it is inevitable that this army gets cleaned up. It's inevitable now. As Tato adds a 3rd town center behind, that'll put everybody on that many town centers. Tato's bringing over more crossbows. Are they going to be there in time, though? Like, Tato has to run. He's not going to run. He's just going to take the fight, lose every single one of these crossbows. It is what it is. It is what it is. But Tato doesn't mind. He's got another army of 30 crossbows coming in. And they're going to find these villagers on the gold as Viper's able to safely take this gold again. And the cheap Mayan archers, he's producing from 5 archery ranges. There's going to be a lot of archers on the field, and he's just able to replenish them so quickly. More quickly than Viper is, who is only on 3 ranges and has to pay full price for the archers, right? So, maybe what's going on here, right, is that Tato is like, I will trade away some archers because I can afford to. I can afford to trade away more archers than you can. I can afford to take some bad fights. And even though that was a bad fight, he was able to do a lot of damage. There were villager kills, there was idle time, right? You force the fight to stay at your enemy's base. There's some real advantages there as we see some fight here in the center. And it's going to be 30 crossbows to 45 crossbows. And I think that's more knights for Doubt than for Jordan. It is. And Doubt and Tato are still coming in hot. They are still coming in hot, belligerently, aggressively. And Viper's going into more archery ranges. He is gonna finish that one. He's like, I need more archers. I need way more archers. Nobody's really thinking about Imp yet, I don't think. Right, it's just all about building up your economy behind, getting those numbers on the field. Right, sustaining the momentum. You need to sustain the momentum. As Doubt's gonna take out an archery range, almost, not quite. And there's a fight. Cavalry fighting. Crossbows damaged from behind. Some of them went down. Ethiopian crossbows, absolute machine gunners blasting from the back row. And it's still pretty even. But Jordan's got the knights in front to tank fire, and I think Tato's gonna lose another army. He's gonna walk away. He's gonna show his belly first and walk away and say, all right, it was a fight. I don't want to take this fight anymore. Let's back away. Let's back away and try again later. And he can do that. as Doubt shows up with more knights. And the knight numbers are better for Doubt than they are for Jordan. But the Ethiopian crossbows, faster firing, it's really strong. It's really strong once you start taking those fights. Right? And Tato can make more crossbows, but once the fight starts, that faster firing rate from the Ethiopian starts looking real dangerous. Doubt probes over here, says, I don't know, is Jordan a little weak? Does he have some kind of weak underbelly of villagers I could hit? And the answer is basically no. Nope, he's got the knights. What's going on over here? Just a casual little raid. It's these little things, right? You just send a few knights over here, kill a few villagers, force a little bit of idle time. It's the little things in life. And people are now starting to think about Imp. Viper is doing more than thinking about Imp. He is clicking up, and he will get the Bracer power spike first. He will get the Archer upgrades first. That'll be a huge, huge power spike. Tato and Doubt are not far behind, as Doubt is going to click up any second now. And Tato will be just a minute later. Not that much later. Doubt's up. Tato needs some more food. He needs some more food. As Tato and Doubt move in belligerently with their crossbows and knights. And yeah, these knights should not take that fight. They are outnumbered and unsupported. The nice thing about sitting here is that you're sitting on all these production buildings. And now notice Jordan is garrisoning as he creates them. That's what those flags mean. The reason why he's doing that is because if they pop out, they're just going to get one-shotted by these crossbows and never be able to fight. But now they're pushed away. Okay, Doubt and Tato are both up, right? So they're thinking, all right, I want to keep my army mass. I don't want to take any stupid fights. I want to keep my army mass, get my upgrades, and then take a big fight. But what they don't know is that Viper is going to be up in under a minute. He's going to hit those power spikes first. And so they are both up to Imp, but they do not have the advantage here, I don't think. And these Ethiopian archers, when they become arbalests with Bracer, they are going to be absolutely deadly. They will truly become machine gun archers because they'll be firing so fast. And all right. And the honey badgers switch the sides, and they're like, all right, your army's over here. Fine. Let's go see what Doubt's up to. Let's see if we can pressure him at all. And they're not going to be able to because of this castle. They could push him off this gold, and they could start pushing into his base. He almost has enough stone for a castle, and I think the next one has to go at home. Unless you really feel like you can place an aggressive castle, and I just don't think you can. Very vulnerable gold here. Viper flags here. He's got Bracer and Arbalest coming in. And these villagers are not safe for long. And Jordan's clicked up to in behind this too. So he'll take another couple of minutes to get there, but he will get there. And you see, this is really deadly. They're gonna shred everything in their path. And I think it's too late to put it. You can maybe put up a castle here, maybe. But this is a bit of a danger zone for Doubt. Right, how are you going to defend from this? What have you got? Where are those 20 knights? Ah, okay. They're keeping Jordan busy. Okay, where are all the Arbalests? Where are the Arbalests? They're coming over to help. All right. Yep, and they come in. And he's going to have Bracer, he's going to have Arbalest, he's also going to have Chemistry, which adds some attack to your archers. And I didn't see if Viper got Chemistry, but he probably did. We could find out. He does not. He does not. Okay. And the honey badgers are probing. They're like, what kind of damage can we do here? Can we do some damage? And the answer is not that much as a panic castle goes up for Doubt, which is really nice. It'll protect those 2 golds. But that's a panic castle if I've ever seen one. Jordan gets to Imp. We're going to see Cavalier. We're going to see the armor upgrade to get those cavalry into a very, very, very strong position. And they're going to stop that TC from going up, at least for now. And where did those crossbows... They're now Arbalests. 60 Mayan Arbalests coming in hot. And it would be really nice if they could take a good fight before these cavalry get their upgrades. But I don't know. I don't know. The cavalry can run away. They choose when the fight happens. The cavalry get to choose. It's their choice. And they say, I don't want to fight until later. I don't want to fight until I feel like it. So they're not going to fight until they feel like it. Neck and neck still. Just absolutely neck and neck. Trub's on the hill, taking out Doubt's castle, threatening it anyway. And Doubt doesn't seem too concerned, at least not for now. Cavalier finally coming in for Doubt. He got to Imp sooner, but I guess he didn't have the resources, and he took some fights over here. Okay. Doubt and Tato are doing something, I think they're intentionally doing it, that might be really, really, really smart. So let's think about this game long term, right? As the eco and military shift a little bit in favor of the honey badgers. And there's a big fight here, and Viper micros away until these Cavalier can come and support, which they can come and do anytime, and now he's on a hill. And now it's Tato's turn to run away and do a little bit of micro nerding. But the smart thing that they're doing, or that I think they're doing, in the very long term, we're going to see trade, right, to get that gold. The gold on the map will eventually get mined away and run out. And then where does the gold come from? The gold comes from trade. And you want to set up trade going from a corner to a corner. So you want to think, as a team, what 2 corners do we control? Because we need to control 2 corners. And right now, Tato and Doubt control this corner, they control this corner, and they control this corner. And the honey badgers only have 1 safe corner, which means no safe trade. Or if you do set up trade, it's a shorter trade route that's less profitable. Because the value of your trade, the gold you get, is dependent upon how far you go. Farther, the better. So that might be a really smart thing in the long term, and maybe Jordan senses that, and that's why he's doing this. And Jordan's in a pretty decent position to take back this corner. We'll see. Jordan's still in the back. He's causing chaos. Notice the eco is switched in favor of the honey badgers. And I don't know exactly what happened, but I think Doubt lost a ton of his cavalry numbers, I think, fighting up here. And I just am not sure what he was doing. I don't know if he got damage in that was really worth it. And now it does feel like the honey badgers are on the front foot, right? They're the ones who are raiding. They're the ones who are pressuring this corner. They're the ones who are raiding over here and pressuring this corner. They're raiding back here. And where are Doubt and Tato? What are they doing? They've got 100 arbs, and the arbs are doing... not much. Not much. Maybe they can take a good fight here. I just feel like these arbs are not in a position where they're getting work done. They can't, they sort of don't know where to be, right? Like you get attacked over here. Oh no, I need to react over here. Oh no, I need to react over here. Oh no, they're pushing through the center. Where do I react? What do I do? Right? And now, right, the honey badgers are on the front foot. They're the ones with the initiative. They're the ones who are picking where the fights happen. Which is crucial. And what do you do to, in that position? You make sure that it stays that way. Notice though, the gold is starting to run out. Viper has 8 on gold. Jordan has 0 on gold. Doubt and Tato have some more on gold. Maybe they can leverage that. The Slavs have gone into their trash cavalry. Food only cost. No gold required. The light cavalry line, the final upgrade is the Hussars. Look at those wings. Super nice. So he's forced into trash, right? No more Cavalier coming out. And Doubt and Tato still have a little bit more steam as far as gold, but I don't know. And now Viper's going to take this corner. He's going to get some gold, and he's going to have a safe corner for trade. And now this corner is really under the control of Jordan. It's under the control of the honey badgers. And it's like, okay, a second ago, Doubt and Tato had 3 corners safe for trade. Now the honey badgers have 3 corners mostly safe for trade, right? Super good play. Like 3-pronged attack all at once. And I just think Doubt and Tato maybe were not sure where to park their armies for maximum effect. And part of it is, you'll notice, there's no siege for Doubt and Tato, right? So these castles, you can't pressure them right now. You have no siege, right? Meanwhile, the Honey Badgers did get out some siege. There were some trebs over here. I guess they went down. But there were trebs over here to take out this castle. There were, I think this castle was maybe just taken out by hussars, or maybe it was taken out by these trebs. But Jordan does have trebs, right? So, and it's showing up, and the raids are showing up too in the economic comparison, right? I think the Honey Badgers have done a lot of damage to buy themselves time. And maybe that's time to get up trade. It looks like it is. They feel like this corner is the most secure, I guess, with 2 castles and sort of a third. They're getting up trade, and I think Doubt and Tato are not getting up trade. Getting some great villager kills here, though. That is not a castle that is going up, guys. And that'll even up the villager count real fast. I think the Honey Badgers have bought themselves a lot of time and gotten themselves into a better position. And now it's like, okay, Treb finally comes out for Tato. Oh, yep, and yep, okay. Well, that's how they feel about it. I don't know. In some ways, is it an early GG? You do have more ARBs, and you do have a larger army, right? But you've just been unable to take the position. And it's so funny, right? Because they each own half of the map. It's so subtle, right? You could draw a line literally from corner to corner, and it almost perfectly describes how much each team controls of the map. But it just... Think about important map control, right? And hang on, how to phrase this, right? First, there's the trade corners, right? And the fact that the Honey Badgers are already starting to go into trade. And then the second thing is just that Doubt and Tato never found a way to pressure those castles. And I'm a little puzzled by that. It felt to me like an early imp. Doubt and Tato, Viper got up to imp first, then it was Doubt and Tato, and finally Jordan. And I just wonder if Doubt and Tato could have or needed to use that timing of getting up to imp a little bit ahead of Jordan. I wonder if they needed to use that timing to take a firm position. Doubt had a castle here, right? Why not start pumping out the trebs and say, all right, we've gotten to imp first. We're going to get our upgrades first. We're the ones who can sort of get out on the front foot and start applying siege pressure and dismantling Viper's base. And I just don't know. There was some kind of fighting happening up here. I'm not going to go back and look at it, but there was some kind of fighting happening up here where Doubt's cavalry was. And I don't know about that. Like, I'm not saying it, you never know. And I can see things casting that they can't. And my game sense is worse than them. Like I said, total peanut gallery opinion. But I think in hindsight, at least, the right move was not to raid with cavalry up here in early imp from Doubt. The right move was to get your cavalier and arbalests in one ball, protect trebuchets, and drive straight up the gut and kill Viper. That is my opinion, for what it is worth. And I think that's the right thing to do, because A, you weren't able to do enough damage here. B, you were then pushed into a position where you were the one defending from siege pushes. You lost all your castles. You were then pushed into a position where you had to respond to raids, which bought Jordan plenty of time to get up to imp and get his upgrades. And I think if you kill Viper and kill the Arbalest mass that he has, then they have to call the GG, because Viper won't have the wherewithal to remass. And so even though Jordan will show up with Cavalier, he'll show up a day late and $1 short. And still have to face a huge ball of Arbalests from Tato and a large mass of cavalry from Doubt. And that is, yeah, like I said, my idiot opinion. So we're all allowed to have one. So that is a win for, hang on, no, it's a loss for the Khmer, loss for the Mayans, win for Ethiopians, win for Slavs. Nice. Okay. Using those first row civs. Great. And that means that we have officially played on the Snake. 2 remaining maps, potentially. 2 more possible games. Only one if Doubt and Tato win. Either Migration or Golden Lakes. And it's probably not that hard to start. Well, a lot of the civs that are strong on each of these maps are strong. A lot of the civs that are strong on this map are strong on this map, and vice versa, right? because they both involve water. I think if it's Golden Lakes, you're aiming for a more conventional archer cavalry pairing that also has some advantages from water. And on Migration, you're looking for something that's maybe a little bit stronger on water and also has some funky options, some useful, creative, out-of-the-box options for taking the middle. And we may discuss that if we see. Oh, and it is going to be Migration. And that is what Tato and Doubt, I suppose, feel like their strong civ is. All right. Okay. Very interesting. As we are in here for Migration, Game 6, Doubt and Tato, if they win this, they are into the finals. If the Honey Badgers win this, then they have a chance to play one more game to get into the finals. And even that said, right, I know Doubt and Tato went up 3-1. Doesn't matter. The Viper and Jordan are more than good enough to come through and win. More than good enough to come through from a deficit and win. So, okay, this is Migration. Each player starts on an individual sort of island backed up against an edge of the map. You start with some resources on your island, but eventually you are going to need to migrate, hence the name, across this channel of water and start taking this middle area. So water control is pretty important, but equally important is getting a good foothold here in the middle and holding that. So it ends up being a very dynamic map where fights happen in multiple locations, and it's very much the opposite of what we just watched, where what we just watched was it's all about one player making cavalry and getting a lot of them, and it's all about another player making archers and getting a lot of them, and those are sort of the two strongest units that complement each other, and you just go straight forward, and the win condition is pretty straightforward and obvious and right in front of you. No, Migration is a map where we are going to see shenanigans of all kinds. We are going to see creative plays. We're going to see, I mean, I don't know what we're going to see. And my guess is that Tato and Doubt have cooked stuff up. Every civ here has a bonus or more than one bonus that helps them on this map. All of them, for example, have a water bonus. Saracens get, I think, faster firing galleys. The Italians get cheaper fishing ships and cheaper upgrades at the dock. The Persians, sorry, I'm totally indicating the wrong civs, the Persians, where the Italians are up here and the Saracens are up here. The Dravidians get extra wood when they advance to each age, and that allows them to put more docks down and sort of get this temporary power spike of numbers. Tato is playing as the Persians. Persians get faster working docks, and that's really their water bonus. But they also get faster working TCs, which means more villagers faster, which means a bigger eco faster, which means you can support all your naval play faster. As we see Feudal Age come in for Tato, and Feudal Age will be coming in for Doubt momentarily. And the Honey Badgers are Vipers going up to Feudal about the same time. And what is Jordan thinking? Jordan is thinking he will not go up to Feudal as fast. Instead, he will stay in the Dark Age for a little bit longer, collect a little bit more resources, and then when he does click Feudal, he will be able to immediately click into the Castle Age. So you slow down your Feudal Age, but you speed up your Castle Age overall. So he should be fastest. Well, I don't know. It's still a pretty fast time. Maybe he is doing Feudal play. It's possible. I could be wrong. And Sometimes players will transport villagers across and build these forward docks that are very, very, very close to the enemy, and use that to get ships out and attack the enemy faster. But it looks like no one is doing that this time. Instead, it's going to be 2 docks from Doubt, 2 docks from Tato, 2 docks from Jordan, and 2 docks from the Viper. And they will be going into galleys. And more galleys. And what's this? Yes, more galleys. And I bet when Jordan gets up to the next stage, he will also go for galleys. And there's kind of a rationale for that, for why you don't go for fire ships, which is the other thing you could go for. And I think it's that you kind of figure that you're going to try to get big numbers of ships, and you're going to protect them. In a 1v1, we'd see fire galleys. Oh, just kidding. Jordan is going fire galleys. All right, we're going to see something. He's going for a 3rd dock. So triple docks from the Italian player, and a 3rd dock is going up for the Persian player too, and a 3rd dock for the Dravidian player. Okay. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a 3rd dock from Viper. And the fighting begins. What is that ship doing here? How did a red fishing ship get all the way over here? That's a free kill for Tato. That's nice. That is a gift. And that, I believe, is probably the first kill of the game. Oh, maybe these two got some kills. And they're going to run in here and try to snipe the fishing ships, shut off the economy, right? It's just like raiding that trade in that Scandinavia game we saw earlier with 200 kilograms and Aftermath, right? You run into the trade, you harass, you shut down, you strangle the enemy and deprive them of what they need in order to prosecute their conflict. As the galleys meet, more Dravidian galleys, so there will be some dancing, but nobody will really want to or be able to take a decisive fight. Jordan flags and says, hey, Tato is sending 2 ships over here. Look out. But actually these 2 fishing ships, they're not going to find anything because Viper did not back dock. He did not dock on the back of his island. He front docked, and he is on 3 docks now. So, and Tato's going to see that and say, oh, okay, all right, well, let's head to the front of the island. I know you've got these fish somewhere. I know you've got them somewhere, Viper, and I'm looking for them. More dancing, Viper advancing a little bit, but it's just, they're just going to do this for a while, right? And Tato's going to pressure a bit here, and he's got 9 galleys, but I don't know they're hanging back. Okay, well, maybe they should come forward. It's certainly possible. As the ecos are dead even, few more ships, but it's really here, like, it's about the micro, it's about the positioning, and it's unlikely that either side is really going to get a big advantage here. It's just very hard to get a decisive advantage in these little micro fights. You shoot your arrows, you move, you dip, you duck, you dodge, you dive, you shoot your arrows, you move again, and it's just very hard for either side to get an advantage. So the other thing I'm looking for is, okay, when do people want to come to the middle island? And Jordan has already come over here. He's built an additional dock, and he has a villager on the middle island, and then he has his scout running around and saying, has anybody landed? And that's what he's scouting for. And he's going to be looking at this whole shoreline. He's going to be like, I do not see anything. I do not see anything. Have Doubt and Tato landed? Do they have villagers here in the middle yet? Or am I the only settler in this new land? And the answer is that he is actually the only settler in this new land. This is good pressure. You know, eventually you can take out a dock. That's kind of nice. Still more dancing from the galleys over here. It's like a choreographed ballet of ships. I'm mostly saying that because I don't find it super compelling, but it's mostly just because I'm not the kind of player who's sort of good enough to micromanage the units and sort of play this, right? I'm sure it's very engaging for people who are actually good at it. And Jordan is up. Now, Italians do get cheaper age ups. They can purchase the next age a little bit cheaper. Not a lot cheaper, but a little bit cheaper. So he is going to be the first to the castle age. And that's going to be really nice. And so it's really good for Tato that he's trying to get in some damage now before it's too late. And that's the right thing to do, because as soon as Castle Age comes in, these ships are all going to be upgraded. And they're going to be upgraded for cheap because it's Italians. And then Tato is going to maybe not be in trouble on water, but he's going to lose that window of advantage. There is a small window, right? An expiring window. And so he cannot sit on his heels. And he is not. He is in here aggressively sniping ships. I'm not even sure he's lost one. And now he can press in, and if he keeps going, trying to see his vision. And it's not working for me. Hang on, I can do this. Control right click, hotkey Alt F. Shift right click on player units or buildings. Okay, there we go. He did see the fish. And he's going to sail in and say, I wonder if Viper has some fish to snipe. And Viper kind of doesn't. Viper is only on 3 fishing ships, and they're tucked away. And so Tato's going to have to travel a pretty long distance to make that happen. And Jordan gets up. He's the first in the middle. He drops a town center. He says, this is Terra Nova, new land. And Columbus was an Italian, and the Italians are just doing Italian things here. Getting up a town center, you usually will build like a monastery next to start collecting all these relics for the free gold. Then you'll just kind of start branching out and spreading. Remember, eventually you're going to run out of resources on this island. It looks like a lot of wealth, but it's limited. And eventually it's all going to run out. And so you need to have a strong position in the middle. As Tato arrives, and Jordan is going to know about this instantly. He finds it with a scout. But he has no other military buildings to deny this. So Tato is here. Tato's going to be able to drop a TC. He's already up to the castle age, and let's see what his resources look like. He's definitely going to... You drop a TC. Yep, he drops a TC. And Dowd is up as well, and he's not yet migrated to the mainland, which he kind of needs to do. You don't drop another TC on your home island. There's his transport ship. That transport ship is empty. And it needs to come back and pick up some villagers and then come over here. And it is not doing that, and it needs to. Meanwhile, what's Viper's story? Viper also got up to Castle Age. He is not yet on the mainland either, but he is pressing forward belligerently. And he does have quite a few more ships than Doubt does. So he can press his advantage all the way home and take control of this area. Right? We talked about taking control, right? He can deny movement, he can deny action, right? And that means that Doubt will struggle a little bit to produce out of these docks, because as soon as anything gets produced, it'll get bopped down by all these war galleys. And it's going to be a siege workshop next for Tato, and Tato is thinking, all right, let's attack this town center. Does he see it? I don't actually know if he sees it. He does know that it's there. All right. And he also knows that a monastery is going up. So he knows it's going to be a monk defense. Whoops, wrong button. He knows it's going to be a monk defense from the Italian player Jordan. And we see the monks coming in, and I can't see what texts are researched, but he's going to get texts that help him move faster and have more hit points, and also convert siege that will be coming promptly out of this siege workshop. As Doubt gets here onto this island, and Jordan's going to see that. Monks see for a pretty long distance. He's going to see that, so he will know. He will have the information. And Doubt will get a TC up. Meanwhile, Viper is all in on the military, presses in belligerently, and starts transporting villagers across so that he can get a TC. And this is a great location for a TC. You could just build it right here. You wanna? Where do you want to build it? Where do you want to build it? Would you rather build it next to a gold? Nope, you'd rather build it right here. Okay. All right, I still think this location was better. And Doubt is going to see that instantly, so he's going to know. All right, Viper's on the island now. And these mangonels have a really awkward job because they have to push uphill. It's less damage, right? Meanwhile, the monks are getting sanctity, extra hit points. That means that they can survive a mangonel shot. And redemption, that means that they can convert these mangonels. So I am not optimistic about the future success of this push, except that Tato has gone into light cav. Now, remember, monks convert units. They convert enemy units. But light cav have resistance against conversion. And they also have an attack bonus against monks. So they can potentially dive in and take out these monks. But in the meantime, the redemption monks that can convert siege push away the mangonels. And the mangonels are like, all right, okay, we get the point. We will not pressure today. Not right now. Not today. And, everything is still neck and neck, and it's all about position, right? What is the position like? We've invested some wood into these and some gold into these, and the push is stalled out. What next? We've almost got a castle, and we know approximately where that castle is going. It's going right here. Yep. Castle goes up, but Jordan has got a castle of his own, and he's got more villagers to build it. And I don't know how this is going to turn out for Tato. He may not even be able to get the castle up, I'm not sure. And you really wish the mangonels were here. The mangonels might have been able to deny that, although they probably would have just gotten converted anyway. And I think what's going to happen is both castles are going to go up. And the Italian player, if I'm the Italian player, I start thinking about imp. I start thinking about imp for Trebs, but I'm a little trigger happy with that. So I don't know if Jordan is thinking that, but it looks like he kind of is, right? 500 and 400, that's almost halfway there to the 1,000 food and 800 gold that you need to click up to imp. And meanwhile, Tato is a little bit further away. He's a little bit further away. And Viper's gone up on 2 TCs, or 2 additional TCs, right? 3 total. So he's thinking, I'd like to invest in my eco and show up in the late game with some strong units. But Tato says, okay, all right, so my siege can't push this town center anymore. Well, if only there were more town centers. Oh, look, there's more town centers. And they flatten a villager, and they're going to start taking out the town center. And Viper does not have any military to contest this, right? It's going to have to be Tato's monks. And the light cav are here guarding. So this has some future, but Jordan is up to imp, right? He's going to take advantage of that power spike. He is on the hill. He's going to pop out a Treb right here. It's going to be one of the best defended Trebs in the history of Age of Empires 2, and he is going to casually shoot down Tato's castle. Very casually. Third town center for Doubt. He is also... Oh, hey. Is that where you want to build that? Okay. Maybe that's where you want to build that. Doubt's pretty close to a castle, and he could just drop the castle. Where does he drop it? Does he drop it here? Does he drop it over here? I think you drop it over here. I think that's the right place for it. Because then you're kind of controlling this gold a little bit, and you're also kind of controlling this gold a little bit. And you can't drop it. There's nowhere else to drop it. All the trees are in the way. As the push continues, and Viper has gone for a siege workshop to defend. But I don't know how that's going to go. The light cav can dive. And they've got the second armor coming in. Oh, they do not kill... No, did they kill the mangonel? Seems like they did not... I just wondered if it was a different mangonel. I think they did not kill it. But he does take out one town center. Tato does. And that's super nice. That'll put Viper back a little bit. It's good damage. It's good damage. And now it's Genoese crossbows. We saw these earlier. Anti-cavalry bonus archers. So they're in danger from the mangonels. But they're going to do great against the light cav. And that is where Doubt chooses to put his castle, and the mangonel is coming in, and the archer is coming in. And I don't know about this. Yep, and he thinks, nope, that is the wrong place for a castle. And I think it's actually that he saw an imp coming in, right? Now the Treb comes out to threaten this castle. Oh! But Tato's got the ram push. He's ready. And he's got the petards. And he's ready. And the petards go in. And they hit the castle. And the rams are here. And I think the mangonel is going to shoot at these. What's going to happen? As Jordan... Right, I told you some spicy stuff's going to happen. Castle goes up for Jordan. Threatens both of the TCs from Doubt. And this castle is dead. Castle is dead. Castle is donezo. But I think this mangonel can push away the rams otherwise. right? Melee damage from a distance. The rams are going to suffer. And I think you want to save these rams. I don't think you yeet away these rams. I think you want to bring them right through here, right underneath the town center, through that little portico, and start hitting that. Or maybe you bring them around and you bring them through this portico. That's another option. Castle coming up for Viper. Nothing too aggressive, nothing too defensive. Locks down some resources, takes some position, and he is nowhere near Imp. But that's okay. That's okay. He'll get there when he feels like it. As the Treb comes out for Jordan, starts threatening that castle. Okay, what you gonna do, Doubt and Tato? You are not an Imp. And the answer is Tato's like, okay, I will go in. And Doubt will fall back, boom here, protect with a castle. Okay. Oh, and now the rams are coming here. And this is not a well-defended castle. It's defended by nothing. It's defended by nothing. And the Mangonel is in Narnia. The Mangonel cannot protect this. And the light cav are gonna get quick-walled out, but they are gonna find one villager kill, and it doesn't matter. With 7 rams on this castle, it's toast. He's gonna jettison the villagers to try to take out rams. He's gonna kill 1 or 2, but this is not it, Chief. This ain't it. Castle is toast. As the rams and the crossbows and the mangonels come... Oh, actually, there's 2 mangonels here. Oh, it was a little closer than I thought, but the castle does go down. The castle does go down. And that buys some good time. That buys some good time for Doubt and Tato, and they need that time. They need that time to get to Imp. They need that time to try to compete with these 3 trebuchets, which now can just start flattening everything in sight. And they are protected. They are protected by archers. They are protected by monks. And this is scary. This is scary. Doubt and Tato, they're on a bit of a timer here. And when Doubt gets up, what is he going to do? What is the move? What military units do you build? And I don't know. He's going into Bodkin Arrow. But Persians don't get good archer units, and I don't think he has any archery ranges. Oh, he's thinking skirms. It's going to be skirms. It's going to be skirms? I think it's going to be skirms. Yep, it's going to be elite skirms. So he's going to get elite skirms, which should kind of counter the monks, and it will counter the Genoese crossbows. And then... I don't know what he's doing against the mangonels. And Viper's going to show up soon with military too. He's thinking about Imp. And he could make Mamelukes. And Mamelukes are expensive, but they are strong. They throw swords. And you should never mess with anything or anyone that throws a sword at you. Words of wisdom right there. And you even just look at the middle, right? And it feels like Doubt and Tato are kind of cornered here on this spit of land. And cornered here on this spit of land. And it feels like the honey badgers just have a lot more space to spread out. Just feels like they've got more space to spread out. And the water control has not turned out that great. It hasn't really helped the helped out in Tato. As another town center goes down, and the Trebs are still here, and the Skirms are here, but yep, they know. Oh, and he loses a Skirm. Okay, where do the Trebs go next? They're absolute angels of death. Do they know about this castle? They do not know about anything down here, except for they know that there's a farm. Maybe. I'm not sure if they know about the farm. It might be a bug in capture age. But he's looking. Jordan is looking. He wants to know what's down here. And he's going to find a castle. He's going to find a castle. And he's going to know, all right, I need to push over there. And in the meantime, this TC is going to go down. And Tato is still cornered back here. It is not a happy position. This is not a happy position. And Doubt is forced into skirmishers too. And it's not a strong unit. And they're just sort of clinging on for dear life. And I'm now thinking, okay, so they're clinging on for dear life. Is there a moment where they can pull themselves back up over the cliff into safety? And if so, how do they do that? Tato's got a lot of skirms. He can kind of push these archers back, but it's a little difficult with the mangonel behind that could flatten them. What can Doubt do when he gets to Imp? He's full into skirms, but what else can he do? What else can he do? And the answer is nothing. The answer is nothing. And that's another point for the Honey Badgers, and they were down 3-1, but now it is 3-3. And here we go. And I've been here for 8 hours, guys. 7.5 hours. And it's once more into the breach. So what do I think about that? Jordan got here first, and he had an answer for everything. When the siege came out, when Tato's siege came out to pressure this town center, actually it was this town center, it's now gone. When the siege came out to pressure this town center, Jordan was like, all right, I know the counter to that. I've already got 2 monasteries. I'll get my upgrades. I'll be able to convert your siege and push it away. And when Tato dropped a castle here, Jordan was also ready and thought, all right, okay, all right, I'll just drop my own castle. Right? And even though he lost that castle to Rams, I think he was still thinking in the right way. He really leveraged the bonuses of the Italians. The Italians are a civ that benefits from power spikes, right? Some of those cheap techs, the gunpowder advantages, the wide diverse tech tree, and then the cheaper up times, the cheaper age ups, right? Getting to feudal age, castle age, imperial age. It just felt like he always had an answer. And then as soon as the castles went up, he said, all right, I'll click imp. Right? And Viper, notice like Viper didn't even show up to this game almost. I mean, when I say that, right? He had a great little, I hope he never hears me say that. Right? I hope he never hears me say that. And he had a big old fleet of ships that sailed through here, and I wasn't really paying attention to what damage it was doing, but he had a big old fleet of ships sailing through there, and that seems really good. But Jordan just had an answer for everything. He had an answer for the town centers here. He had an answer for the castle that got dropped here. He had an answer for the mangonels. Right? And so Viper really is only now starting to build military. He didn't have to do it, right? Jordan was just on top of things. He was in the middle first, and he had all the counters prepared for everything. Really, really heads up play from Jordan, I would say. Just super strong, right? And the Genoese crossbows, I think, I don't know if I love it, but they did the job, right? What you needed to do was you needed to provide some protection for your trebuchets, and you needed to also threaten the light cav that are threatening your monks. And like Genoese crossbows do that. They do that. And it's all pretty close quarters. Genoese crossbows have a little bit less range than some other archer units, so that's a disadvantage. But it's pretty close quarters. Maybe you don't need the range. And it's crazy, right? Like, Tato tried everything, right? Like, Tato brought his mangonels over here and took out the town center that was here that Viper then rebuilt in the exact same location, right? Tato had a ram push. Tato took out 2 castles with his ram push, right? Like, Tato was really creative, but it just, I don't know, it felt like Jordan just leveraged the bonuses of Italians and had an answer. He had the counter prepared at every moment. He was always one step ahead, always, right? And that was just a matter of, I guess, sort of, like knowing your bonuses, knowing how the map plays out, knowing that there's going to be monks in the middle, knowing that castles are going to be important in the middle, knowing the imp timings are going to be important in the middle. Just really good. And I start thinking, like, could Doubt have gotten to the middle sooner? Maybe. Could he have done something to get to imp faster? I don't know, maybe. Could he have gotten the castle down sooner? Maybe. Right? It felt like, and I hope he never hears it, right? Like, these are all incredible players, right? But I'm not sure, and maybe it's just because I'm too ignorant to know and understand, I'm not sure exactly what Doubt was thinking or how he was contributing or planning to contribute. And yeah, but, I don't want to criticize Doubt and Tato too much, right? Like, especially Tato was super creative. Doubt held on water, did everything he needed to, and even now he's kind of got some stuff going here, but at the end of the day, I really think Jordan is the star of the show here. He knew his tech tree, he knew his counters, he knew what's important in the middle of the map. It's going to be monasteries, castles, and imp timing, and he just had an answer for everything. He was always one step ahead. Super impressive. Okay. Let us go back to the draft. Let us go back to the draft. And that is going to be a loss for Persians and a loss for Dravidians. It's going to be a win for the Saracens, and it is going to be a win for the Italians. Okay, one map left. One map left, boys and girls. We all know which one it is. It is Golden Lakes. You want a strong archer civ, you want a strong cavalry civ, and then you want something with a water bonus. And it's going to be Portuguese and Lithuanians, I bet, for Dowd and Tato. I think Armenians don't get good enough archers to be used here. And then it's going to be Japanese as the archer civ, and Berbers. It's Berbers. It's going to be Berbers for their cavalry civ, for the Honey Badgers. Okay. And I really feel confident in that pick. If it's not that, I will be surprised. I will be surprised. I just really don't see Burmese getting picked here. And I am right. I'm not always right, but I am right about this. I'm right every now and again, and this is one of those times that I am right. And we will hop right in for all the marbles. 3v3. Gamer Legion on Gamer Legion violence. Teammates playing against each other. It's a cold, cruel world out there. I don't know what to say, right? And this is the future, is internecine conflict. We'll talk about the bonuses here. But first we will talk about the map, which we will be into in just one moment here. Un momento. Okay. Score speaks for itself. 3v3. Here we are. Anyone could win. The way... Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay, a little bit of fighting there. So the way this map works, there's 4 pawns, 1 in each corner. A lot of fish there. Very, 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 very valuable. People will come out and dock. And a civ, like the Japanese... Where's the Japanese? Like the Japanese that gets faster fishing... They're going to love this map. And there are 4 corners, right? 1 corner is safe in between the 2 team members. And then 1 corner is disputed, right? Where it's sort of equally accessible to either team, right? And it looks like Jordan is going to belligerently come out to the disputed one. And the same thing for Tato. And then, so everyone is going to get 1 corner. Everybody gets their own corner, at least for now. That won't be true forever. Then in the middle, what we've got is we've got this pit full of gold. Gold, very valuable resource needed for all your strongest units. And, well, it is a pit full of gold. So controlling that is going to be important long term. Fun little fact, you can see that terrain is cracked. And the cracked terrain, when you build on it, your buildings are, do they take extra bonus damage? They're weakened? They're weakened somehow. So when you're going to build castles here and town centers to lock down the area, and the castles and town centers are going to be a little bit more vulnerable to destructive forces. So there's that. So what do? We go onto water, we fish, and then we build archers and cavalry on land. That's usually how this works out, although certainly some things can happen. And Jordan has got this beautiful, look at that wood line. This is going to be a very, very, very safe pawn for him. A few of the things that we can expect, at some point, people are going to send villagers forward, which is what Tato is doing here, and Viper's going to see it, though. Spaghetti-O. Just passing. She is going to casually sneak past. But I bet Viper saw that. And what this lady here is doing, she's coming down to this pond, and she's going to build a dock here. And then in Feudal Age try to take the pond. And Doubt and Tato are going to be up first, although Jordan and Viper are going to be right behind them. Like right behind them. So Jordan's going to get some nice walls here. And he's going to have a nice, cozy little protected base. He's going to have his gold's pretty well protected. The berries are protected. The wood lines are protected. His pond is protected. This is good for Jordan. Ooh, this is great for Jordan. We'll see how successful this dock is. Viper is not going to see it, but eventually he is going to see it. He will scout over there eventually. He knows what's coming. He knows how this map is played. In the meantime, Tato's going to have a safe pond, at least for now. Unless, nope, he's walling. And we'll see if a villager comes forward to try to take this pond. Okay. Long-term potential. Japanese get fully upgraded archers, but they're generic. They don't get any bonuses. Portuguese get fully upgraded archers, and they get them at a reduced gold cost. So it's a little cheaper. It's nice, but they don't get any they don't get extra range or extra attack or anything. they're cheaper, but once they are produced, they're generic. The Lithuanians and Berbers are interesting because Berbers get cheap stable units, and so they can flood a lot of military really fast and efficiently. But they don't get the final upgrade in the Nightline. They don't get Paladin. And so in the long term, their cavalry can be a little weaker. By contrast, the Lithuanians do get the final upgrade in that Nightline, the Paladin. And so in the long run, if it gets there, they will have the stronger cavalry. If it gets there. But it certainly may not. And what we are seeing is... Oh, double docks for Tato. Very cozy little fishing position right there. As she walks away and says, I'm done with this. I'm going to go cause some more mischief. What kind of mischief is it going to be? And Viper's going to see this scout. It's a third dock. Okay, he means business. He means business. And he is going to try to take this pawn. Now, Japanese fishing ships also have more armor than normal ships. And so they kind of take a while to kill. It's going to be a little bit difficult. But still, triple dock production could be quite strong from the Portuguese here. Could be quite strong. And if he takes Viper off of this pawn, then the Japanese lose their only eco bonus. Well, it's not their only eco bonus. They lose their biggest eco bonus on this map, and they get pushed into a position where they, don't have the advantages that they're accustomed to having. Meanwhile, this pawn is extremely safe. It's really nice. And they're just going to dance back and forth. Eventually, we're going to see demo ships. Or I guess at this stage, they're demo rafts. And Viper builds a third dock. He knows this is serious business. I need to defend this. I can't mess around. I need this pawn, and I need it badly. And we'll see. Meanwhile, we've got some scouts probing around, and will they be able to get in? Nope, it's all walled up, except for this side is not walled up. But by the time they come around, I'm not sure if... Yep, okay. Tato knows. Tato knows, and he's walling. And those scouts will not find any damage. Only 3 of them, so it's not like Jordan invested too much in it. But all the same. They will not find any damage. And are we seeing archers yet? We are not seeing archers. It's just this fight here, right? And notice Viper's repairing the ships, right? Give them a little bit of extra longevity. And Tato only has 1 villager to repair, so it's a little harder for him to repair. And, what can you say? Oh! That was a pretty good demo hit, I think. Right, you want to hit ships that are clumped up, right? So that was kind of meh, but it's okay. It could be worse. It's not too bad, right? This happens all the time. Not every demo shot is perfect. It's just how it is. Okay, Jordan thinking about Castle Age. He's got the food. He's just going to need some gold, and maybe he'll dump his stone. Right, remember, Berbers get cheaper stable units. So what they kind of like to do when they get to Castle Age is not necessarily drop more TCs, but just drop like 2 or 3 stables and just spam production. And Jordan's scouts have gotten into Doubt Space. They managed to break in, and I don't know how much damage they'll be able to do. You can kind of just build little walls to protect your villagers. But 3 scouts could snipe a villager. And there's more fighting on this pond, and it's a lot of demo rafts coming out for the Viper. It's a couple more ships for for Tato, but still anything could happen. Anything could happen. And he did kill a vill. Nice. Very nice for Jordan, right? You sneak in, you get 1 kill. That's almost all you can hope for. You scout around, you see where the resources are, you see what your enemy is doing. And that's just fine. That's just great, right? Getting a vill kill is more than you would expect from scouts at this stage of the game where everybody is walled. So I would say, that's good for Jordan. And he is on the way to Castle Age. And we will be seeing... Did he dump his stone? Nope, he's kept his stone. So maybe he'll put down more TCs, but maybe he will drop another stable. Yep, there it is. There's the other stable. He'll drop another stable and say, all right, it is time to choose violence. He might even drop another stable. We'll see. Behind this, Doubt is also up. And Doubt did not sell his stone either, so he could drop 2 TCs when he gets up. Or he could drop more stables. And I kind of prefer the idea of... kind of feel like this is a cozy base that you can wall up that has a lot of safe back resources. I kind of think you should drop your TCs. You should drop extra TCs and boom. And just wall up, protect yourself. Meanwhile, Viper's gotten the upper hand down here. 7 ships? 7 fire ships to Tato's 1 fire ship. So maybe Tato is thinking, all right. I'll try to click up. I'll save all my ships, and then I'll try to click up, and then I'll try to get a tech advantage. But that is probably not going to work because Viper is clicked up, and as soon as he gets up, he's going to research his upgrades. And I think that that was a pretty good demo shot, but I think that Tato has done as much damage as he's going to be able to do, and it's time for this villager to run and find a new life and home somewhere. And she really could find a new life and home somewhere, right? Like, you build a stable or an archery range back here, you could be all kinds of annoying in the back of Viper's base. So Viper does have to clean this villager up at some point. But Tato is still... Okay, he's almost ready to click up. And it looks like he's going to split the difference. Jordan's going to split the difference. Do you invest in your military or do you invest in your eco? Well, he's going to say, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both? Oh my goodness. Really? He's greedy here, right? He's going to go into a 3 TC boom and he's going to try to produce from 2 stables, at least for a while. And those knights are headed over to Tato, who still has not clicked up but is about to. And they're going to start knocking on the gates and saying, hey there, Tato, I heard you were bullying my friend Viper. It's time for some revenge. As Tato actually kind of comes back a little bit on water here, but I still think long-term it's not great for him. There's just too many ships, and Viper's going to get up first and can get the tech advantage if he wants that. And he's got plenty in the queue. Tato still wants to fight, though. He's still producing fire galleys. He still wants to cause problems here, and that's totally fair. And where is the villager? Did she die? Where is she? Is she safe? Is she well? I think she may have died. Oh, no. She's safe for now. She's there. But she's not safe forever. This archer is coming to kill her. And he's going to be successful in that, I expect. And Doubt's thought is, all right, I will drop 1 TC, and I think he sold 100 stone because he doesn't have any more stone, and a TC costs 100 stone and some wood. Oh, nope, he's dropping another TC here in the middle. Can he do that? Knight numbers plus the pikes to support say, okay, he can probably drop that TC safely. I think that's going to work. These knights are going to dive in here and find this. Is the monk going to convert? Monk? Are we interested in that? No, we're not interested in that. Okay. All right. As Jordan keeps knocking at the gates, but Tato doesn't care. He's just going to wall behind. I can put out the fires faster than you can start them. And he can. He can. So it's going to be all right here, at least for now. And Jordan is like, I'm kind of done here. So it's going to be 3 TCs for both of our cavalry players. 2 TCs for the Viper. And yeah, Doubt needs to quit. Doubt is Doubt going to be able to do this? Doubt feels like he can do this. He's got the demo ships. I don't know. Maybe he can. Maybe he can. And this TC is going to be safe on the gold, at least for now. Is anybody thinking about a castle? Yes. Jordan has seen this town center, and he is thinking, that is a very nice town center you got there. Would be a shame if somebody dropped a castle on it, and that's what he's going to be thinking. To do that, though, he's going to need military support, and we are seeing Japanese cav archers. Oh boy, big. Okay, so on a map like this, normally what you see is not cavalry archers, you see normal archers, foot archers. And the reason why is super interesting. Cavalry archers are better than foot archers in almost every situation. They are faster, they have more hit points, I think they have higher damage output, they're better. They're just better. But the problem is you can't start creating them until the Castle Age. By contrast, the archer line you can start massing 1 age earlier in the feudal age. That ends up being a huge deal because with archers, it's all about that mass. It's all about getting a large amount of them. And so you can start getting a large amount earlier with archers. But Viper has, weighed his options and he's decided, all right, it's going to be cavalry archers. They're still fighting on this pond and it's not safe. And the cavalry archers are coming out and this is okay. This could be really good for Viper. Getting into cavalry archers is super nice because like I said, they're fast, they're mobile, they're tanky, right? And now Tato is not going to be able to just wall behind him. He's sneaking out. He's like, I know I can see the writing on the wall. I am not safe here. I am not safe inside of my own base. And the monk is going to convert one knight, but okay. Pikes and knights are going to come over. Meanwhile, Tato has nothing on land. He kind of banked everything on taking this pond, and he has not been able to take this pond yet. I don't know if he's going to be able to take this pond. I'm not... Maybe. Maybe. And in the meantime, right, the Honey Badgers, Gamer Legion Honey Badgers, have got 2 mobile, powerful units, and they are prowling. They are prowling. They are not able to kill yet, but they are looking real dangerous here. As the castle goes up, it's actually a very safe castle. Kind of feels like you could have come forward, but maybe not. There's too many knights from green here. There's too many knights protecting this area. You don't want to drop the castle. But, closer, I mean. But you are able to drop the castle. That'll be super nice someday when you can build trebuchets from it. As Doubt goes for a 4th TC. He's heading for the Omega Boom. But he's still got good production, right? Still got more knights than the Berbers, and the Berbers are the ones with the cheap knights. So Doubt's doing a real heads-up job here, as some units break in, but will not be able to really do a lot of damage. Although there is at least one dead villager here. There was a fatality. There was a fatality. As Tato says, "Can I stick my head out of my shell? Can I come out here to the middle?" And Doubt's going to be like, "I'm not so sure you can. There are a lot of Cav Archers here." But the Cav Archers are going to be scared away by the Lithuanian Knights. And Tato is going to be able to come forward. And he's going to drop a TC, I guess, right here. Right here? What are we thinking? Right here. Okay, great choice. And he's going to go up on 3 TCs to Vipers 2. All right. And that means the eco balance is going to shift a little bit in the favor of Doubt and Tato. And it is shifting a little bit as a second Berber castle comes down. And we are seeing Camel Archers. Is this going to be a full Camel Archer play? Castle goes up for Doubt. It will go up. Okay. And the Berber player is up. Red is up. Jordan is up to Imp. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think officially Doubt and Tato are in danger, because once he gets to Imp, there's going to be Trebs, and those Trebs are going to take out that castle. I don't know, man, but this does not feel good for Doubt and Tato at the moment. What can they do? Well, he's going to click up to Imp 2, and he'll be barely behind. That's okay. Great game sense from Tato. He knows. Right, he knows. I need to get to Imp. That's why there are these castles here. Okay, so far so good. Tato is still light years away from Imp. Viper is still light years away from Imp. That's all fine. As Gamer Legion A, Doubt and Tato take an uphill fight, and that does not feel great. And oh, that was terrible. Oh, that was disastrous. Yeah, and you look at the military shift. That was not okay. And under the castle fire too. That was not healthy. Tato's on stone. He's thinking about a castle of his own. Doubt is on stone, thinking about a castle of his own. The Viper can drop a castle, and you would drop it right here. And you can do it too. You have the military control. Yep. Villager coming out for outposts. He's like, I wonder what's going on over here. I want to always see what's happening. And Viper or Jordan, either of them, could come forward and drop a castle right here, or like right here. And then they're going to have tons of middle control. Yep. And Viper says, that's the place. That's where we want it, folks. No, actually, maybe I want it here. Let's put it here instead. I like it better over here. Are we going to move it again, or is that the final location? Now notice, they're going to be cutting off all this gold from Doubt and Tato. A lot of gold under their control. Another castle. This huge castle stack, 2 Trebs coming out, 1 from each castle. I think Doubt and Tato are cooked. I think it's really difficult to come back from this position. I don't like it. You don't have the military control. You're going to have 4 castles in your face. 3 of them are going to be producing Trebs. They're both up to Imp, or clicking up, right? Doubt is up. Tato is clicked. Really great from Tato. Tato had such a weak economy last I checked. But he's going to be going into Imp for what? Right? Like, you invest a lot of resources into going imp. If you're going to go imp, you need to get something from it. And usually what you get from it is some kind of tech advantage, right? Like trebuchets, or being able to upgrade your archers, or upgrade your knights. But that is not the case here. That is absolutely not the case here. I don't think. What military is he going to upgrade? He's got 20 fishing ships, and that's great. And he did take this pond. Congratulations. Right? But for what? Right? For what? It's going to be for trebs. And gunpowder? Maybe? Cannons? But how are you going to counter the Berber spam? How are you going to counter the Japanese cav archers? I'm not seeing the answers. I guess Doubt's answer is, I'm going to make a ton of Cavalier. And I still have the eco to do that, at least for now, as my town center goes down and I am compelled to retreat. Uh-oh. But he can do it for a bit. He can do this for a bit. And notice, right, yep, Tato's going into trash. He's going into the skirmishers. Wood and food cost only, no gold. It's a lower quality unit. He doesn't feel like he can afford to go into the higher quality units. Feels like he needs to save his gold. Not a great sign. Not the end of the world, but not a great sign either. As the castle does go up, but that Treb is dead. And now Jordan has gone into camels. Cheaper camels, fully upgraded. And with the camels in front, the camel archers behind, Doubt is going to get absolutely cleaned here, right? The cavalry need to retreat, and the floor is littered with their bodies, and I don't know why that happened. The only thing I know how to do is I'm going to quit and restart my game, and that seemed to work okay last time. However, I think much like last game, I think we kind of know which way this is going. It's going to be the Honey Badgers. They will be heading to the finals of the Cartographers, I think. It seems extremely likely. A lot of middle control, a lot of gold control. The only thing they're lacking is that Viper needs to click up to Imp. But it's not gonna matter, I don't think. It's over. I'm pretty sure. I believe it is over. And in fact, we may have been blooped out of the game. I've never seen that happen before until today. But we may have been blooped out of the game because it is over. In which case, we will just have to see. But I do know. I do know. I feel so bad. Doubt and Tato were 3-1 up. They were one game away from winning the semifinals. And against a really good team. What happened there? Tato invested a lot into that pond. But it slowed down. He invested a lot into taking that pawn from Viper. But it slowed down his castle age time, and it meant that he couldn't afford any military on land. And so what he got was Viper was slower to Imp. Oh. Huh. Well, I'm going to try once more despite all these error messages. What did Tato get for all of that investment? He got... he slowed down Viper's imp time. But the price of that was that he had no military control himself. He had no units on land. And he was very slow to his castle age. And is that worth it? I don't think so. Because what ends up truly mattering is that Jordan gets up to the imp first and has those castles and can start trebbing things down. I think Jordan read this correctly. Often, what... I wasn't trying to run multiple copies of the game. What Berbers often do is they flood cavalry units in Castle Age. But Jordan did a really heads-up play, and he thought, nope, I need to get to Imp. I need to get to Imp. And maybe he thought that Viper was going to have a slow imp time. But the Berbers, Jordan was the first player to click up to imp, and he doesn't really have much of an eco upgrade here. So it's especially impressive that, working with a totally generic eco, he got some incredible damage done. I'm literally going to fast forward all the way to the end of this, just to find out that it has ended. And to save myself that, and to save all of us that, I am going to check on Wikipedia and see who won. Assuming that the game has ended. I'm not seeing yet. I just think it's a lot of investment in that pond. And I think the right move was to go up to imp, pressure the middle. And it put Doubt and Tato into a position where they only had a control of one small slice of the middle, and they had to simultaneously get to imp and mass military. That's so interesting. I didn't see much of an eco difference throughout the game. What happened there? And Viper kind of really made the best of a bad situation. In the sense that he didn't invest. He knew, all right, Tato's investing a lot on taking my pond. He's investing a ton into taking my pond. I don't need to worry about him coming in on land. Instead, I'll just casually go to Castle Age and go straight into Cav Archers, which is my stronger unit anyway. Right? I'm going to be greedy. So greedy from Viper. And he's well known for that. Gets into his better unit, runs forward, applies some pressure, keeps Tato on the back foot. What did Doubt need to do? Some people go into the middle to build a town center first, and that's what Doubt did. And other people go into the center to build a castle first. And I kind of prefer the castle approach. It just feels a lot safer. Just my casual low elo opinion. Mid elo opinion. What happened there? I truly don't know what happened. What did the Viper and Jordan do? The Viper fought for his pond. Notice though, like when you're fighting for the pond, your fish are still fishing, right? Like all of these fire galleys, they're not attacking fish. They're attacking galleys. And so all that while you've got that fast Japanese fishing coming in, right? So Viper gets a faster Castle Age time anyway. As we hear the dolphins squealing. Should Tato have given up earlier and just pivoted and gone all in on the middle? I wonder. What are we seeing here? It's hard for me to think too. I gotta say my brain is absolutely cooked after this length of time. What do you do if you're Doubt and Tato? Like, you tried so hard. Okay, what was Doubt doing? What is Doubt thinking here? Okay, I'm gonna go Knights. I'm gonna go Pikes. Alright, he goes Pikes because he knows there's no Archers. But then there's Cav Archers, so that's a disaster. Oh, he did go a few Archers first. Viper did. Interesting. Okay. But then he goes straight into Cav Archers. And it feels like at that point, maybe what's going on here is Jordan's got Knights and camels and can threaten the middle. And the Viper has cavalry archers and can threaten the middle. And I really just think that... did Tato just invest too much into this pond? Because he never was able to get land military out. He never was able to get land military out. As Jordan says, meet right here. It feels really bad to let the Japanese fish for free. But I think by now the damage is done, and maybe you need to abandon it. Maybe he needed to abandon it a little earlier. And now he is going to kill the fishing ships, but for what? The Viper doesn't need that much food anymore. He's already got 10 cav archers. Wood and gold. That's what they cost. And it slows down Viper's imp time, but it doesn't matter that you slow down Viper's imp time because Jordan still has an absolutely crazy imp time and is able, with castles, with 3 castles, a triple castle stack, and is able to start applying a lot of pressure. And it does feel bad to have let that castle go up because it was undefended. And if Doubt had known about it and been there, he could have stopped it. I'm not, you miss things all the time. But it is sad from Doubt and Tato's perspective. What is Doubt doing now? What are we getting here? You're massing knights. You're massing knights, but what are the knights going to give you? I don't know what the knights give you. I think you need to start thinking about imp. You've got more knights and pikes. But what are you getting for it? I suppose he felt like he had to protect Tato, right? Because Tato is still really vulnerable. I mean, if all these cav archers and camel archers and knights show up at Tato's base, Tato's in trouble, right? He's kind of open, and he doesn't have great walls, and he's just soft and squishy and vulnerable. So maybe that's why Doubt feels like he has to go into more knights. Maybe this castle goes at the top of the hill so that it survives longer? And this was a bad fight for sure, right? You've got camel archers shooting downhill. You've got monks converting you. You're squeezed into ugly choke points. You've got cavalry archers behind. This was never a good fight. This was never a good fight. And you could say that Doubt and Tato lost it right here as well. Not just by Doubt or by Tato overcommitting to this pond. In my opinion, overcommitting. And the military control is great for Jordan and Viper. It's really great. And because of that, they're going to have control over all of this. And Doubt and Tato are just like crammed up against a corner of the pit. And they're able to take gold, but they're just in a really tight position. And that's when the castle comes up. I'm sure that this game is going to bloop out soon, which will be depressing, right? All this effort for what, right? Well, I do feel like I understand the game a little bit better, right? I think I understand why Doubt went into so many knights. He felt like he had to defend Tato. And he had to defend Tato because Tato invested so much in this pond. Yep, and this is never going to be a good fight. The numbers it's just way too lopsided. It's incredibly lopsided. As Doubt gets up, and he's going to build a treb, but for what? For what? And the cavalry archers even get uphill. It's just so bad. It does not feel good. Does not feel good. Castle goes down. Yeah, and Tato has this pond, and he's got the fishing. And they do have a stronger economy, to their credit. Okay, that's the best thing. So maybe there's a universe in which if Dowd and Tato can hold just a little while longer, they just need to hold a little while longer, maybe they can do it. Maybe that's what happens. I don't know for a fact that Dowd and Tato lose. Right? Is the comeback on? Maybe the comeback is on. And then, yeah, there was this sort of not that great fight over here. Camels and camel archers. Gonna do pretty well against the Cavalier. And does Viper click up? Paladin for doubt. Paladin. But there's only 14 of them. And you don't have a lot of gold, man. You've got some. You've got 1,000 gold. Can you get something done with that? Maybe you can. Paladin is a really strong unit. It's really strong. If you get enough Paladins, you can do anything. Almost anything. Its elite Camel Archer comes in and Viper is on the way up to him. And these Cavalry Archers can come around and harass as much as they want. Tato's still heavy on gold. And you kind of think, should he be building crossbows or should he be slinging Doubt to get Paladin? And you kind of think he should be slinging Doubt to get Paladin and building up trebuchets so that they can push back the army with the Paladin, push back the castles with the trebuchets, and have a chance here. I do not believe the crossbows are going to save you here. That is my opinion. It may not be a good opinion, I don't know, but I just don't think the crossbows are going to save you here. I don't think they can. As Paladin is in, big, 24 of them. A lot of stables. Few more in the queue. 36 on gold. That could be a lot of Paladin. That could be a lot of Paladin, but what are they doing? They're chasing. And the Cav Archers find a great choke point. And now the heavy camels are here. And the heavy camels have bonus damage against the Paladins. And they're faster. They can chase them down. Oh no. I don't think that's what the Paladins needed to do. I think the Paladins need to be here in the middle, protecting Trebs, pushing back. Yeah, like this, right? Camel Archers are dangerous. They're scary. But with enough Paladins, you can push back the Camel Archers. Instead, they just get pushed back here, and they still have an eco lead. They do have an eco lead. And they'll push back the camels. They kind of will push back the camels. And the camels just sacrifice themselves to take out a Treb. Another Treb? Nope, just the one Treb. Okay. Are Dowd and Tato still in this somehow? He cannot safely take gold. He cannot safely take gold. As Doubt goes into barracks to go into pikes. Pikes to push back the camels. Trash. Right? Wood and food only. Cheaper. Weaker, but cheaper. More expendable. You can throw them away as much as you want. 2 great upgrades coming in for the Berbers that will strengthen their camels. Or at least their camel archers. Actually, I think all of their camels. A lot of arbs here. I do like that. And Viper isn't going to be able to keep this castle up, I don't think. And the arbs are here. And Paladins are Paladins. Paladins are strong. But there are only 13 of them. And there are more camels and twice as many camel archers. And I just think... Can you drop a castle? Nope, Tato doesn't have any stone. If he had stone, he could drop a castle here and try to lock down some more gold protection. But he can't. He doesn't have that option. As Genitors come in, right? Team bonus unit for the Berbers. Like a mounted skirmisher, tankier, faster. Is the Viper feeling like he doesn't have much gold? No, he's got plenty of gold. He's got 40 on gold. He's fine. He's got all the gold he wants. The Trebs edge forward again. Can we take another castle? Lots of halbs. Still 12 paladins. They're paladins. Can they do it? No. Tato, I think... That must have been an accident. And Jordan asks, question mark, why was that? And I think it's because they feel like they've lost. And I think they have, but... And he deletes all his Trebs, or did they die? Very confusing. Very confusing. And he's fighting on. He's not... Did he accidentally delete all of those Arbalests? I guess it was an accident. I guess it was an accident? That seems so crazy. How could you accidentally delete that many Arbalests? When I saw that, I kind of assumed they were resigning. And, you know, Doubt and Tato are alive, technically. In a technical sense, they are alive. Even eco, even military. It ain't great, but they're alive. For now. Heavy Cav Archer coming in for the Japanese player. Super nice. Very strong. That'll be a lot of damage output, a lot of tankiness. And Doubt and Tato are technically ahead in the military counts. Technically. I don't even know what to think of this game. I don't understand deleting all those ARBs. It must have been an accident. I don't know how you do that, though. That's one of the most wild accidental deletions I've ever seen in my life. Cannon is here. From the Berber player, can threaten those Arbalests. Somehow still producing paladins. I don't know where the gold is coming from. Is he selling wood? He must be. Oh, Tato's slinging gold. He's slinging gold so that Doubt can keep producing paladins. And Doubt and Tato are alive, but are they winning? I don't think they're winning. Can they stay alive long enough for something to happen? And the Berber player, no, excuse me, the Lithuanian player is starting to go into scout cavalry, upgrading them to light cavalry. That means, right, the gold is, there is not a lot of it. And it is not safe. It is not safe, and the eco switches back to the honey badgers. Eco lead switches back. Man, you don't want to resign. You fought so hard to come to this point, but what do? Can you get out enough pikes? Can you get out enough light cav? Can you wait until... No. They're on gold. Viper and Jordan are on gold. They can keep producing gold units forever. This is kind of scary. They might be able to push back this castle eventually. I think there's some potential there. Got 70 ARBs. 70 ARBs is a lot of ARBs. Is there any siege that... Okay, if you were going to do this, as Doubt and Tato, how do you eventually take back this middle? And I think the answer is you pressure from this side with skirms and arbalests, right? And you take out this castle. And then you put a castle like here, somehow. I don't know with what stone. I don't know what you do. Do you push in and kill Viper? Do you push in from here, but then you're being attacked from two sides? I don't know. And Tato, Doubt kind of tries to raid back here, but Jordan is walled. Jordan is protected. Jordan is safe. Yep. Doubt says GG. Tata says, good game, well played, good luck. And yep, they couldn't come back. Still don't know about those Arbalests. It must have been an accidental delete. Maybe things would have gone better if somehow they had been able to make it through. But it is what it is, right? And the Honey Badgers win. Viper and Jordan are headed to the finals in the Cartographers, a $15,000 Age of Empires 2 tournament. And that'll be updated soon. Yeah, is what it is. Thank you so much for any and all of you who have made it this far. It has been a long time. Other Joseph and I are kind of interested in doing this again. If you listen to the first 3 hours, Other Joseph was on too, and we were able to talk a lot more about strategy, which I was able to do somewhat myself here, but in large part I was also just focusing more on the games. Age of Empires 2 truly is a good game, right? And we know it's a good game because it survived for 20 years. And it provides some interesting things to talk about in terms of strategy. And I hope you enjoyed both the discussion